Recorded Books presents A Stage Set for Villains by Shannon Spann, narrated by Susie Jackson. A Stage Set for Villains is an atmospheric dark fantasy set in the brilliant and brutal world of Theatron. The story features elements that might not be suitable for all readers, including death, blood, violence, illness, torture, imprisonment, starvation, loss of autonomy, murder, burning, and graphic language. Suicide and poison are discussed in backstory. Readers who may be sensitive to these elements, please take note and prepare to enter the playhouse. Overture. For as long as I can remember, we have feared the players. I know of only 3 ways to survive an encounter with one. Never look a player in the eye, I recite, as we shuffle a few steps forward in line. My older brother's hand clutches my gloved fingers a little too tight, and I wonder if he's nervous, too. Last night, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. But the longer we wait, the more I wonder if being marked will hurt. That's right, Galen says. Remember, that doesn't mean ignoring them, Riv. I nod eagerly. If you're going to bruise a player's ego, you might as well throw yourself off a cliff while you're at it. It would be less painful. What's the second rule? Galen quizzes as another newly marked boy, somewhere between my 8 years of age and my brother's 12, passes us on his way out of the enormous courthouse ahead. There's a bandage pressed just below the boy's throat, like a necklace, gold bleeding through the layers. He's crying. Just 10 minutes, Aunt Cassia told us before we left this morning. 10 minutes of discomfort for a lifetime of protection against the players, against the lure of the playhouse. I touch the tips of my fingers to the dip between my collarbones, trying to imagine the mark that will go there soon. The 3 compliments rule, I finally answer, mentally reading the memory cards I made in class last week. Pay a player 3 compliments, and you might satisfy their ego long enough to get away. Good. My brother offers an encouraging smile, while I throw another searching look over my shoulder, trying to spot where we left our mother at the gates in the distance. And the 3rd way to escape a player? I press my lips together, my thoughts stalling back to that crying boy, the bandage. My heart begins to pound in my chest. How badly will it hurt? Galen squeezes my hand, and I realize I haven't answered his question. Give them a gift? I guess. My memory cards momentarily fleeing my mind. He shakes his head while a voice somewhere ahead shouts out, "Keep it moving!" They call us next, and we're ushered into a bare, circular atrium, interrupted by a single stone hallway. My brother herds me up to a half-moon granite desk beside a gurgling fountain, our steps echoing. "Fill these out," instructs a sour-faced woman from behind the desk, extending several pages of parchment to Galen. I snatch the forms indignantly, and the woman startles. "I can read. I'm 8. I announce, plucking a pen from the jar on the desk while Galen apologizes for my brash behavior. 8 is she. Tall for her age, I think. I feel the woman's gaze linger on my pen as I spell out my name. Riven Hesper. She inhales sharply. I peer up to deal the woman a venomous look. It's easy to tell when people are mentally comparing me to my father. They always stare like I've risen from the dirt of his grave. My father's face is nearly as infamous as the players who murdered him. I go back to ignoring her and concentrate on filling out today's date. Until my pen freezes at the sound of a scream. It all happens at once. The desk woman jumps to her feet as the shriek ricochets off the vaulted ceilings, followed by a second scream, this one in the shape of the word help. Then another scream, and another. At the frantic pounding of feet, my attention startles toward the cavernous hall. Somewhere, a man's voice yells out a warning that makes my blood run cold. Player. The word scorches my mind, fear wiping it blank of everything I have been taught. Instinctively, my eyes search for the closest grown-up, but the woman behind the desk has dropped to the ground, covering her eyes. Before I can move, a tall, angelic figure flutters into the atrium, layers of purple rippling behind her. The player whips around, a curtain of dark curls toppling over her shoulder, as if she senses an audience. Her eyes glimmer like live embers, and I think she must be the most dreadful and beautiful thing I have ever seen. Catching my eye, the player smiles. It's a wrong smile, though. It stretches wider and wider until each side reaches the blood rubies that dangle from her earlobes. Aunt Cassia warned me of their unnatural faces, exaggerated so patrons in even the worst seats of the playhouse can still make out a player's expressions. Up close, it's as breathtaking as it is grotesque. She looks like a god. But we don't have gods anymore. We only have players. Sentries, uniformed in black and silver, fill the room, encircling the woman and barking orders at one another as she extends her palms out. Broken, golden shackles dangle at her wrists. There's blood on her hands. Suddenly, my brother's panicked face fills my vision, his hands clamping around my shoulders. "You look at me, okay? Look only at me, Riven," he whispers, frantic. How could I have already forgotten the first rule? I nod rapidly and focus hard on my brother's gaze, wide and round and scared. Except something is wrong with his eyes. They're too still, glassy, like a doll's. "Galen?" I ask. Why isn't he blinking? "Galen?" I try again, alarmed at the sound of my own voice. Because my voice is all I can hear. The shouts echo into nothing, the world shuddering to a stop. I look from Galen's frozen stare to the fountain behind him, where the water is stuck in midair like it's hardened into ice. Around me, the sentries are locked in place, a museum of lifeless statues. Galen's hands press on my shoulders, cold and heavy as marble. I blink a few times, baffled. The whole world is still. In the silence, a hand peels over my brother's collar. I shiver, watching as it hooks around his shoulder one long, elegant finger at a time, each adorned with a ring. Several nails are stained red. Then the player's face appears, hovering just over Galen's shoulder. I glance back at Galen, obeying his instructions not to look. But the player's skin glows so bright, it feels impossible to keep my eyes away. "Oh, dear heart, you look so scared." I shudder at the sound of her voice. It's slow, the timbre light and airy, like silk. It fills the room, sinks into the walls. "At least look at me, won't you?" Never look a player in the eye, I chant mentally. My breaths are coming too quick, my vision beginning to swim. In the corner of my eye, her smile falls at my silence, and her hand lifts off Galen's shoulder, glides to his face. To my horror, the player sets the sharpened edge of her ring against his cheek, then drags it across his skin, slicing open the soft area below his eye. Still, Galen doesn't move, doesn't react. And suddenly, I forget everything I should and should not do in this situation. "Stop it!" I shout, locking eyes on the player. Fear gathers in my throat, and I spit it back out as fury. "Or else!" I add, hoping she doesn't notice the way my knees are trembling. The player tilts her head at me, curious. "Why, what lovely golden eyes you have." A compliment? Wait, 3. I'm supposed to pay her 3 They're brown, I hiss at her, like my father's were. "Liar!" She throws her head back and laughs. The sound ricochets off the stone, ringing in my ears. "What a beautiful temper," the player muses. "Lying is a part of living. The truth is too often vile, wouldn't you say?" I'm not sure, really. Most people I know can't lie. Pulling in a breath, I cast a nervous glance around the room. "Why aren't they moving?" "Well, I've suspended our reality, you see," she whispers, like it's a shared secret between us. "Do you know what that means?" I press my lips into a frown, frustrated. I don't know. "It means this conversation doesn't happen," she says, gathering her robes as she settles on her knees before me. Her figure still towers over me at this height. I straighten my shoulders and stretch my neck a little higher, searching for confidence. "They're going to take you away," I warn in a way I think sounds threatening. "Oh, I know," the player says, excited. "You see, they've promised to burn me at the stake, and I cannot resist a spectacle." She smiles softly. "What is your name?" Before I can speak, her gilded eyes fall to the pages in my hands, documents that declare I'm to be marked, safe, protected from players. At the top of them, my name. "Riven!" She howls another laugh that shakes my boots. "What could divide you so fiercely to merit such a name?" I don't answer, keeping one eye just to her right, to the blood now trickling down Galen's neck. I wonder if he can feel it. The player pulls the pages from my hands, the startling warmth of her touch loosening my grip like melting ice. She raises them between our faces, then, in one beautiful, violent motion, tears them to shreds. They fall around us like new snow, landing gently in the quiet. "You aren't getting marked, Riven," the player murmurs. And it's then that I notice how white and pointed her teeth look up close. "You are coming with me." I don't even hear myself scream. The will, the desire to follow her, overwhelms my every thought as the player reaches for my hand and summons me forward. I watch her golden eyes. Compelled, my hand reaches for hers. I'm not marked yet. I can't help it. Maybe this is how it feels to watch a playhouse performance. Galen says players pluck the heartstrings of thousands in the audience every night like delicate threads on a quilt, wiping away and rearranging their spectators' thoughts, ideas, and beliefs with little more than a pretty word. Players can make you believe anything. But there is at least one thought she has no hold on. She's going to kill me. She's going to force me to follow her, an eternal audience, until my legs give out, until I die from exhaustion or starvation. An audience wholly and solely devoted. This is what all players crave. As my mind blurs, I grip the edge of my brother's coat, cling to it, certain I'll be gone forever if I let go. My arm stretches and stretches as the player drags me away, the gap between Galen and me widening. Then I see it. A glint of gold in Galen's pocket. Father's knife. Galen carries it everywhere. The third rule for surviving a player flashes through my mind. A player can only be slain with Eleutherian gold. I squeeze my eyes tight and reach for the handle. My fingers scrape at the wood. "Riven?" The player chimes sweetly. It sounds a little forced now. I stretch my fingers, clawing at the knife. "Riven, darling, there's no reason to make this difficult." It all seems to happen in a blink. 1 second, my fingers are wrapping around the knife's hilt, and the next, I'm bringing the blade down as hard as I can. The player's words shatter into the most terrible scream I have ever heard. She falls onto her knees, wailing and clutching her hand. A puddle of gold gathers beneath it, dripping onto the stone floor like drops of sun. Player blood. brimming with power, with craft. She looks at me with eyes full of hellfire, rising from the ground with a lethal sort of calm. I scramble away, bracing myself, waiting for her to rip my eyes from their sockets, to break my legs and drag me to the playhouse. But a gold chain loops around the player's throat, and a man holding it wrenches her backward. He screams something I barely register, his face white with terror. Almost instantly, a dozen more sentries are upon the player. All around me, everything starts to move again, free from her charm. I am free from her charm. That desire to follow the player unclenches from my heart, lifts off my shoulders like a bird. It occurs to me it was never real to begin with. But before I can realize what's happened, before I can so much as think to move, the player wrenches free and is on me again, gripping my coat collar and holding me too close, like she's about to bite my neck. She whispers into my ear, and I freeze. And then it's over. Guards rip her away. Weight crushes around my arms as Galen whirls me to face him. Relief fills me to see him moving again, breathing again. He's blinking too, wincing as he dabs a hand over the open cut on his cheek, bewildered. Behind him, the player thrashes, stretching those long fingers toward me. "Riven!" she screams, her anger shifting into hysteria. "Riven!" "How does she know your name?" Galen asks, panicked. The player's screams ring out all the way down the hall, my name echoing off the stone. Did no one else notice the world go still? Galen's gaze drops to the knife in my hand, slick with golden blood, the player's blood. Before I can release the knife, droplets of it drip down the handle and sink into my skin, warm, too warm, like I'm holding my hands over an open flame. I cry out and drop the blade. But inside, my chest feels like it cracks open. Something sharp and hungry rushes in to fill the space. "Riven, what did you do?" my brother asks. And I think the answer is that I have made a very dangerous enemy. I do not say this out loud to Galen, and I most certainly don't tell him what the player whispered in my ear. Prologue. The mortals made a treaty to keep the players south, and when the treaty ended, a wall to keep them out. And if the wall should crumble, then marks will keep us safe, and if our marks should fail us, gods have mercy on our fate. Act 1. Act 1, Scene 1. 10 years later. If I had a coin for every time I was warned about the playhouse, I'd have enough to buy a front row seat. One for last week, when the papers warned of its rumored grand return and the looming end of the treaty. And then about 100 more for this morning, when news broke the playhouse had posted a bulletin announcing their next tour stop, the district of Dionysus, and all hell subsequently broke loose. To make things worse, the bulletin listed no date. No arrival, no performances scheduled, nothing. Like the tense speculation of their return and the fear it drives into the air is just another glorious part of the show. I'll bet they do it on purpose. I push myself to tread faster, my eyes focused on the afternoon sun dipping lower on the horizon as I weave through a sea of faded coats and skirts blurring into gray streets, the word players swarming in the air. They've been closing in for weeks, their theater sinking and vanishing beneath the earth, only to impossibly rise up somewhere else. I tuck my chin and urge my legs to move. You will cooperate, I command my limbs, most of which have already gone numb and cold. You will work today, and not... As if to argue with the thought, the wind smacks me with a gust that soaks through both of my coats and unfurls a paralyzing chill down my bones. I buckle and swear under my breath. "Cursed, I heard," someone utters to their companion in passing. eyes flickering in my direction. I bristle at the word, straightening. Cursed. The player's promise from 10 years ago hovers at the edges of my memory, sending a shiver down my spine. Glass smacks the sidewalk in front of me, shattering, and I shriek, shielding my face. "Sorry! God, so sorry!" calls a woman through a window 2 stories up, who just nearly murdered me with a slab of falling glass. What a way to go that would have been. "Can't be too careful!" She isn't the only one. The path ahead is littered with broken mirrors, catching the light like specks of gold. The playhouse is moving closer every day, and people are still harboring them. Gods help us. Mirrors are practically an invitation for a player to come inside, or worse, to snatch someone through their reflection. I wait a beat, just in case anyone else feels like chucking more glass out their window before moving again, taking care to sidestep a large chunk. I avert my eyes from the shards. I haven't seen my own reflection in years. From the way people stare, I gather this is a good thing. Glass crunches under my boots all the way to the cut, a deep trench of dark water on either side of a wall rising out of it. Both look a little ominous today. The cut divides the Atron in half, separating us in the north from the player worshippers of the south. In the center between them is the only shared territory, the district, which sits low and flat like the bottom of a bowl. It's a wildly unhappy marriage, and probably the only place you can find a temple dedicated to the players just 2 streets away from an apothecary that sells the Eleutherian gold that kills them. "Did you miss me, Jack?" I call mockingly to the usual guard from the footbridge as I approach the closest gateway. Jack's face pinches at my greeting. "Riven, still alive, I see." He doesn't sound pleased by this, nor amused by the little bow I offer in response. "When do you think it'll be?" I ask. He huffs a humorless laugh, but there's a strained edge to it. "I've heard guesses ranging from 3 days to 3 months based on their patterns. What, you want in? Some of us are taking bets." "I've lost enough on the players, thanks," I say, throwing a look to the black water below and the wall rising out of it. Despite its name, the wall wasn't built high to keep the players out. It was built low, sealed with Eleutherian gold to ward off players. I've heard rumor that the cut gained its name because they dug so deep that they accidentally severed the Atron in 2. I hope it does run that deep, that it's enough. The gate groans open, and Jack takes several exaggerated steps backward to offer me an extra wide berth. Everyone acts scared to catch what I have. Like the player magic that poisoned me will simply leap into anyone who gets too close. I ignore him and tug my coat tighter as I pass over the other side of the footbridge. The district of Dionysus greets me with a strange mix of activity. Some shoppers make panicked last-minute purchases, while others seem to be putting on a show of indifference to the news, like the world didn't shift under the weight of a single announcement. Or maybe that's just denial. It isn't hard to spot the exuberant playhouse worshippers flocking into shops to purchase offerings of jewelry and fine wine, though that isn't particularly new. I cast a sideways glance at the news racks as I go, full of sensational headlines about the playhouse's looming return. 500-year treaty ends. Terror begins. Will the playhouse breach the cut? No new agreement reached with players. North braces for attack. Playhouse to return to district for first time in 15 years. What we know so far. "Spotlight falls on player Jude," bellows a newspaper hawker over the piercing whistle of the nearby Dialkos Railway. Enormous marble statues of famous players line my path as I breeze past a man trying to barter a playbill signed by the entire cast. Across the street, another woman rivals him, selling copies of the Playhouse Treaty. I duck low while passing the courthouse, just nearly taking an elbow to the face, but my eyes graze over a few of the signs as I round the corner. No players. Our world is not your stage. The protests have spread almost as quickly as the Playhouse's announcement. I feel eyes on me as I pass by the most recently erected statue, built in honor of their lead player, Jude Stefaros. Face chiseled to sharp angles, hair so artfully tousled it almost looks as if it wasn't made of stone. It stands some 20 feet tall at the center of a rippling fountain, rare gems and coins cluttering the water below his carved sandals. Offerings. A dreadful waste, if you ask me. I considered dipping my hand in the water to swipe a few, but I've heard doing so can invoke all sorts of terrible curses. I can barely afford the curse I have. "Riven! Riven Hesper, you come here!" rasps an all-too-familiar voice that catches me mid-step. I turn. The words don't come from the statue, mind you, but from the man propped against its base. Harris. He's dressed in the same garish robes as always, a discarded costume from the Playhouse that he claims was as red as the auditorium curtain when he snatched it, though with time, it's faded to the same gray as everything else. I can't recall a time I've seen him wear anything different. Once, when I brought him an old change of clothes my brother left behind, Harris looked at me like I'd suggested stripping off his own skin. "Hi, Harris," I say, wrestling my bag from my shoulder. "I was just looking for you." Harris may be a Playhouse fanatic, but he's also just about the closest thing I have to a friend, the only person around here who doesn't call me cursed. In fact, he's under the bizarre impression that I'm blessed to have been touched by a player. Granted, the rest of them assume I was deemed unworthy, and that's why the monster's golden blood is slowly killing me. Maybe they're right. As far as Playhouse worshippers go, revelers, we call them, Harris is hardly the worst I've encountered. He smiles, revealing rows of even teeth as he whispers, "It's coming, Riven." Pity fiddles at my heartstrings. Every performance he attended, 32, he claims, is written on his face. The same telltale sign of every reveler, a filmy coating of gold over each pupil. During one of the Playhouse's tours, Harris literally followed the theater as it traveled from city to city, on foot for hundreds of miles. At night, he camped outside its gates, leaving the players expensive offerings with every last bit of coin to his name, including the deed to his house. And worse, he couldn't help it. Harris was never marked. "I can hear them," he whispers, grinning wider and raising his most prized possession, a hand mirror. He prays to the players through it daily. "They're coming home." If I wasn't marked, I'd probably look and talk just like him. "Oh, I've heard," I mutter, and glance up from rifling through my bag. "That's why I'm here. I brought you something." Now, where did I put it? Most days, I bring Harris whatever food I can hustle out of the house without too much notice. He's often so absorbed with thoughts of the players, it doesn't occur to him to eat. Today, though, I brought him something even more important. "You'll take me to it, won't you? You'll come with me." Harris presses, eyes narrowing. "You and me, we're different. But you understand, don't you? Friends understand." "The Playhouse isn't even here yet," I remind him, and spot the shine of a thin chain gleaming at the bottom of my bag. Ah, found it. Pinching the chain, I extract the pendant and approach him. "Please, Riven!" Harris wails, stretching his hands out to me. The sleeves of his robes fall back, revealing the loose skin of his forearms, sagging off the bone like bread dough. Puffy, pink-white scars spell out Jude Stefaros. I swallow back the bile that rises in my throat. We're both victims of the players, just in different ways. "It's finally coming home!" he pleads. "Here," I say. and bend to offer the pendant dangling from my fist. This is going to help keep you safe. Wear it if you go near the playhouse, especially if you see one of them, okay? I got it from the merchant ring. It's pressed with Eleutherian gold, and should... At the word, his face twists with rage, and I barely have time to react before he lunges and grabs hold of my wrist so quickly that I cry out in surprise, the pendant clattering to the ground. "Take me to it!" he keens. "Bring me to the players!" His nails dig into my skin, and I gasp. My wrist breaks mercifully from his grip, and I stagger backward, falling on the stone. My skin crawls like spiders are skittering over my body. I think I might throw up. I hate being touched. Hate it. I always have. Catching my breath, I get to my feet again and study my palms. The pale, waxy color is already bruising a deep purple. Damn it. Bruises, sprains, everything takes longer and longer to heal these days, if not just failing to heal altogether. Like the poison has made my body forget how. Wiping my hands over my coat like I can shake off the touch, I turn to leave. I still have another stop to make before I get home, and even I know better than to hang around the district after dark. But as I gather myself, I throw one more concerned look over my shoulder at Harris, who coughs and settles his filmy gaze on me, then grins wide as he raises that hand mirror, like he knows something I don't. "It's coming home, Riven." Act 1, Scene 2. I nearly sigh in relief when I finally reach Alethea's Chronicles, a bookstore wedged between a candle maker and an antique store claiming to sell old props once used on stage by players. It's also the only shop in the district that sells the texts I'll need for my first semester at the Orchestrion Academy. "No, out with you, Riven," shouts a man with thick glasses and lightly tanned skin. He moves from behind the counter as soon as the door clicks shut behind me. "Leave, and take your curse with you." "Hi, Sebastian," I chirp, weaving between tables stacked high with tomes. "Gods help me," he mutters, running a hand through his hair. The old man was raised in the north, making him one of a small handful of marked people still living in the district. "The playhouse returning any moment for the first time in 15 years, and now the work of their hands wanders into my store, and a thief, no less." I frown. "I brought it back," I defend, pulling a leather volume from my bag and plopping it onto the counter between us. "This is a bookstore, not a library." The owner narrows his eyes at the leather cover. "Who's going to buy something touched by your hands?" "Maybe they shouldn't," I argue, tapping the cover. "This is useless." It contained next to goddamned nothing about craft, much less what to do if one finds themselves poisoned by it. I hand over my Orchestrion Academy acceptance letter. "But never you mind it. I'm here for my school materials, and I need to be quick about it." Sebastian scowls, pinching the corner of the letter like he's afraid to brush my skin. Then he adjusts his glasses and looks it over in disbelief. "They're letting you into the academy?" His eyebrows shoot up. I bristle. "Lucky for you, the semester starts next week. I'll be on a train to Orchestra and far away before you know it." He shakes his head, almost looking sad. "I happen to have friends in the healer quarter, Riven." I stiffen at this. "Rumor is you won't even live to see next month." The words nearly wipe the smirk right off my face. I've been seen by probably every healer north of the district, to no avail. No one knows how to undo what the player did to me. No one even knows what's wrong with me. I clear my throat. "Then I invite you to dance on my grave when I'm gone," I respond, flashing him a toothy grin. "Studying to be a healer, are you?" he mutters to himself, looking over my letter. "Can't say I expected that from the likes of you." I imagine that's why no healer has any idea how to help me. A mortal cannot fix what an immortal broke, a healer once said. But this hasn't deterred me from scouring every book I can get my hands on for solutions. I figured long ago, if I want answers on how to reverse whatever is happening to me, I'll need to find them myself. With another shake of his head, Sebastian disappears into the back of the store with my letter. A bell dings over the door, and I turn to spot two girls entering the store. I swallow, averting my gaze. They bustle between narrow walkways beneath wall-to-wall oak shelves, and I turn away, spotting several other patrons I hadn't noticed huddling in a corner, comparing quills. "Yes, the dead peacemaker's daughter," one of them whispers, eyes flashing up at me, then darting back to their companion. I tense, shoving away the sinking feeling in my chest. Apparently, even the imminent return of the players isn't enough to entirely drop interest in one of the victims of their work. Gritting my teeth, I focus hard on the wood paneling of the floor, pulling in slow breaths like Galen always tells me. "Cursed, I heard," someone else utters, "by that player who broke free and attacked the—" "Taller than I thought. Did you know her brother? God, she's ugly. Why do her eyes look like that?" Anger ignites like a match in my chest as I touch the tips of my fingers to the half-moon creases that ring my eyes, wondering what they do look like, and deciding it's probably best I don't know. "You pay first!" Sebastian returns with an armful of books that will probably fracture my spine to carry home. I dump the money my brother sent on the counter and pile them into my bag, turning to leave. "Do you think they'll give her a roommate?" My eyes flicker to the whispers of another group of students, who seem to be putting as much distance as possible between themselves and me without leaving the shop. But I have a sharp ear. "God's help whoever that is. I heard. Looks like a God's damned corpse." My blood heats as I track the speaker of the insult, a boy with rusty brown hair and glasses. An Eleutherian mark glitters on his collarbone. He's marked, like me, which means he can't lie. No marked can. North of the cut, we all bear identical symbols of protection, burned into our skin with the same Eleutherian golds that can kill players. A vow to truth, and a shield against the lure of the playhouse. It protects our bodies from players and their lies. But likewise, anyone with an Eleutherian mark cannot speak an untruth of their own either. He means what he said, that I look like a corpse. But it isn't the distaste flashing across his face that makes my blood roar in my ears. It's the flash of fear in his eyes when I stare back a beat too long. Like the magic that player poisoned me with makes me just as dangerous as them. As I shove the door open to leave, a familiar ice seeps over my bones, and the player's whispered promise plays across my mind. "Come with me," she said. "Come with me, or you will suffer." Leave it to me to find the only player true to their word. Act 1, Scene 3. By the time I reach the Dionysian records, my lungs feel like they're full of pine cones. Aunt Cassia will be inside the archive temple, but at the moment, I'd prefer to sulk peacefully alone. I drop onto the lowest step of the temple to rest, dragging in sharp breaths. From here, the slope spills out into the district below, washed gold by the last sliver of sun. Stretching my legs, I peer over my shoulder and up the steps at the statue of Dionysus, towering from the top of the temple. I nod at the dead god politely. He doesn't nod back. Statues rarely do. Some people still pray to the gods for rescue. I stopped doing that a long time ago. Dionysus is dead. I don't think help is coming. At best, I think, the gods are cruel for not intervening. At worst, they're cowards for abandoning us with the players. Though I've heard rumor of places far across the sea that found themselves plagued by monsters even worse than ours. And right now, I just want to yell at someone. A statue will do. If you were going to bleed out, did you have to do it in Theatron? I asked Dionysus. Surely there are nicer mountaintops to die on. Dionysus's long, chiseled arms do not move, eternally stretched out to the world. I take it as a shrug. Please don't be insulted, I tell Dionysus while studying my nails, which has started turning a funny gray color over the past few weeks. If I bled out on a mountain, I probably wouldn't have expected monsters to come out of my blood either. Dionysus does not laugh at this, unmoved as a harsh wind blows through the columns and down the steps. One of your players caused this, by the way. I gesture vaguely at my crumbling self. Not that I think Dionysus would care. It didn't start out so bad. Some nausea, headaches, a bad case of influenza, the healers thought. Then came the aches that dwelled deep in my bones. A chill that settled over my skin unchanged by layers of wool or the heat of a fire. A tiredness eternally unsatisfied by sleep. No amount of nourishment added a thread of muscle to my bones. The player's poison leached the life from my flesh. I shudder, remembering her golden blood all over my hands. I didn't truly start to panic until the aches and pains dulled, though, overtaken instead by a vengeful ice that blustered through my veins like a winter storm and made my bones seize like frozen branches. My body seems to have descended into the afterlife and left me behind. As if to prove that point, the ground suddenly sways, dips beneath me, and my stomach lurches. I clutch the steps, my nails scraping the stone. Am I dizzy? No, it's the ground. The ground is really rumbling, shaking like it's about to tear open. A strange darkness rips through the clouds overhead, spreading like ink in water. The world trembles again, and this time, shouts rise from the nearby merchant ring. My heart thuds against my ribs as my gaze darts down the hill to the district. Golden light blooms in the center like the rising sun. I wince, choking on a sweet, cloying tang in the air that tastes vaguely of perfume. Move. I should not be here. The thoughts come in fragments. Then I see it. A sinister palace rushes up from the soil as if emerging from Hades itself. Its white marble towers tear free of the earth, roots dangling, clumps of dirt cascading down tiers that must span 15 stories. Hundreds of enormous columns, glittering with bands of gold, surface next, lining the center dome like soldiers standing guard, a haze of pale dust billowing in their wake. At its top, the carved shape of a crow, its marble wings stretched in eternal flight. The playhouse. It's returned. Today. Now. I should be frightened. I know this from my upbringing. The sight is unnatural and unholy, stealing the breath from my lungs. An intense draw to the playhouse that I attribute to years of rage blankets my mind. For a strange moment, all is silent. The world seems empty, void of anyone or anything aside from me and the entity that ruined my future and stole my father's. Its glowing stained glass windows peer back at me in the distance like the golden eyes of a beast. What did you do to me? A heartbeat later, chaos fractures down below. Worshippers from South Theatron race toward the playhouse like moths to a flame, shrieking with glee. Meanwhile, those who bear marks scatter back toward the safety of the North's wall, screaming at loved ones to follow. Riven! I startle at the sound of my name. Aunt Cassia flies down the steps of the Archive Temple, waving for me to stand, but even she pauses to take in the sight, frozen until she calls, "On your feet! Now!" The urgency in her face has me scrambling to push myself up, stumbling toward the steps after her. But halfway there, I don't know what possesses me. I can't help but glance back, in time to see another burst of buttery yellow light. Warm wind breathes across my face, curling through the cool air. The playhouse doors have opened.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The voice is not human. It's thunderous, beckoning, and everywhere all at once. It shimmers across the clouds and rumbles in the ground. Somewhere, a thrilled audience of revelers shriek greetings. In their joyous cries, I make out a name: Salinas, the playhouse director. He scares me almost as much as the players, in some ways even more. My hand hovers over my coat pocket, where my father's golden knife hides.
Thank you for joining us this fine afternoon.
Salinas' voice thrums low, a rich baritone that strangely reminds me of a grandfather clock. It must project halfway across the city. I almost think I can feel it inside my own heart. My mind goes to the solographs in the district museum. Salinas is always pictured the same way: a head of thick white hair, fair skin, elegant spectacles, a fine suit, smile lines etched into a face that has not aged in hundreds of years, and always, always in his hands, a small leather-bound book, pages that emit a warm, soft glow. The script, it's called, an item long suggested to have belonged to Dionysus himself. I can't imagine anything less than a god's treasured possession could give Salinas the power to direct the players.
Wonderful people of Theatron. It is always a privilege to be amongst old friends. But none of us are here for sentiment, I understand.
He laughs softly, but it seems to echo through the sky. My legs cramp as Cassia and I fly up the steps to the temple, and I push myself to keep going.
Such wicked rumors lately.
A sigh.
But the Playhouse is most happy to negotiate a new agreement with our friends in the north as our revered treaty comes to an end. But, in exchange,
I can't catch my breath. My lungs burn.
We expect utmost cooperation as we hold our most beloved tradition here in the district, one that was so unluckily disrupted last time.
At this, Cassia freezes. My mind races. Beloved tradition.
We are proud to announce a casting call and a great Dionysia.
My heart stutters, shocked as an explosion of cheers rocks the district. A casting call. The words send a shudder through me. I don't know much about casting calls, only that they involve a mortal taking the place of a player, becoming one, through the most brutal and violent of means should they win, part of a 5-day festival known as the Great Dionysia. A massive spectacle, during which the players are released from the playhouse and allowed to roam freely. Cassia whirls, her eyes widening.
Perhaps a new player stands amongst us here today,
the director calls.
We hope to see you all later this evening for this most exciting opportunity.
A great cracking sound splits the air as the playhouse doors slam shut. If anxiety were a person, I think it would look a lot like my Aunt Cassia right now. She made us wait inside the Dionysian records for several hours before she'd so much as entertained the idea of letting me go home, claiming it would be safer once the revelers are inside the playhouse for the casting call and not causing trouble outside of it. Then again, if I devoted as much time as she does to studying Theatron's darkest corners of history, of what has happened and what could happen again, I might be anxious too. But Cassia says our best weapon against the playhouse is our knowledge of it, devoting her life to protecting what historical records the players failed to destroy. Let me take you home, she says, while the revelers busy themselves with all this casting call foolishness. My pride wants to be stubborn about accepting the arm she offers, but the ice twisting around my stiff spine wins. I loop my arm through her sleeve, just this once. As we depart the Dionysian records, my eyes stall curiously on a set of oak doors that remain forever locked. Unlike most, I know what sleeps beyond them. Empty storybooks. Thousands, robbed of their words, their contents devoured by the playhouse. Which is for the best. Stories are nothing but lies, tools of manipulation for players. "Gods damn it all," Cassia mutters under her breath, taking in the empty streets. The revelers are nowhere to be seen, and anyone north of the cut has clearly made themselves scarce. I'm pretty sure they already have, I point out. What do we do? The question feels vague and awkward under the circumstances. The papers have speculated of the players' return to the district for ages, long before their bulletin confirmed it. But a casting call? It doesn't make sense. "Absolutely nothing," Cassia replies, like the answer has been waiting on her tongue for a while. "We knew they were coming. Stay home, stay away from mirrors. Let the players have their bloodbath. It's no business of the North." Unless the players will make it our business. They've been confined to South Theatron for nearly 500 years, an agreement they were forced into, and they haven't risked coming this close to the cut in over a decade. I don't see how a building itself can move. It doesn't seem possible. It can't. But buildings are also built, Cassia replies glumly. The playhouse never was. It just appeared around the same time as the players. She shakes her head. One big illusion, if you ask me. I think for a moment. What if the players try to cross the cut? Let's not dwell on what is not yet a problem. Not yet. A half-truth. But I've played mental gymnastics with my mark for as long as I've had it. I can think an untruth to myself easily enough. On occasion, I've written out a few lies just to see if I could. But every time I open my mouth to speak a bare-faced lie, the words never seem to find my tongue. And right now, there is something Cassia is trying to avoid admitting. While I do not approve of you traveling into the district alone, Cassia begins, running a hand over her slicked-back hair. New threads of white peek out of the auburn. I have something to show you. She peers down the quiet side street we turn onto, her eyes narrowed at the dimming light. Then she extracts what looks like a faded solograph from her pocket. The player, depicted in the image, has a sharp grin and silver blonde hair that tumbles down her back, searing eyes that look like they might burn through the paper. My shoulders slump. I've probably studied the players almost as obsessively as Cassia has, and don't recognize this one. Much of my childhood was spent immersed in their histories, a means of distraction when kids my own age stopped including me in their games. In a strange way, the players' faces are as familiar as those of old friends. Loneliness does strange things to your brain. This is player Iris, one of the cast members executed in Serene, Cassia explains. It's been suggested that some of the cast could have escaped the destruction if she is the one who poisoned you. It's possible that that's not her. I shake my head, picturing the guilty player's face. I know what I saw. The only thing more infuriating than being cursed by a player is being cursed by a player who doesn't exist. I should know. I've studied every gold-encrusted inch of the Playhouse's history, searching for answers in its chronicle of lies. I have learned the faces of all its remaining cast members. There are 5 players left. The player I saw as a child, whoever she was, is not among them. There's no record of her. Then again, there's no record of someone being poisoned as I have either. Only cases of minds tormented with never-ending songs, or claims of madness evoked by playhouse performances. My curse, though, this strange, slow decay that rots me from the inside out, it's an anomaly. One that player is surely responsible for. Come with me, or you will suffer. Cassia frowns, slides the picture back in her pocket. I'll keep looking, Riv. I drag a hand through my hair and laugh bitterly when a few brunette strands fall right out, floating to the ground. That started happening about a week ago. Yeah, I say. Me too. Act 1, Scene 4. "Is that you, Riven?" calls my mother's voice, a hint of apprehension in her tone, like she hopes it's anyone but me. I sniff the air as I kick my boots off in the hall, suspicious of the sense of fried cabbage and braised rabbit. My mother does not cook dinner, or anything for that matter. My eyes fall on the stack of 3 envelopes that must have arrived while I was gone, but one stands out from the others. The envelope is too rich, too expensive. My name is scrawled over the back, the seal of the Orchestrion Academy stamped in navy blue over the front. Before I can break it, my mother's laugh burbles from down the hall, sending a chill along my spine. She has both emerged from her room and is laughing. A second, lower voice answers my mother's, and my eyes widen. Stuffing the letter into my pocket, I hurry down the hall, a smile stretching across my face. "Galen?" "Riv!" my brother calls back. Galen has our Aunt Cassia's wolfish grin and our mother's chestnut hair. He makes no move to greet me, aware I enjoy hugs about as much as I enjoy having my nail beds ripped out. "2 coats today," he comments, one eyebrow raised at my attire. "Isn't that one mine?" "It was," I say with a grin. He left his old jacket after his last visit. It's far too big, but thicker than my own. The gold scar below his left eye stretches when he smiles. While my injuries from encountering a player sank deep beneath my skin, Galen escaped with a 2-inch scar that turned him into the stuff of legends at school, proof that he fought a player and won. "What are you doing here?" "Imposing on Mom for dinner at the moment," he answers. Ah, that explains the cooking. Our mother rolls her eyes in his direction as she sets a plate on the counter, though even her feigned annoyance at Galen looks more like admiration. She's doted on my brother since I can remember. This doesn't bother me. I like being doted on about as much as I like being touched. Still, I've never gotten used to the peculiar way our mother's eyes go anywhere except me. Like I'm a ghost she can't see. Occasionally, growing up, I'd catch her staring, lips pale. Then she'd just shake her head. "You look so much like your father is all," she'd say before going back to pretending I don't exist. Galen always watched these interactions with his lips pressed together. "Don't mind her," he'd tell me. "She just misses him." I think all of Theatron misses him. An emissary of the council, my father was the North's hope, our best shot at peace. That peace shattered the moment a player threw his body from the playhouse and left his blood to dry on the marble steps. The playhouse fled from the violent uproar that followed, and it hasn't returned to the district of Dionysus or ventured near the cut since. Until now. And I'm guessing it's not interested in peace. "Have something to eat, why don't you?" Galen slides his plate toward me, probably to draw attention away from the fact that our mother only prepared dinner for one of us. "If you're going to be taller than me, you might as well eat like I do," he teases, though I only have my brother's height beat by an inch as of this year. While Galen's built like one of the massive statues in the district, I'm all overly long limbs and, well, that's about all I know. I push the plate back toward him, my stomach uneasy thanks to the palace of monsters that arrived this afternoon. "You're home early," I prompt. "Business in the district. Seems like I got here just in time." His expression tightens. "The Playhouse requested an audience with the council as soon as it arrived." Galen only graduated a year ago and was immediately granted a position on our Mortal Council's Board of Advisors. It's no secret that everyone expects him to fill our father's role, to somehow mediate a new treaty to keep the Playhouse from the North, now that the old one is finally coming to an end. Like clockwork, Our mother excuses herself and vanishes upstairs. She always does when the playhouse enters a conversation. Or when I enter a room. My brother watches her go, the worry plain on his face. I stare at him, stunned. You mean you saw them? I whisper. The players?
From afar. One of them.
He keeps his voice steady, but I know Galen too well. I sense the quiver of fear beneath his tone.
The council met with the director and lead player after they arrived. Said they wished to negotiate the terms of their casting call.
Did you? I ask, leaning in. Negotiate?
What was there to discuss?
Galen laughs, but the sound is dry of any humor.
He's as violent as they say, you know. Player Jude. Snapped a guard's neck for stepping too close to Salinas. Announced he'd do the same to anyone who dares disrupt the casting call tonight. Said any talks of peace would wait until after it concluded.
Gods, I say under my breath. For creatures with such great egos, it must be deeply humbling for the players to be governed by the mortals they once ruled over, to need us. Players require worship, attention. They rely on it to survive the way we mortals require food. Otherwise, they might as well wipe us all out. But if they're denied an audience altogether, gods know what they'll do. Players are dangerous when they're angry, but they're goddamned lethal when they're bored.
You know, everyone keeps looking at me like I'm Dad.
Galen shakes his head at the absurdity of it.
Like I should know how to bargain with these monsters like he did.
He shakes his head again, leaving the rest unsaid. Desperate to change the subject, I unfold the mysterious letter from my pocket and show it to Galen. Any idea what this is? I break the seal, but stall at the startled look he gives me.
Riv,
Galen begins slowly.
That's partly why I came home. To talk to you.
He looks like he's about to tear the letter from my fingers.
I hoped to beat the notice here, but...
My gaze drops down and I scan the first line. Riven Hesper, we regret to inform you that upon further inquiry... What is this? My voice comes out sharper than I meant. Dread freezes like a block of ice in my chest as I blink, willing the words to change, to vanish. They've revoked... I swallow, my tongue dry. They revoked my acceptance? But why? The semester starts so soon. I already bought my passage to orchestra. I exhale. I know why. I can read it all over Galen's face.
The university board...
Galen trails off. Like he isn't friends with the whole goddamned board. He was the Orchestrion Academy's golden boy for 4 years, and before him, our father.
Questions were raised about how safe your attendance would be.
Safe for me, I ask through my teeth. Or safe for the other students. I mean the words, but I don't mean them to come out of my mouth with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. Which is it? Cursed by a player. The words have followed me since I was a child. Like the player's magic, craft, that poisoned me, is going to spontaneously spread to anyone who gets too close. The same questions were raised in grade school until I was eventually placed on a bench on the far side of the classroom. Sometimes I felt like one of the player statues in the district, watched from afar and rarely addressed directly. It gave me ample time to debate which is worse, to be abandoned by society or to be famously hated by it. The former, I've decided.
Both,
he admits. My heart cracks, exposing the simmering coal at its center. Who? My voice is deadly calm. Galen stills.
What do you mean?
You said questions were raised, I force out. That's half the truth. My eyes flicker down to the Eleutherian mark at the base of his throat. I bet if Galen could lie to me, he would right now. Who raised them? He presses his lips into a thin line, the truth on his tongue.
I did. Riven.
I stare back frostily, daring him to go on.
And I was right, too. The last time I saw you, you looked—
What? I interrupt. Go on, say it. He averts his eyes. For a moment, I wonder if he's frightened of me, like the neighbor's children who throw pebbles at my window. But when he meets my gaze again, his voice softens.
Riven, please. I know this was important to you, but you're worse off now than the time before, and the time before that. And now—
I stare down at my hands, trying to see what he sees. Long, bony fingers, gray nails, dark veins pucker from my wrists. About a month ago, my skin started fading to a pale, stone-like hue, not dissimilar to the underbelly of a fish. No, I say in blunt response. That player doesn't get to take this too. The Orchestrion Academy is a door to a life different from this one, with a new home, and access to the greatest library in Theatron, with probably my best chance at finding answers to what's happened to me. Answers to why it hasn't happened to anyone else. Maybe even a chance to be recognized on my own merit, not Galen's sister. Not the dead peacemaker's daughter.
We need to be honest about what's happening.
Galen's tone is steady, firm, infuriating.
Whatever ailment this is—
Poison. You were there. You can call it what it is.
Clearly, it's serious,
he concludes.
You'd be too far from home, not to mention exerting yourself. You may only worsen faster.
He takes a breath.
I'm just not sure it's a good idea anymore, Riv.
Anymore. The word echoes in my head like a seal on my fate. Anymore sounds final. Anymore sounds like the player from 10 years ago has won. I shove the thought down as soon as it surfaces. If I make one decision for myself, it will be that a player doesn't get to finish me off. I am not helpless, I bite out. But the words taste sour. Yet, my mind adds. I'll take care of myself.
Riven, you are not capable of taking care of yourself.
Galen immediately winces, like he wishes he could pluck the words out of the air and put them back in his mouth. Blood rushes to my head, eyes falling to my brother's mark once more. He believes that. The possibility that he's right only enrages me further. He pulls in a breath, then utters,
"Stay here. I spoke with Mom."
I huff a laugh. Our mother has been counting down the days to my departure as eagerly as I have.
Please, at least until you get better.
Until. As if I'm not dying a little faster each day, like a goddamned corpse. The insult rings in my ears. This isn't fair, Galen, I seethe.
The world isn't fair,
he answers.
No one chooses the hand they're dealt. Leave fate to the gods and their whims. It bows to no man.
I cringe at the reference to a phrase we all learned in school. Fate guides the feet of the willing and drags the heels of the defiant. I don't believe in fate, I say. Certainly not a fate written by gods who abandoned us. Was I fated to be poisoned by a player? I ask, daring him to agree. Was Dad fated to be ripped apart by one? His face hardens, both of us equally shocked at my words. We don't bring up our father's death.
It doesn't matter. This conversation is over,
Galen says, standing. No! My raspy voice shoots out of my throat like an arrow, startling both of us. It ricochets off the walls. There's an abrupt creak upstairs, like my mother has shot to her feet. Too much, I scold myself. My fingernails bite into either side of my chair. Galen's silver gaze hones in on me. What? I snap, failing to reel my voice in again.
That temper, Riv,
he says softly, shaking his head.
If you don't get control of it, that anger will be the death of you.
When I say nothing, Galen moves for the hall, but pauses at the door.
I'm sorry, Riven. I really am. And I mean it.
I don't meet his eyes. Galen pushes the door open.
If we figure out how to reverse whatever this is, I'll take you to orchestra and enroll you myself.
With that, he's gone. I give him a full 3-minute head start before I tug on my boots and follow him. Act 1, Scene 5. I have never been in the district alone at night. It feels different, vulnerable, like I'm running through the street naked, shaking the frost from my bones. I'm deep in the district before realizing I can hear the echo of my own feet pounding against the stone. On either side of me, I notice dark windows and boarded-up storefronts, illuminated by blinking limelights that hang over the street. In all my visits across the cut, the district has bustled with activity, the market bursting at the seams with busy shoppers and peddlers selling their wares. Tonight, it's deserted. No one is here to stare or call me cursed. No one to skitter away like I'm a rabid rodent. It's goddamn liberating. It occurs to me I don't actually know where Galen went, but whatever speech I had for him is long forgotten as I march up to one of the abandoned booths. Those, please? Yes, the ones on the shelf there, I mouth, imagining myself buying a sack of potatoes, a loaf of bread, all by myself, like a normal, uncursed person. How much? Oh, sure. I'd nod and then reach into my pocket for... Something skitters in the dark behind me. I whirl around. A rat? Must be. Nothing. My stomach twisting, I step over discarded bits of paper and wood. The words, "No more players," and "Our world is not your stage," are inked across several, ghosts of protests from earlier today. Anyone from North Theatron has clearly surrendered their objections to the casting call to hide safely behind the cut and out of the district tonight. Like I should, too. This is silly. Being out here alone, dangerous. But gods, it feels good. A swell in the air swarms my mind, dampens my focus. I scrunch up my brow, struggling to put a label to the noise. It thrums deep in the ground, crawls up my legs, and digs its hooks into my chest. My feet stagger forward to the bizarre sound, long, drawn-out rhythms that weave together like... music? A prickle spears up my spine. I've read about music. It heralds the presence of players. Music is what players used to summon the dancing plague, an inexplicable phenomenon that made thousands of people dance in the streets like puppets. They danced, and they danced. Then they promptly stopped dancing, not because they were tired, but because they were dead. The Playhouse, I think, enraged. That's what's responsible for this. For me. All of it. My feet move faster toward the sound, anger fueling my resolve. The growing ache in my feet only eggs me on until I'm at the end of the block and turning the corner into the very heart of the district. The Playhouse is a sight to behold up close, a behemoth of gold and marble bursting with light. Shadows in the shapes of expensive gowns and delicate wreaths flutter just behind paned glass. Chatter and laughter claw at my ears. The casting call, I think with a chill. Thousands of revelers will have crowded into the Playhouse tonight, risking life and limb in hopes of becoming the next player, gambling their lives for power, fame, beauty, and immortality. I stare down at the cold, translucent skin clinging to my hands. For a moment, it doesn't sound entirely outrageous. But there it is again, that strange rhythm. Music. It spills through the cracks of the Playhouse doors, down steps that shine like wedges of starlight. But there's something else, too. Woven deep into the melody of plucked strings and the steady hit of a drum, I hear a voice, full as the moon and sparkling just as bright. The voice reaches around my wrists and tugs me gently forward. This is music? The descriptions I've read have been vile, like a sinister snake that slips through your ears and eats away at your mind. This, though, it doesn't match the taunting cries of the underworld I imagined. It sounds like the clinking of stars, the flicker of a warm candle, the whisper of a loved one. I like it. I startle at my own thought, unsure where it came from. No, I don't. The massive playhouse gates gape open at me like a smile. The voice, otherworldly and enchanting, beckons me forward, bringing me to the threshold. Stop here, I tell my feet. A soft breeze brushes my cheek. The pearly playhouse steps gleam like an open pool of moonlight. What did you do to me? I ask the playhouse out loud. It doesn't answer, the voice gone. That's not good enough. I ball my fists. My life would be different if it weren't for you, I add, louder. I would be a normal person, with friends. I would probably talk to fewer buildings. I'm being far too loud. People would call me by my name, and they wouldn't treat me like I'm a rabid animal, and my own mother wouldn't be frightened of me. So tell me. I'm shouting now, waving my hands. Tell me what you did. Tell me.
What have we here?
The voice startles me so badly I jump and, too late, clutch Galen's coat at the collar to cover my mark. A figure, cloaked in black, emerges from the darkness. A blessing. Of all the things my shouting outside of the playhouse could have summoned, I'll take a stranger in the dark over a player any day. My boldness forgotten, I scurry back like a mouse. Who are you? He steps in the light, his face hidden behind a comedy mask, popular among playhouse fanatics. A horrific smile is carved into the bronze. My heart starts to hammer.
Did I see a stain there on your neck?
I don't know the voice, but I know he's much bigger than me. My hand creeps to my inner coat pocket, where my father's Eleutherian dagger stays tucked away, just as a second figure appears behind the first. This one behind a tragedy mask. I take in the overstated frown, my breaths coming quicker.
What is a marked doing outside the playhouse tonight?
Tragedy mask asks. I draw inward and keep my mouth shut. Who are they? Overzealous fans from the South, taking it upon themselves to patrol the casting call? Well, go on, then. A third voice chimes in, feminine this time. I spin around, finding another comedy mask, silver and scraped at the edges. That exaggerated smile sends a chill up my spine. Tell us. My eyes fall to the blade in her hand. Fuck. I've read about this. Revelers who target and slash through Eleutherian marks to honor the players. A story broke months back about playhouse fanatics sacrificing some marked soul on a Dionysian altar. What was I thinking? Venturing out here at night on my own? Did you not hear me, girl? She repeats. My mouth opens, closes. I'm lost, I think frantically. But the words won't form on my tongue. I can't lie. I'm... My eyes flicker up to the playhouse. This isn't how I'm supposed to die. I recoil from the thought, unsure why my mind jumped to it so quickly.
What? Here to audition?
The first comedy mask roars with laughter.
Well, girl, has no one told you? A marked can't audition.
He's right. Eleutherian marks are an insult to players and their egos. The man takes a step forward, but I can't back up anymore, not with the woman behind me.
Nasty consequences for that, actually.
With no option left, I bolt, throwing myself forward. But my sly attempt to dive between them and into the nearest alley is intercepted when one grips my arm, nearly ripping the bone from its socket. The pressure feels like a door slammed on my shoulder, crushing it. I yelp and thrash like a wet cat as they drag my body forward through the playhouse gates.
Come, we can do a little play,
one of them jeers.
You can be the lead.
They're taking me to the players. My knife. My knife is in my pocket. If I could just reach... I flail, curling down and clamping my teeth over one of their hands as hard as I can. A violent force collides with my side, the air punching out of my lungs as one of them shrieks, "The little animal bit me!" and drops me like a sack of potatoes. Something is wrong, I realize, unable to breathe. I don't even know who's hit me. All I know is my lungs feel like they're full of shattered glass. My ribs. They crushed my goddamned ribs. Then I hear it again. That voice, a song that flutters in the wind like a bird, slows the commotion to a standstill. To my shock, my attackers stop advancing on me, dropping their hands to their sides. I stare up in confusion as their bodies freeze. The voice sings on, spellbinding and overwhelming. My eyes dart around, searching for its owner, as I crawl away at the speedy pace of a sick turtle. The stone feels like sleet beneath my fingers. When I peer up, I see 3 flashes of silver emerge. Blades. They're going to kill me. I claw frantically at the ground, dragging myself across the stone. My lungs feel like they're caving into my chest as I scream for help, but no sound makes it out of my throat. Strangely, the sting of their blades never comes. In fact, when I dare a look, they're all staring blankly at one another instead. Then, like a dance, all 3 lift their faces high to the sky in perfect unison. The voice sings on. Trance-like, my attackers raise their blades, each to their own throat. It happens so quickly, I don't even know to scream. Not until they all drop to the ground with scarlet smiles carved into their necks. Dark pools of blood creep across the stone toward me, illuminated by golden light, which is spilling through the playhouse doors. Doors that are now open. Between them, a long, dark figure. His shadow stretches over the landing as he steps through the entrance.
Ah, a latecomer. Welcome.
Not much is known about the players, only that the first ones came from a well on top of Mount Eleutherae, a peak that overlooks North Theatron like a beacon. But even less is known about the man who pulled them out of it. Salinas Darstellar, director of the Playhouse. He's not the sort of man you'd expect from the likes of the Playhouse. He doesn't have the golden eyes or the monstrously exaggerated features of a player. His eyes are a soft blue, hidden behind a pair of silver spectacles. In fact, he looks altogether normal, wearing a suit as black as his hair is white and a smile that glimmers with pride. He's smiling. Doesn't he see the blood? My breaths come in pitiful wheezes, each one an icicle piercing my lungs.
For your sake,
Salinas says on his way down the stairs, far too spry for an old man.
I hope this late entrance is no indication of your onstage timing.
Gods, he thinks I'm here to audition. The ridiculous notion of making a run for it flies across my mind as the director approaches, stepping cleanly over the dead bodies like they aren't there. I slam my palms to the stone, wincing as I push onto my knees, holding my side and bending low at my waist. I think I'll break in half if I straighten any more.
Please, please, none of that,
Salinas says a little too kindly.
My players don't mind such displays of admiration, but it isn't necessary for an old director.
The assumption sends my hands into tight fists. I consider the odds of strangling an immortal director and winning. He thinks I'm bowing to him.
That anger will be the death of you,
Galen's voice reminds me. The gates may be only a few feet behind me, but I'm on Playhouse grounds now. I'll die right here if I'm discovered. I clear my throat and slowly, agonizingly, force my spine straight. Riven. Hello. I don't mean for the word to come out like a gasp. The director tilts his head, curious. For a horrifying moment, I wonder if he recognizes me, sees my father's face in mine like so many do. I've read that players rarely recognize the faces of mortals, too tied up in their own vanity. I wonder, hope, whether the same applies to their director. Whatever he is, human or deity, or perhaps some unholy mix of the two. Salinas.
Apologies for the inconvenience.
His eyes dropped to the bodies behind us.
Nuisance, the lot of them. They tried the same thing inside only an hour ago. Slaughtered 4 auditionees before Titus threw them out. Nasty business, the whole thing.
My eyes widen at the casual reference to player Titus. Could he have been the voice I heard? Salinas is not a player, so I doubt it could have been his, though whatever power he wields must be unfathomable. A power that may very well rest in the book he casually pulls from his suit pocket. My breath freezes in my chest at the sight. The script. The director makes an amused sound in the back of his throat as he consults the book, while I gawk at its gold-rimmed edges, at the ethereal glow that flickers from its pages like a sunrise. A mortal cannot fix what an immortal broke. The healer's words ring in my ears. As the director plucks a pen from his suit pocket, a notion of immeasurable foolishness hits me. If that book has the power to control the players, surely it can undo the curse of one. Salinas.
Well, you might as well come in.
He looks up, his smile a little too generous.
The show's just about to start, you know.
No, I think, panicked. I can't go in. He doesn't know I'm marked. What happened to my attackers would be merciful by comparison to what they'll do to me inside. Riven, I can't, I want to say. Get out of this. Get out of... I'm hurt! I wheeze a breath. Send me home. I'm, in no condition to... Salinas.
Pity!
He doesn't sound all that pitying.
Well, I'll leave you to it, then. Should you change your mind, I'm sure one of my players can stitch you up inside.
And I'm sure I'd rather dive headfirst into my own grave, I think. With that, Salinas glides back into the playhouse, vanishing through the doors, though they don't close behind him. They stay wide open, waiting. Gathering my common sense, I turn to leave, but my first step draws several curses from my lips. My feet wobble beneath me, unsteady. It occurs to me I'm more than a little hurt. I grip the golden gates to steady myself, and they burn beneath my palms. I won't make it home like this. I won't make it 2 blocks. The only thing that stings worse than my ribs is my pride. One of my players can stitch you up. I look back to the doors, open and overflowing with golden light. Hesitation holds me in place. I need more than just my ribs stitched up. My breaths come quicker, my eyes fixed on the playhouse. A mortal cannot fix what an immortal broke.
Don't, Riven.
Galen's voice whispers in my head. But for a moment, all I see is the Orchestrion Academy. All I feel is freedom that I'll never taste if I can't find a way to reverse this poisoning. I stare at the playhouse, streaming with sunshine in the dead of night. In my mind, I picture that script. My fingers release the gate. If I do this, I'll need to be quick, stealthy. The first stare twinges. The second one outright hurts. The third makes my lungs feel like they might explode. Fuck it, I say out loud. This poison is going to kill me anyway. Galen knows it. Cassia knows it. I know it. We just don't say it. And I will not die without having tried everything. For the first time in a long time, I utter a prayer to any of the gods who are still listening. My heart pounds relentlessly, but as I reach the top step, I almost think my feet start to feel lighter, like my bones know a remedy awaits somewhere inside this godforsaken house of lies. The soles of my feet land in rhythm with the music as I force myself across the marble landing, right up to the playhouse doors. My mark pulses, hidden beneath my jacket, feverish now, like my heart is in my throat. The Eleutherian gold in my blood knows better. I know better. I'm not sure if it's in my head, but I hear it again. That voice, carried by the wind, calming and strangely reassuring. Sorry, Galen, I whisper. I hold my breath and step into the playhouse. Act 1, Scene 6. What lies beyond the playhouse doors is a palace fit for the gods. The moment I step through them and into a luxurious antechamber, I feel watched, like a curtain has been swept aside, an audience waiting just within. Maybe because of the faces, a vast arch of them, soaked in gold and leering at me in agonized frowns and delirious grins that twist around the frame, comedy and tragedy. The decorations meld into each other, like actors trapped in the walls, seeking a way out. They seem to stare at the clock that looms on the opposite wall over the door, an enormous, cracked structure of marble, veins of gold painted over the damage. The floor is just the same, sprawling and gilded to disguise the fractures, like the playhouse itself has selected a costume for the evening, doing its best to conceal all the horrors that have played across its floors. But when I peer up, I gasp. It takes several blinks before my eyes start to adjust to the shocks of color sprawled across the ceiling, of brilliant blue and deep scarlet, of pops of emerald and touches of vibrant purple. It's so overwhelming that my eyes sting, and I duck my chin before making out what the painting depicts. I've never seen so much color, true, undiluted hues of it in my life. My heart thuds in my chest as I go for the golden curtain ahead, hanging beneath the arch of faces and leading out of this antechamber. My fingers brush the heavy velvet, and it parts like water at my touch, and casts me into another world. A ballroom awaits on the other side, stretching endlessly into a haze of flickering candlelight and flowery perfumes. In step with the swell of music, mortals float by, their faces blurring together in a dreamlike way that eerily reminds me of the arch. They're everywhere. Mortals from south of the cut here to audition, draped in expensive gowns of chiffon and tunics of delicate silk they probably spent their last bit of coin on. All of it the same drained, drab gray cast over all of Theatron. They glide by like silvery ghosts with shimmering eyelids, heels scraping the marble. Their painted lips are a far cry from the shades of red boasted by the curtained-off arches in the corners. The director is nowhere to be seen, and, to my relief, neither are any of his 5 players. Just revelers, desperate to catch their attention with varying degrees of absurd dancing, like their very lives depend on each exaggerated word and movement. Script, I chant in my head. Somewhere between the doors and here, a plan took shape in my head, a really, really ill-advised one. Find the script. My eyes lock on a luxurious set of stairs on the other side that leads up to a dais. Before I can think better of it, I edge into the crowd, dodging between heels and elbows. Surely the director will be auditioning everyone separately, maybe in a private room. If I find a place to hide, I can catch him off guard. Someone brushes my sleeve and I yelp. There are too many people. Too close. Suddenly, I am on the other side, breaking free and scurrying up the steps to the dais before diving through the shimmering curtain just beyond it. I land on my knees on the other side and groan at the discomfort. The ache in my ribs seems to pulse louder than the music now. I clasp my side and count my breaths, taking in the empty corridor and shaking off the repulsive touch of strangers. Right or left? Doubt shrouds my shoulders, unsure. I toe the rich carpet like a scared cat, my path lined by elaborate paintings of players, alive and dead. For a short moment, I let myself study the scenes depicted in them, fascinated by the colors. They must be from plays. I spot one of a wedding ceremony, another of a family at dinner, a third of a grotesque execution by hanging. The player who holds the rope has her head thrown back in laughter. It's hard not to stare. We don't have records of any of the Playhouse's stories. We don't have stories in all of Theatron. They're dangerous, vanished, just like music. Stories are just one long lie, strung with deception. A voice splits the silence, radiating with power and shaking the edges of the gilded frames. It does not sound human. Titus.
Gods, they're annoying.
Horror grips me, my eyes sweeping around the corridor for a hiding place until I spot a large statue of a player. That'll do. I scamper across the hall, skirt behind the statue just in time to see a golden-eyed being round the corner. My education instantly sets a name to the player's face. Titus. He's all brawn, with massive shoulders and warm brown skin. A few strands of black hair fall loose across his proud expression as he saunters down the hall, the rest of it tied back at his neck with twists of silver. When he smiles, he shows all his teeth. The image of a wolf nudges my mind. Mattia.
You've barely spoken to a single auditionee yet, Titus.
A second player, her voice sonorous, smooth, and whispery like the hiss of a snake. She moves like one, too, carried by the sway of her hips and gliding like she's skating over water. I take in her sharp gaze, steady shoulders, and dark brown skin that glows like a harvest moon. Elegant braids are styled over her head to reveal emerald earrings that dangle from her earlobes like tiny chandeliers. Player Mattia, the oldest player on record. My heart hammers at the sheer size of them, towering at least a foot over me, with long, toned limbs and brilliant gold eyes. They file before the curtain I just came through, lingering at the entrance like beasts about to be released from their cage. Gods, what am I thinking? This is their cage. I've just stepped into it. My eyes sting from the soft halo that shivers around their skin, like they're stars that have come loose from the night sky and fallen right into the playhouse. Arius.
They may surprise you yet, Titus. Casting calls bring in all kinds.
My gaze shifts to a third player rounding the corner. He's lithe and willowy by comparison to Titus's brawn, and most certainly the tallest of the bunch, with fair skin and deceptively soft eyes. Arius works on tying back the golden blonde hair that flows nearly to his waist, while Titus's tone crackles with the spit of fire, and Mattia's thrums low like the rattle of the earth. Arius's voice carries like a mild wind. He seems too gentle, too harmless, like a dove. But I know a dove cannot do what player Arius has done. A dove did not make an entire city laugh until their vocal cords tore and split. Player Arius specializes in the comedic arts. He might actually be more violent than the other two. I hold my breath, easing closer to the statue and peeking between the space of its marble waist and elbow. The wolf hollers a laugh that makes me jump. Titus.
Why bother learning their names? Odds are whoever makes it through will be blood on the stage before this is over.
I draw inward at the words, frightened on behalf of the fools who are actually auditioning for this. It's taking all of the self-control I have not to make a panicked dash for the hall. Arius.
You're terrible. May Hades give you no rest.
Titus.
If he's half so handsome as they say, may I give Hades no rest.
Arius.
Fine. Then a long life in hell, I pray you.
Mattia.
Don't bother. The gods do not listen to the eternally damned prayers of actors.
I hold in a scoff. I'm pretty sure the gods have stopped answering prayers altogether. Silenus.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The director's voice booms behind the curtain, resonant and overpowering the surplus of chatter. The crowd quiets into a restless standstill.
Welcome to the Playhouse. I hope you've all had a chance to get acquainted.
There he is. My eyes lock on the curtain, imagining the director and that script on the other side of it. Nervous laughter burbles from the crowd in response. While I can't see them, I imagine a sea of nervous expressions, each desperate to impress a player or to catch the eye of their elusive director.
So many lovely faces in our casting call tonight.
Salinas' speech continues, slightly muffled behind the curtain.
But I warn you, I do not choose my players on beauty alone. It is rarely the most beautiful, the most talented, the loudest. Though, of course, our casting calls bring all of these and more.
Dizziness fizzles in my head. I squirm impatiently, willing the director to call his players out, away from here. Then, when he retreats through this corridor alone, I'll grab my knife and...
But rather, it is whoever draws the eye.
Salinas explains.
Take it not personally, my friends. Actors are born, not made.
I wrinkle my nose at that. It feels impossible to believe these creatures were ever born. Mere mortals who won the casting call by killing the players who came before them. They don't look like they were ever human. Perish. There you are! I perk up at the new voice, a girl's. It sounds young, accompanied by the soft chime of bells. Down the hall, she emerges. Player Perish is smaller than the other three, with hair like raven feathers, deliberately messy and shorn in sharp chocolate-brown layers around her neck. There's a youthful bounce to her step that sends all of her many anklets and bracelets jingling. Parish's statue in the district unsettles me the most, always laden with an array of odd objects, ranging from marriage bands to loved ones' ashes, thanks to rumors that she hoards rare items. A mouse, I dub her, a greedy one. Perish. Say, where is Jude? The wolf, Titus, shrugs at her question.
Combing that pretty hair of his, probably.
Salinas.
5 of you will remain with us after tonight to compete for a role in my cast, so we must be selective. But enough of this. Allow me to introduce you to our honored stars of this evening.
The audience hollers a response, and relief washes over me. Once the last player is out, I'll wait by the curtain. My hand dips into my coat, curls around my Eleutherian blade. I can do this. Surely I can take an old man in a fight. Salinas.
Please welcome our comedians, players Arius and Perish.
My ears ring as thunderous applause echoes, the dove and the mouse stepping through the curtain. I count 2 remaining players awaiting their entrance. Their lead player is missing. There should be 5 altogether. Never mind it. Maybe their lead player is on the platform already. Once these 2 are gone, I'll wait by the curtain. Salinas has to come back this way at some point. Salinas.
A warm welcome for our tragedians, players Titus and Mattia.
The last 2, the wolf and snake, step through the curtain, met by another round of earth-shattering applause that shakes the walls. As soon as Mattia is out of sight, I bolt up to the curtain, hovering there, waiting. My heart has begun to pound in my ears, fear seizing the breath in my chest. Come on out, Salinas. Salinas.
And a round of applause for our lead player and mimic, Jude.
A question mark forms in my mind as the audience applauds, my gaze darting around the empty corridor. I let out a shaky breath. No lead player in sight. He must be on his way through a different entrance. Curiosity brings me closer to the curtain. I've seen so many posters that I can't help but wonder what the infamous lead player looks like in the flesh. My fingers make the tiniest slit in the fabric to peek through. I glimpse an applauding audience and confused, expectant faces. Where is he?
Why are we hiding?
Whispers a voice behind me. I yelp and, before I can think better of it, jab my elbow backward as hard as I can, then wince when it meets something solid. Whoever I've hit does little more than grunt and mutter.
We'll work on the greeting.
Cursing and holding my elbow, which is radiating sharp darts of pain down my hand, I look over my shoulder and find myself face to face with a pair of violent, golden eyes. Act 1, Scene 7. Compliments. 3 compliments. Pay a player 3 compliments and they'll leave you alone. The rule comes back to me with ease. It was drilled into my head around the same time I learned how to read. That said, it doesn't matter, because I have nothing nice to say. Even if he is, admittedly, the most staggeringly beautiful person I have ever seen. Jude Stefaros, lead player of the Playhouse. I grip onto my common sense before I can reach for my knife and start a fight that I most definitely will not win. Their director is one thing, but Jude, like the others, stands at least a foot taller than me. And I've been regarded as comically tall my entire life. My second thought is that if I were to take him in a fight, I'd pierce one of his eyes first, which are glowing and golden and lined with kohl, and watching me like I'm live entertainment. Probably because I've been staring in stunned silence for about 30 seconds now. Jude.
So, you are hiding, then?
My gaze flutters longingly to the hall, where a smarter woman would have escaped moments ago. Growing up, I always fantasized about this moment, fearlessly facing a player, confronting whichever cast member cursed me, reaching for my knife and plunging it through the player's dark heart. But I don't feel fearless, and my hands are not reaching for my knife. I feel small. Salinas.
Always intent on making an entrance of his own, isn't he?
The director's voice booms on the other side of the curtain as the audience hushes to an amused titter.
Now, if you please, a warm welcome for our lead player, Jude.
He tries again.
Well, don't look so scared over it.
Jude pouts at me.
It could be worse. I, for instance, am terribly late.
The crowd screams the player's name, as if this will magically summon him. He makes no move for the curtain. Jude.
You know, I looked just like you at my audition. Nervous and all. Better dressed, though.
His golden eyes look me over as I pray to the floor to open up and swallow me whole.
But anyway, it isn't so bad. Do you know what the trick is?
I have a feeling he's going to tell me whether I respond or not. He hasn't seemed to notice I'm inching backward, or that my right hand has crept into my coat toward my blade. Jude.
Take 3 deep breaths like this. Gods, you're standing like I've got a knife to your throat. Try sitting down. Here.
Before I can say anything, Jude sits himself down and politely pats the ground next to him like I'm a lost puppy. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside have taken to chanting his name. This is their vicious lead player? I imagined sharper teeth, maybe an evil cackle. Jude blinks up at me.
Well, I'm not going out there if you don't sit first.
It occurs to me that if he doesn't go out there, someone is liable to come get him. I quickly sit down across from Jude, crossing my legs the way his are and keenly avoiding his eyes, staring instead at the dark copper of his hair, which flickers like candlelight at the ends. Jude looks like he does in his playbill solograph, with smooth olive skin and tousled hair that probably took an absurd amount of styling to look intentionally messy. One dark eyebrow is arched just slightly higher than the other in amusement. He wears far too much jewelry for one person. Jude.
Good. I'm Jude, by the way.
As if I don't know exactly who he is. I mouth nasty insults at his statue each time I pass it in the district. I glance nervously toward the closed curtain as the crowd cheers louder.
Oh, that? Never mind it. All right. Like this.
He rests his forearms on his knees, inner wrists to the ceiling. I tightly cross my arms over my ribcage instead, but wince at the discomfort. Jude closes his eyes.
Breathe in and picture what you're frightened of.
I breathe in and picture him. After holding his breath, he adds,
Now breathe out and picture what you want.
I breathe out and picture that damned script, and maybe a gag to shut him up. This is not helping. He peeks an eye open. Jude.
See? No need to be nervous. Between you and me, this crowd is nothing but a pack of weeds with only a handful of flowers to pluck.
He pauses, stares me up and down.
Maybe a few thorns, too.
Riven. I'm not auditioning. The words fall out of my mouth before I realize my mistake. I shouldn't say anything to him. I can't lie. Jude.
Oh?
He tilts his head, curious. For the first time, he seems to take in the rips in my jacket, where my attackers tore it, the holes in my boots.
I see. Have you come to rob us? You don't look like you've had a full meal in, well, I don't know. I don't think it's normal for a person's cheekbones to stick out like that.
The director's voice cuts through the applause. Salinas.
Our Jude, he does like to make an entrance, yes? Perhaps if we cheer louder.
The audience obeys, and Jude sighs dramatically, pulling himself to his feet. I follow. Then, to my horror, he plucks a golden ring from his index finger, motions for me to hold out my hand, and drops it into my palm. Jude.
Tell you what. Why don't you steal this from me and go find yourself something to eat? The food is free, you know.
He makes it 3 steps before pausing and throwing a look over his shoulder.
And for the record, even if you aren't auditioning, you most certainly are scared. Would you like to know a secret?
I say nothing. Jude shrugs.
The best actors always are.
Then he just saunters off through the curtain. Salinas.
Well, look who it is.
The crowd bursts into a final surge of roaring applause. Snapped a guard's neck for stepping too close to Salinas, Galen said. I've been seen. It's time to abandon this plan before Jude spots me again. Surely there's a better place to take Salinas by surprise, away from Jude's eyes. An office belonging to the director, maybe. Dressing rooms. I've read players are particularly territorial about their dressing rooms. The director would have one, wouldn't he? And he'd be alone, away from his players. I stare at the golden ring in my hands. It's so warm, it almost hurts to hold, with a flat surface that carries the inscription, Finders Keepers, which oddly feels like a threat. I pocket the ring anyway. I don't know what the going rate for a lead player's ring is, but I imagine it's enough to take the burden off Galen and pay for all the school materials I could possibly need when I'm well on my way to orchestra.
To our next player,
Salinas shouts, followed by the clinking of chalices. I take that as my cue to move as fast as I can and trust my intuition to lead me to the dressing rooms. Act 1, Scene 8. Unfortunately, my intuition is a God's-damned liar. Or the playhouse is one big labyrinth of winding reds and golds. Frustration plagues my sense of direction as I shuffle past 2 ballrooms and yet another rehearsal room, finding myself at the bottom of a staircase with opal railings that feel like they've been dipped in sunlight. I take the steps at a pathetic crawl, groaning and cursing as needed, my mind set even more firmly on that script. I did not slip out of the clutches of the lead player only to turn around and limp home now. If that script has the power to control players, surely it has the power to fix what one of them broke. The how of the matter might take me a minute to figure out, but one problem at a time. The steps land me in a spacious common room, surrounded on all sides by twisted candelabras that flicker softly and walls of glowing amber. After a lifetime shivering from the inside out, tolerating frosty days and icier nights, I hate to admit the warmth is welcome. Crimson chaises circle the hearth, where flames roar beneath an ivory mantle carved with coiling serpents. I snatch a poker from beside the hearth just in case. Still, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Vanities poke out of an adjacent wall, cluttered with old playbills and vivid swatches of makeup. Bits of gold and coin lie carelessly beside discarded silk scarves and extravagant jewels. Gods, they hoard all of this for themselves? I've never seen so many valuable items at once. I pocket a few coins and one silk scarf as I go, cringing at how loud my steps are on the marble in the cavernous silence of the room. 3 halls bleed out of the common area. The first is marked by an exaggerated frown carved over top. Tragedy, I reckon. The second hall carries the opposite symbol, a dramatic, frightening smile for comedy. The third holds a feathered mask over its center, no expression on its face. Mimicry, the craft of all faces. A breath of relief fills my chest. The dressing rooms. They must be. The director must have one nearby. I stumble past Tragedy's Hall, each breath filling my lungs with a strange, perfumed incense hovering in the air. A flutter of movement to my right startles me, and I whip defensively toward it. There's no one, just a great expanse of mirror that begins at the floor and blossoms into the ceiling, where it swirls into reflective slats of gold. And right before me is me. I gasp. The last time I remember seeing my reflection, I was a child, and Galen was dragging me away from the glass. Embarrassment pinches my heartstrings. Growing up, I conjured my own ideas of my reflection. That I have my father's features. Cassia's stern brow. Maybe the alert, sharp eyes of my brother. I was wrong. 2 sunken eyes stare back at me, lapsed deep into my skull like a cadaver, ringed with ghostly purple and marked with the hungry edge of a starved animal. Where Galen's skin is tanned from work and travel, mine is translucent, like the underbelly of a whale. Player Jude's comment about my cheekbones rings true. They're hollow and gaunt, caving into my face like a canvas stretched too thin. My lips are white as wax. I look like I've just escaped a coffin. No wonder people are frightened. Like a corpse. I repeat the insult to myself, unable to deny it now. My throat tightens as I lean closer, pressing a hand to my face and cursing the tears rapidly trying to escape the eyes of my reflection. They come anyway. This is what I look like? This is what that player all those years ago did to me? I clench the poker tighter, willing to smash the reflection to bits. No, it's time to focus. I can mourn the death of my own absurd fantasies later. Besides, now I'm pissed. The hair on my neck stands, a sudden shift in the air. My ear itches at the sound of footsteps, and, before I can think better of it, I dart behind the largest of the chases. The steps grow louder, closer, clipped and even. Then they halt. First comes the clatter and shuffle of items on the vanity. I breathe as quietly as humanly possible, wondering if whoever it is has noticed a few select items missing, and wishing my sticky fingers hadn't shoved the evidence into my pocket. My hands curl tighter around the poker, weighing if I should risk staying hidden or accept my fate and lunge at whoever has taken to strolling casual circles around the room. Whistling. The steps come to a sudden stop, and the room falls sickeningly silent.
"You can come out now,"
says a distinctly familiar voice. Shit. Gritting my teeth at the tone, I guiltily rise from my hiding spot, still clutching the poker. A tall, imposing figure blocks the exit at the other end of the room, arms crossed.
"I give you my ring, and you steal my scarf."
Jude shakes his head, makes a tisking sound in his throat.
"Rude."
Riven, you followed me. Suddenly the room feels smaller, shrinking inward as the player's enormous presence dwarfs it. Jude.
"If someone walked into your house and started acting suspicious, wouldn't you follow them?"
He raises one eyebrow as punctuation. Well, Fair enough. He tilts his head.
Say, is that a bruise under that eye? Or did you get a little too ambitious with my makeup as well?
Damn it, I think. Unable to tell if he's toying with me and has already realized what I am. A marked. With every intention of stealing from the playhouse. I move away from the mirror, subtly wiping my eyes. Jude's smirk wilts.
You're crying.
His eyes drop to the poker in my hand. I must be quite a sight.
How about we put that down, yes? Titus stabbed me with one once, and it was hell to pull it out.
I breathe unsteadily, wide-eyed and brandishing the poker between us like a sword as he steps farther into the room. I'm not fooled. Jude carries himself with the lazy elegance of a cat, but there's an edge in his movements that betrays something far more lethal. Jude.
Okay. In his defense, he was drunk.
He shrugs.
And I was holding the other poker. I might have challenged him. I don't remember. The prop master took away our swords, and we were feeling creative.
I don't dare move, watching him like I've got an arrow trained on his head, studying the calculated deliberation of his steps. His hands are empty of any weapons, and probably just as capable without them. Jude.
All right. Something easier, then.
As if bored, he falls gracefully onto the embroidered armchair behind him, his tailored costume of black brocade clinging to his frame like a second skin as he throws his boots onto the table.
What is your name?
Riven. Do you know me? It comes out like an accusation, hoarse and desperate. Paranoia plagues my mind as I glance back at the mirror, unsure if anyone could recognize my father's features on my ghastly face, much less a vain, self-absorbed player. Jude bursts into laughter, a rich sound that ricochets, like the whole playhouse laughs with him.
Love, one of us is famous, and it is not you. But fine.
He throws his hands up.
She has no name. We'll leave a blank little space on the playbill for you.
It's an effort to unclench my teeth. I told you, I'm not here to audition.
Yes, that much is clear.
There's a cruel, cat-like cleverness that I don't like at all hovering just behind his gaze.
But it doesn't change the fact that you've made me terribly curious. Now, let's try this again.
He draws out each word, as if that will distract me from the way his eyes have begun to glow. His voice deepens, almost melodic.
Put that down.
The air tightens, then relaxes around me. My hand yearns to release the poker. That's all I want in the whole wide world, to release this weight from my grip. My mark seizes beneath my collar in hot, angry pulses, protecting me from what's happening. Craft. He's trying to use craft on me. Furious, I drop the poker of my own accord and go for something more effective. Jude barely has time to blink before I lunge. It's good he's sitting, because his full height would have made it impossible to slip behind him and press my blade to his throat. To his credit, he doesn't seem surprised, until the gold of my blade grazes his skin. Players do not fear death. They're trained in the deathless arts, a craft that renders them nearly immortal, except against one weapon, the one I'm holding to his neck. Something in the way he sharply inhales tells me his skin recognizes the Eleutherian gold. I've imagined holding this very knife to a player's throat many times, but my hands never shook this badly in any of those fantasies. We're facing the mirror, and I don't like that I look more scared than he does. Riven. Try that again, and I'll slit your throat. I mean it, but hope he can't hear the tremor in my voice. Jude.
I'll have you know, I've talked myself out of worse.
His breathing is ragged.
Hell, I've talked myself into worse.
I cut off his laugh by pressing the blade in a little closer. inhaling the sharp scent of citrus and hyacinth that lingers on his skin.
Hurt me, and 4 players will be ripping the flesh from your bones before you take another breath,
he says, steely. His eyes slide from the knife to meet my gaze in our reflection.
Not that there's much there. Didn't I tell you about the food downstairs?
Riven, stop talking. Jude.
And besides...
His tone softens, the pitch rolling low like thunder. I don't hear whatever he says next. I don't even understand the words. I'm too focused on the sudden warmth shivering up my arms and the curious way my knife loosens in my grip.
You aren't looking me in the eye,
he goes on in a voice that wraps effortlessly around my mind like silk.
Someone taught you that.
My eyes flash back to our reflection, just in time to see his hand, glowing gold with craft, reach for mine. 3 things happen at once. First, nausea, deep and dizzying, bursts through my head as his hand grazes my wrist. Second, Jude's eyes shoot up to mine, dark with confusion. Third, my blade clatters to the floor as we both scatter to opposite sides of the room. I panic, eyeing my blade on the ground between us and clutching at my throat, the Eleutherian mark hidden beneath my jacket burning. Jude swears loudly and steadies himself on a marble beam, wrapping an arm around his stomach as if it is persistently trying to expel its contents. He gasps a breath and speaks to me through gritted teeth.
You're marked,
he spits, announcing it like it's a death sentence, which it is. Salinas. Jude! He jumps at the director's voice, his attention snapping to the hallway. Meanwhile, I make my move and dive for the blade. But when Jude's shoulders tense, I raise one hand, shoving the knife into my pocket to indicate I do not wish to fight to the death just yet. And unfortunately, the nearing steps have me rethinking whatever half-baked plan I was harboring. My mind tries to do the math. Me, marked. 1 Eleutherian blade. A player who knows both of these things. The director on his way through the door. My window of opportunity to steal that script is rapidly closing. A similar calculation runs clear across Jude's face. Whatever conclusion he's come to, I know it can't be good. He marches forward, grips me by the sleeve, and hauls us both into a run-down Mimicry's purple hall while muttering, "Don't make me regret this." Act 1, Scene 9. The story goes that players used to capture humans just to drag them around as their own personal audience, sometimes tearing their eyes out to carry in a jar after the human's legs finally gave out. And the mortals would go willingly, their minds too blissfully numbed with craft to notice what was happening. I'm pretty sure Harris would beg for such a fate. But I am marked, and I know what's happening to me. Suddenly, I'm a child again, dragged away by a player. The thought sends my heels digging into the ground in a panic. Jude stumbles, the alarming strength of his grip nearly ripping my arm from its socket and making my ribs sear with the strain. He spins around. "Do you want to die?" Riven, I'm still deciding. Salinas. Jude! Jude hurries faster down the corridor, dragging me along as I curse at him. His long legs are impossible to keep up with. Even through my sleeve, his touch burns and sends my skin crawling. The pinch in his brow tells me it hurts him, too. There's a blur of golden lanterns poking out of a dark, plum-colored passageway, then a sharp turn, and a mahogany door he shoves open with his shoulder. I catch myself on the wall as we pummel through it. The door shuts with a creak, like it hasn't been used in a while. Pain radiates along my spine as I straighten and take in my new cage. A smaller, oval-shaped room, elegant and draped in lush velvets and walls of silvery brocade. Pristine violet drapes are drawn tight above a vanity with a tarnished gold mirror. This space feels personal, not only by the hairbrush on the side table, stiff with age, or what looks to be sleeping quarters down a narrow corridor lit by candelabras that cling to either side, and not even by the distinct smell of lavender perfuming the air, but rather by the crowning centerpiece of the room, a portrait hung over the fireplace. The woman in the painting is all doll-like porcelain features with rich brown curls. She's wrapped in crushed velvet, her diamond-shaped face and dazzling eyes piercing me through the chest. A deep shade of mauve stains her lips, one that I bet matches the tube of lipstick standing guard on the vanity. Anyone in Theatron would recognize her. Jean Hunt was the Playhouse's renowned lead player, before the catastrophic performance that ended her career and life in one blow. Patrons claimed she fell mad, breaking character and screaming nonsense at the audience, warning them to run. Moments later, she died on stage. No deathless arts were used to prevent it. Jude Stefaros was the mortal auditionee who replaced her. My eyes fall on him, trying to picture this monster ever being human as he paces the room, one hand pressed to his temples.
We don't have much time. Tell me your name.
Time for what? I narrow my eyes, more and more suspicious. Jude.
Your name.
Riven. Call me Alistair. A statement. Not technically a lie. My grandmother's name is the first to come to mind. I'm not about to give him mine. Jude frowns.
Is that your real name?
I bite my tongue. No. He exhales, annoyed.
Fine. What shall Alistair's family name be?
My eyes dart to the painting. Hunt.
Hunt?
He gestures wildly at the portrait of the dead player, Jean Hunt.
Endless names in the world, Alistair. And your mind can't conjure one outside of these walls? Gods, I'm doomed.
My brow lowers at that last part. What? A knock at the door sends my hand flying to my Eleutherian blade. I point it up at Jude again. Get me out of here. He returns a cold, easy look, arms hanging indifferently at his sides as the doorknob rattles.
If I were you, I'd put that away.
The door cracks open, and in a move I know I will regret, I sheathe the knife in my pocket. Something tells me I won't be getting that script away from Salinas with Jude around. Salinas.
Ah! There you are.
His head pops in, and he pushes the heavy door all the way open. My heart hammers furiously. Jude.
Syl! Do you know, we've been looking everywhere for you.
The director turns a curious, hesitant smile my way. Salinas.
Well, who have we here? I never forget a face. We met earlier, yes?
Jude.
Alistair, meet Salinas.
His voice is bright and cheerful, despite the menacing glare I'm shooting his way.
Our director.
Salinas.
Syl! Please, call me Syl. Salinas makes me feel ancient.
I scoff. Well, historical records would imply you...
Syl.
Jude interrupts, coughing.
I'm glad to hear you've already met Alistair.
The director's eyes wash over my tattered clothes and oversized boots.
Yes, Alistair...
Hunt, I say, hating myself, and thankful he didn't ask my name.
Hunt!
The director's eyebrows shoot up, eyes flickering to the portrait of Jean Hunt.
We lost the last one of those we had. Any relation, I wonder? Perhaps that's why you look familiar.
He tilts his head, examining my face. I stare murderously back at Salinas until Jude steps slyly between us.
I was just showing Alistair her rooms.
Salinas.
Oh?
Riven. What? Salinas's kind gaze turns scrutinizing as Jude clears his throat.
She's, natural.
For an actor, he doesn't sound very convincing. The director tries and fails to hide his surprise. He looks at me again, closer this time, as if waiting to see if I'll wither away or drop dead right in front of him. And suddenly, it doesn't matter that I shouldn't care for the opinions of a monster like Salinas. The shock on his face stings.
Jude,
Salinas begins, quieter this time.
I thought perhaps you'd like to speak with a few of the auditionees I selected.
Jude,
why waste my time? My mind is made up.
About what? Salinas,
I guess it's no trouble, then.
His eyes finally tear away from me and land on Jude.
I only came to let you know. Mattia is about to dismiss the crowds. Let her,
Jude says a little too quickly, coming to stand beside me.
I've chosen my contender for this year's Great Dionysia.
Act 1, Scene 10. 10 years ago. 12! Cries a girl whose name I can never remember. 12 players!
Correct,
says Professor Aridi, striking 12 on the board.
We believe 12 players rose from the well on Mount Eleuthere upon Dionysus's vanishment. How many remain today?
5, another classmate volunteers. None of the originals, though. On the sheet beside my textbook, solographs of players glare back at me in black and white. I stare at them, puzzled. None of them match the player I saw yesterday.
Indeed.
Professor Aridi turns back to the board.
At one point in time, each of the players you see on stage today were people, just like you.
The teacher drones on, her voice like a distant horn over the fresh, roaring pain between my collarbones, where my new mark sits.
Mere mortals who killed a player and became one in turn.
I wish that the hour were up, that we were switching to mathematics. My pen goes through the paper, scrapes the wood of my desk, and the ink smears. Or maybe the ink isn't smeared at all, I realize, as the edges of my desk begin to blur. I blink rapidly until it clears.
However,
she goes on,
craft is not free. Craft costs, which is why, should you ever find yourself in such a situation, pay your compliments and pray they leave. Never make a deal with a player, no matter their offer.
Everyone's eyes find me, question marks dotting their pupils. They all seem to have heard about the player who spoke to me yesterday. Everybody wants to know what happened, what she said, if I made a bargain with her. I don't think compliments would have made the player leave. She wanted me to go with her. Several people in black and silver uniforms showed up to our home to ask me questions afterward, and none of them seemed satisfied with my answers. The teacher clears her throat.
Think of craft as a trade, she adds, for memories, for heart and for soul, for morals and for values, for humanity. The players have each murdered, lied, and traded every mortal aspect of their being for what they are now.
My vision stirs. The nurse said I'd be good as new within a few hours after Galen and I left with our new marks. But that was a whole day ago, and I'm beginning to suspect she was wrong. I don't think mine healed right, but I'm too scared to check. I blink at my hands, which have felt cold and strange since yesterday. Ever since the player's blood.
Who can tell me about the caste trade?
Not me, not me, not me.
Riven?
I mutter one of the swear words I learned from Aunt Cassia and blink upward, realizing my forehead has made contact with the desk.
The trade, Riven,
Professor Aridi prompts as the class snickers.
Why did the players sign into a treaty with mortals?
My mouth moves to form the words, recalling the details from my memory cards. Trade seems like a stretch. Because a player was captured, I answer weakly. Salinas traded peace for the life of his player. The captured player was returned alive, and in exchange, Salinas signed an agreement to tour only South Theatron for 500 years. My head reels. I mean to add that in a decade's time, that treaty will be up. That this is why they train us for encountering players, because our world will plunge into chaos when they're freed, if the wall can't hold them. I mean to say all of this, but the room has suspiciously begun to tilt. Someone screams, but I can't tell who it is as the classroom fades to groggy shades of gray and black. And in the distance, a pair of golden eyes, watching. Act 1, Scene 11. No deal, I hiss at Jude the moment Salinas excuses himself. I watch the door shut behind him longingly, that script still somewhere in his pocket. Jude stares down at me.
What are you talking about?
I huff a breath, unsure what game he's playing at. I can't fathom why Jude would choose me as his contender, but he's one of the players, the lead player. Salinas' second in command, and supposedly the keeper of the Playhouse's magic. His reasons are not good, I'm certain of that. Whatever this is, I gesture vaguely at the dressing room around me. Players always want to make a bargain. No deal. His smile turns coy.
A bargain would imply you get something out of this.
He strides across the room.
Come. You'll be expected in the arena, then at the cast party.
Fear cuts into my veins. I'm marked. I cannot enter this casting call, even if I wanted to. I'm not even convinced I could get back up if I sat down right now. I panic. Wait! Jude crosses his arms over his broad chest, taps his foot dramatically. Riven, I wince, bracing myself and hating the words I force out of my mouth. You have a voice like velvet. The copper of your hair is more beautiful than even the papers give you credit for. Jude blinks.
What?
Riven, you're twice as handsome as the other players. Jude's mouth falls open. I breathe, angry and humiliated. That's 3 compliments. Now let me go. Jude.
The 3 compliments rule is a myth.
A note of pity pinches his tone as my face hardens.
They still teach that? Just like the North to believe something so foolish. Sweet words cannot satiate players. It's kind of you, though, considering you can't lie about them. Do say more. I'm curious.
My face burns with embarrassment, and I think back to the other things we were taught in school, unsure what else could have been a myth. Open it, I growl, pointing at the gold-encrusted mirror braced on the wall. You know I'm not qualified for the competition. I know players travel through mirrors. Open the mirror and let me out. Jude.
No.
He shrugs.
The casting call has closed, and I'm bound by contract to the Playhouse. I can't summon a portal out.
Riven. Then just do it! The shriek leaves my voice, exhausted. I'm exhausted. Clearly, this is some sick form of live entertainment to him. I try to scrape more vicious words from my throat, but the tone that escapes is small. Why are you dragging this out? Jude.
Do what?
To his credit, he feigns confusion well. Riven. Just tell them I'm marked and get it over with. He hollers a laugh and shakes his head.
Oh, Alistair. I didn't trap you here to kill you.
His tone drops, quiet as the tick of the old clock as he steps closer, like a shared secret between us.
You're here because I need you to win.
Win? My mouth forms several words before landing on... What? A great Dionysia only ends in one of 2 ways. 1, the mortal manages to kill the competing player during the final performance, seizing fame, immortality, and power for themselves. Or 2, more commonly, the mortal's remains are scrubbed off the arena floor. I guess triumphing in such a grandiose performance is too tempting for creatures that delight in blood and ego. Cassia says this is why all the original players are gone. Their lives eventually lost to their own hubris, their places taken. Every player in the cast today was once mortal, even Jude.
Whichever contender makes it to the finale will compete with me, he says. You, love, are here to ensure there's no match in the arena. Once all the contenders are gone,
Dead, I offer helpfully.
Once you're the only one left, he rephrases, then I will tell Syl the truth. That you're marked. That you don't qualify. Syl won't want the bad press. There's already so much tension with the North. He'll send you away quietly, believe me.
Riven. Believe you? He must be kidding.
Jude. The great Dionysia will be forfeited. I'll hold my place as lead player, and you can go home.
He steps back and takes a low bow, peeking up to offer me a roguish grin. Jude hasn't chosen me in spite of being marked. He's chosen me because I'm marked. And probably the only marked within a mile of the playhouse tonight. My eyes narrow. I thought it was an honor to kill in the arena. Isn't that why players throw their gruesome festival anyway? Every great Dionysia builds the lead player's reputation. Some theorize each kill makes them stronger. And for some reason, he wants out of it. My mouth drops open, a mocking grin pulling at my lips. You're scared, aren't you?
Dear heart, I fear one thing in life, and it is not death.
Jude's own smile strains at the edges, like some dreadful thought has caught him off guard. Come to think of it, he hasn't stopped smiling once this entire conversation.
I have reason to believe someone in this playhouse wants me dead.
Yeah, me.
Unfortunately, he goes on, the only way I can ensure a fair match in the arena is if there isn't a match at all. Just a little favor, you see? Do we have a deal?
A deal. Only a player would make this sound like anything other than a hostage situation. I'm not sure what possesses me. My hand grips the hairbrush from the vanity, brings it over my head, and hurls it at Jude with all my might. It bounces pitifully off his shoulder. He stares at the brush as it clatters to the ground at his feet.
I'm relieved you've chosen to be mature about this.
Before he so much as looks up, I launch at him, blade aimed for his eye this time. Jude curses and grips my armed hand like he's swatting a fly, lifting me right off the ground until I'm eye level with him.
Okay.
He relents as I kick viciously at his legs, his touch burning through my sleeve. The player's eyes flicker nervously to the clock, then back at me.
A trade, then. There must be something you want. Money?
No! Rage and exhaustion weave into the refusal that comes out of my throat as he begrudgingly sets me down, my ribs searing. I don't want your goddamned... My voice breaks, and I cough violently into my elbow, lungs ringing. When I pull away, the ice from my lungs has wrapped its way around my throat. Jude tenses, steps back. His eyes scan me up and down, uncertain and seeming to take me in for the first time. A revelation dawns plainly on his face.
You're unwell.
I clench my teeth, ball my fists. He nods.
Dying, then.
Some desperate part of me responds to those words. I never say them out loud. His eyes narrow in suspicion. A warning threads his tone.
Why did you come here?
I try to lie. Pointlessly open my mouth to make a claim about stealing prized stage props or something, but my tongue won't find the words. The truth falls out. I wanted the... I know I'll regret this. Script. Jude's eyes nearly bulge out of his head.
The script?
Riven, I'm not sick. A player. A player hurt me when I was young, poisoned me, I think. Even as I say the words, my jaw aches. There's a crushing, heavy feeling in my chest, like I can't breathe. Jude walks a circle around me, the disbelief plain on his face.
A player did this to you? A player couldn't have.
I cough and he jumps. You can. I hate myself for the words. You can help me? You can get me the script?
No. If you value your life, you'll leave that cursed book alone.
He mulls the words over a moment.
But yes,
he says finally,
I can help you.
It exists. An antidote exists.
Do this one thing for me, Alistair.
Jude's gaze locks on mine.
And I promise you will safely return home. Healthy.
Never make a bargain with the player. The lesson from my childhood battles my ego as I consider. There's a catch. There has to be. Riven, Jude.
We'll work out the finer details later.
His gaze dips to my throat, like he can see the mark beneath the top buttons of my coat.
Including what to do about that.
Do about what? My mark? What does he mean? To my horror, Jude turns and presses his palm to the oversized mirror on the wall beside us. My heart stutters at the way the glass ripples, swirling beneath his hand like water. Riven, I thought you couldn't conjure a portal. Jude.
To outside the playhouse. Within it, yes.
Our reflections sink into the glass, replaced by a shadowy hall that definitely looks haunted. He gestures at the mirror, the portal.
For both our sakes, don't say one word to anyone down there.
He plucks the blade from between my fingers and catches my wrist when I lunge for it. Riven, give that back!
Not a good idea for you to be swinging this around. You might hurt someone.
He winks, a lock of copper falling across his kohl-rimmed eyes.
There'll be plenty of time for that later.
I ball my fists, moving away from the mirror, but Jude catches my elbow, and I sneer, Wait, this is not what I... Jude.
Think of this as a little introduction.
Riven, no, I've changed my mind. Now give me my... Before I can finish the sentence, Jude hurls me into the glass. Act 1, Scene 12. Galen will never know what happened to me. My heart races as I find myself in a long, dim passageway. I whirl back to the mirror, but the glass swallows up the image of Jude, and he's gone. When pounding on the glass and screaming insults doesn't summon him back, I give up. No one, especially Jude, is coming to save me. With a deep sigh, I drop my fists and turn. The only path forward is a flat, dark tunnel lined by mirrors. Did I really think myself so smart that I could march into the playhouse and leave just as easily? My vision adjusts, and I spot the shadowy outline of a swaying curtain at the end of the hallway. I creep forward, Jude's offer still taunting me. Do this one thing for me, Alistair, and I promise you will safely return home, healthy. Players always lie. But what if this one isn't? The possibility of this being some sort of elaborate execution occurs to me as I part the curtain. I'm a marked, on playhouse grounds. They'd be within their rights to do whatever they want with me. Beyond the curtain, an arena awaits. Pitch black, but massive, judging by the echo of whispers and vague shapes of high dome walls. Movement to my right sends my hand for my knife, but it isn't there. Damn you, Jude.
Gods, I hate waiting here,
whispers a raspy feminine voice on my other side. A sound like thunder cracks overhead, and I wince as white light blooms around me. In each of the pocketed arena entrances, an illuminated figure stands. There isn't time to determine anything beyond that they all look like they belong here, striking and beautiful and, well, presumably unmarked. We're not on the playhouse stage. At least, I don't think it can be. It doesn't look like any of the solographs I've seen, save for the cracked marble at my feet. I'm standing on a low, circular platform, rings of tiered seating rising up around me. The arena. Players have fought to the death here. Pulling in a shaky breath, I count 6 entrances to the arena floor, including where I just emerged from, but one looms larger than the others, and it's empty. Overhead, the playhouse symbol hangs in polished gold, a cracked mask, with one side stretched into a delirious grin and the other wilting into a tragic frown, an arrow piercing through both. The other auditionees all seem to find me at once, with similar baffled expressions that read, "Why is that one here?" I wince away from their eyes, backing closer to the curtain. A second crack resounds with the beat of a drum. The 5 players file onto the raised platform towering directly above us, their places in the podium ring framed by gleaming white columns, each overlooking their contender. Then comes a thunderous roar of applause from every corner. Incandescent limelight flashes, revealing faces in the audience, so many I can't begin to count. They all blur together. Eager eyes, wide smiles, open mouths gleefully screaming the names of players. Revelers. Heart pounding in my ears, I steal a glance at the podium ring above me, my loathing gaze locking on Jude. He winks. Still.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The voice fills the amphitheater as applause crashes in around me. The director marches through the 6th entrance and into the arena. Still.
Congratulations! You should all be proud. A round of applause for this casting call's auditionees.
His words somehow carry over the waves of applause as he announces each name. My mind is buzzing too loudly with anxiety to note them, but I cringe when he calls out, Alistair Hunt. This feels too real now. It was foolish to even consider Jude's offer. And I have a terrible feeling it's too late to get out of it. As the cheers settle, Syl moves on.
The 5 of you were handpicked. You each have someone to thank for that.
The other contenders share grateful glances with their respective players. I duck my chin to glare hard at the ground instead.
All that said, tonight marks your final chance to leave,
he goes on. This catches my attention, and I look up to stare at the director.
No one leaves the playhouse beyond tonight. You'll each find a contract in your room to be signed by tomorrow. The playhouse leaves the district at midnight.
My mouth pops into a smile. Jude will have to slice my hand off before it picks up a pen and signs that contract. Though, given the playhouse's reputation, I decide not to give him that idea.
Now, a few ground rules.
The strangely comforting timbre of Syl's voice takes on an edge. I listen closely. In all my time studying the playhouse, I've come across mentions of the rules, but they aren't actually listed anywhere.
Rule 1, Syl announces. Never wish an actor good luck. You might as well wish disaster on all your castmates.
Hints of laughter flutter at the edges of the arena. Noticeably, none of them come from the mouths of players. I raise an eyebrow. From my understanding, this is little more than an old theatrical myth, a superstition.
Rule 2,
Syl continues.
All players and auditionees alike are to stay out of the dark. Whether a rehearsal room, stage, or even your own dressing room, never enter a dark space in the playhouse. Follow the lights. The playhouse is a different place after hours, and our stage manager doesn't take kindly to those who disregard the rules.
Wish everyone good luck and make my escape after dark. Got it.
Finally, and consider this the most important, says Salinas, never break the 4th wall. For your safety and for others.
A tinge of frustration clouds my mind when he doesn't elaborate. The 4th wall is referenced in several historical accounts of the playhouse. None are clear about what it means. Salinas nods approval at the lack of objections.
This year marks a great Dionysia festival.
Titus.
Make it a good one, everyone. Last time didn't go so well."
The heckling player shrugs when the rest of his cast pins him with iron stares. My brow falls as I draw the connection. The last great Dionysia was cancelled when a lead player, Jean, died on stage 2 nights before the finale. With one less player in the cast, Jude, an auditionee at the time, won her role by default after stepping in to save the performance. That last performance is memorialized in the District Museum, a chronically overcrowded exhibit. I managed a square look at it once, though. It's a massive thing, framed in gold. In the solograph, a faded rendering of Jude kneeling at the edge of the stage, a limp player clothed in silky layers of white cradled in his arms like a dove. His mouth is parted open, singing her into eternal sleep. Realization dawns on me. Jude's mentor died in his arms, and he took her place. He's never competed in a great Dionysia. And it seems he still really doesn't want to if he's trapped me here to get him out of it. I peer up at him. He doesn't look back, but a muscle feathers in his jaw. What are you hiding? Syl clears his throat.
Over the next few weeks, the player who selected you will put you through a number of trials to measure your strengths in 3 areas: compulsion, reality suspension. Titus interrupts with a proud holler. The deathless arts, my mind translates. Could that help me? Is that what Jude meant? No. It doesn't matter. At this point, I'm lucky if I can get out of here with my life. And mimicry, as we embark on a 3-week tour. You will train closely with your mentor.
I cringe at the thought.
Of course, it does you good to gain the favor of the audiences you perform for. But I urge you to remember, this is a casting call, and the winner will be decided upon by myself. So bring me your best.
I'm going home, I assure myself, as a nervous, hollow feeling churns in my stomach. Syl will undoubtedly eliminate me first if I do stay and take Jude up on his offer. There's no way around it. I don't belong here.
Should one of you, by my selection, survive to see the finale, you will compete against my lead player.
I swivel in my direction. Then above me at Jude. Whoever wins will face him.
Kill my lead player in the arena, and you have a place in my cast, and all the craft that comes with it.
Immortality, he means. Beauty. Power.
And in turn, your mentor becomes our next lead player.
The other players stand a little taller and prouder at this reminder. Jude's freedoms, his prestige, his power, it all falls to whichever one of his castmates trained his killer. I wonder how he sleeps at night. I don't think I would. Granted, maybe that's why he's trapped me here. Arius.
Syl, you make it sound so serious.
The players' gentle eyes drift over the arena, at us.
There's some blood, darlings, but it's a great party.
Titus.
And besides,
he leans forward, bracing massive forearms on the ledge.
Maybe one of you doe-eyed runts will manage to oust that pompous ass.
There's a round of distinctive gasps as Titus targets a particularly arrogant smile at Jude. Jude.
Perhaps a demonstration then, Titus.
The room startles when Jude's voice strikes the amphitheater, the pitch glassy and commanding. It's the first time I notice the lyrical clip of a Cyrenian accent, a territory west of the district in North Theatron. Interesting. Jude leans forward, the rings on his fingers gleaming under the spotlights as he grips the ledge and challenges.
I'm sure any one of them would be thrilled to scrape what's left of you from the stage floor.
Titus huffs.
Good. It'll give you an opportunity to earn your fucking place.
I raise an eyebrow. Also interesting.
Besides, it'll take the rest to mop up your tears once you've lost so much as a button.
Jude.
This vest is worth more than your...
Mattia,
Enough!
the oldest player smacks her hand down on the railing, calling order back to the room and silencing both of them. To be fair, if I'd spent hundreds of years listening to such drama, I'd probably be fed up too.
Save your bickering. You can threaten each other later.
Then, to my horror, Titus's gaze flicks down to me.
Unless that one wins. More complicated that way.
I'm about to open my mouth to ask what exactly happens if this one wins, but Syl answers before I need to. Syl.
Yes, if... Alistair.
He clears his throat, like he still can't fathom that I'm here.
Should Alistair be our winning contender and not wish to challenge her own mentor, she may challenge a different player for their place instead.
I almost turn to shout at Jude and ask why the hell he wouldn't choose someone who might stand a chance in this competition if his contender could just challenge a different player anyway. But I answer my own question first. If his contender is strong enough to win, they're not going to want just any role. They'll want the lead player's role. And he wants out of this. When the chuckles in my direction dissipate, Syl delivers the last of his speech.
You can all worry about what's ahead later. For now, I suggest you get acquainted with your castmates. Let the show begin.
Act 1, Scene 13. The playhouse departs at midnight. According to the clock, that gives me 2 hours to convince Jude to let me out of his bargain before the playhouse vanishes from the district and takes me gods know where.
You'll be expected at the cast party,
he says flatly as I emerge from the arena, leaving me to ponder how the hell he changed clothes so quickly, exchanging the tailored black suit for a wide-sleeve shirt and wine-colored vest, dramatic flares of gold at the neckline to match the ring through his nose. I watch the gilded walls longingly as we go, eyes peeled for an indicator of where we are, of where an exit might be. Didn't I already pass through this way? Part of me suspects the playhouse is teasingly shuffling and rearranging itself, like it knows I'm scheming a grand escape and has taken to taunting me with its labyrinth of winding corridors. Jude.
Let's play a game. I'll talk and you nod, yes? We can make you the quiet, mysterious type.
Riven. I don't like parties. At least, I don't think I do. I've never actually been to one.
Jude. Shocking. You seem like such a social butterfly.
Syl.
Jude!
The director turns the sharp corner ahead, his gait too young for his age. My eyes lock onto his left suit pocket, imagining the script beneath it and weighing how I might snatch it on my way out. Jude seems to think I'll combust into ash if I touch it, but players are liars.
There's been a situation.
Syl's eyes flicker my way as he approaches.
A word with my lead player, please. Privately.
Perfect. I'll slip away while they're talking. A second thought slices through the first. Unless I'm the situation he's referring to.
Nonsense. There are no secrets between Alistair and me.
Jude tosses a meaningful look my way that conveys he isn't foolish enough to let me out of his sight.
What's the trouble?
Syl sets his jaw. Arguing with Jude must be commonly regarded as pointless, since the director doesn't bother trying.
Someone slipped into the casting call earlier tonight. A pretender.
My heart drops to the floor. I'd bolt if Jude didn't right then clamp an iron hand around the back of my jacket. The heat of his palm feels like it might singe the fabric.
A pretender, you say?
Syl.
It would seem our old friend Dorian sent one of his imposters in again.
Just barely. The tension eases from my chest. He doesn't mean me. Jude twists his lips, his humor gone.
Of course he did.
Dorian. The name clicks at once. Dorian is a myth of a man, a bounty hunter of players, probably funded by the players' richest enemies. A vigilante legend north of the cut, and a disgraced god-killer south of it. Still,
I've sent Parrish to deal with it, but
Jude barks a laugh.
That's a nasty way to go. Poor soul.
I shudder, wondering what player Parrish is doing to the spy, and for that matter, what the players would do to me.
But I think it best to cancel the cast party,
Syl goes on lowly.
Dorian rarely sends only one of his little assassins. Who's to say there aren't more lurking about?
A network of player bounty hunters? Hope blooms in my chest at the thought as I try to school my expression. Jude's grin tenses at the corners.
The North already do their worst to keep our curtain closed. Why should we let their threats ruin a good party?
With that, he ushers me away and calls over his shoulder,
"And tell Parrish to clean up the mess this time when she's done with the spy."
As soon as we're out of earshot, Jude murmurs,
"I saw your face. You know that name."
"Of course I know it," I respond smugly. "Dorian has killed 2 cast members." I find that hard to believe, though, that one man could assassinate 2 players. A single player has taken out entire armies. He's called the Playhouse Bounty Hunter. Jude frowns.
And he's raising more of them. Sends one of his sheep into the playhouse to be slaughtered every once in a while, pretending to be an auditionee or even a patron in the audience. One tried to attack Arius at the stage door not too long ago.
We come to a set of steps that lies just beyond the dressing rooms.
"Stop walking like that. They lead to the rooftop, not a guillotine,"
Jude mutters after me. I walk even slower in response, and hear a scoff as we climb the flight of stairs. The rooftop glows silver in the moonlight. A great dome shades the terrace, braced upon a colonnade laced together by an ornate railing and gloved in emerald ivy. Torchlight dances between each set of opulent pillars, illuminating a gathering of plush armchairs and sofas. 3 players drape over the seating like spoiled royals. Across the terrace, their respective auditionees have taken to picking at the feast off to the side like little birds. My eyes widen at the dishes, piled with more food than I've ever seen in my life. Sweet melons, fresh figs, and aged cheeses, arranged on silver platters beside trays of roasted meat. 4 or so shadowy figures, clothed all in black, attend to another table, arranging luxurious displays of honey cakes and fruit tarts. But before I can glimpse any of their faces, they exit silently as ghosts, vanishing down the stairs. Stagehands? I look to the tables and push off my hunger. It's late, inching toward midnight. I need a plan. Unless I accept his offer. I wince, shaking off the thought. "Jude?" I hate how desperate my voice sounds, but push on. "What will it take for you to let me out of this?" My soul, probably. Jude crosses his arms, armlets winking in the moonlight.
"Interested in a second bargain to undo the first?"
He leans back onto the railing, looks at me.
"There is nothing you could say to convince—"
A horrible wailing assaults the night, and my gaze jumps to the ledge behind Jude. Down below, thousands of dismissed auditionees smother the gates, weaving their fingers through the bars like the dead reaching from their graves. Faces, so many, stretch with agony, like departing from the playhouse is the most treacherous fate imaginable. It occurs to me that I don't know how the auditionees were selected while I was snooping around. Did they audition? I certainly didn't. "Titus,
stop crying!"
The player's voice strikes the night like thunder. He leans back in his chair, drinks deeply from a gold chalice.
"At least the lot of you can leave. Be grateful."
I raise an eyebrow at the odd comment, but the wailing only grows louder at the acknowledgement of a player, their voices searching for a way up to us, like little monsters clawing out of hell. Jude rolls his eyes.
"Don't worry about them. They'll get over it. Now, listen closely."
He gestures to the cast from afar, to where one of the auditionees is approaching the players with the caution one might use to approach a vengeful god, which, I suppose, the players aren't all that far off from being. The other auditionees are not your competition. Worry about the players, and especially about Syl. The ones who go first are usually whoever he finds the least amusing. At Jude's prompt, I study the cast as their searching gazes rake over the unnerved auditionee. One of them asks a question I can't hear. Riven, shouldn't you be over there? Jude, and leave you here to plot and seethe by yourself? Never. I scowl. Now, that loud one is Titus, Jude murmurs as the burliest of the players leans back into his seat, looking at the others like a king regarding his loyal subjects. Titus is frequently cast as such. His Herculean arms stretch wide over the sofa, knees spread so as to take up as much space as possible. As if on cue, Titus throws his head back and laughs, a hearty baritone that pulses in the marble. 190 years in the playhouse, if I remember right. Titus specializes in tragedy, and the deathless arts with it. Jude, do not challenge him. Doesn't take losing well. And that there is Mattia. My gaze falls to the woman beside Titus, who casually stretches the longest legs I have ever seen over his lap. She's all supple curves, wrapped entirely in jade diamonds that cling to her like a second skin. Her jawline might have been carved by the gods themselves. While the other players favor their cosmetics, Mattia's face is bare, save for a clean slash of maroon lipstick. Like anything more would only obscure her beauty. I shrink inward, wishing I'd never seen my reflection. Embarrassment presses against my skin like ice. They're all so beautiful. The oldest player, he says, close with Titus, and about 100 times more lethal. Keep your distance. Few are fortunate enough to not fall in love with her. I wonder briefly if he's speaking from personal experience, as Mattia dangles an empty cup at Titus and asks him to refill it in a tone so sultry, I nearly volunteer to do so. Riven, are they together? Jude, gods no. Syl forbids it. Doesn't like us getting attached. I blink, surprised at the brevity of the remark, as Jude throws a bored look at the gates below. Most dalliances are kept to whoever interesting shows up at the stage door. Well then. Last year, he goes on, a woman impaled herself trying to scale the gates, all to bring Mattia a rose. Whole mess. Jude jerks his chin toward his cast. Anyway, you see the man across from them? That's Arius. My eyes go to the slender, golden-haired man with an overly friendly smile, who crooks a finger at another two auditionees, motioning them over. Seems nice, doesn't he? He likes to think so, too. But remind him he isn't a saint, and you'll see how quickly he becomes a demon. Was he really a healer? I ask, noticing the decorative purple glass bottle Arius pulls from his pocket, which looks more like perfume until he brings it to his jaw and sprays the mist into his throat. Jude nods. One of the best, he claims. Better poisoner, though. Probably took 100 lives before he ever came here. My understanding is that's why Arius came to the playhouse. A last resort to escape hanging after being caught helping those who asked him to poison their abusive partners. Some sources suggest he got carried away and extended his little hobby to whoever irked him. He didn't have much to lose. Oh, and if you hear him sing, plug your ears. He's known for his skill in compulsion, particularly during the battle at Melpomene shoreline, I say numbly. In my head, my eyes sweep across a page detailing the massacre. He sang a song so convincing, an entire army marched itself off a cliff. I sniff in disgust. They say the players went down to the shore later to collect the bones and turn them into props. Jude chuckles. You know, I think we might still have some of those in the prop room. The wheels spin faster in my head. I need to get out of here,
Bargain or no bargain. But how? Let me do the talking. Focus on making a good impression, Jude murmurs as we approach the players, where the next two auditionees seem to be undergoing interrogation. I vaguely note that they're obviously siblings, a boy and a girl with the same black eyes, fair, narrow faces, and icy blonde hair. Part of me strangely longs to speak to them, ask why they auditioned together when they both can't possibly leave as two, or at all. I scold myself and look away. I can't be that desperate for friends. Titus.
Enough! We get the idea. You both have dreams.
He rolls his eyes and waves a hand.
Dismissed. Go make friends.
His voice drips with condescension.
Or don't. I don't care.
That was rude, Titus, chides Arius as the siblings scatter, his words welding together like soft spun sugar.
Boring me is rude,
Titus retorts. Jude nudges me forward, a few paces away from the players now.
Like I said,
he whispers in my ear.
Let me do the talking.
He wants me to stay quiet, to do as he says, because he certainly wouldn't want me to embarrass him. An idea ignites in my head. Players are vain creatures, prideful. Ego is everything. I turn to Jude. Yes, Titus is very big and frightening, I yell loudly. I would be scared of him too. Not technically a lie, only an implication. If eyes could kill, Jude's would have turned me to ash several times over as every head turns in our direction. Titus bursts into uproarious laughter. Before Jude can so much as open his mouth to defend himself, I veer a sharp right and march over to the closest banquet table. Maybe he won't be as keen on keeping me if I'm a giant thorn in his side. Jude.
Alistair, where are you
I glare daggers at him while sliding a rather large platter of expensive-looking spiced truffles off the table edge. The porcelain shatters loudly. Jude swears, prowling forward as I go for the wine basin next, toppling that over too, right onto his shoes. Now he looks ready to throw me off the terrace. But before my parade of chaos can continue, a voice calls out, Arius, you're in my chair. Player Parrish jingles when she walks. Charms of silver fastened around her wrists and ankles, a girlish spring in her step, and rust-red stains on her palms, which she wipes on her pleated cream dress. I don't need Jude's commentary to know she has one of the bloodiest histories of them all. Parrish bounces over to a chorus of, Where have you been? As an answer, she presents a box from her pocket and pops it open. My jaw drops, revulsion churning in my stomach. Inside the box are several bloody teeth. I needed to retrieve a place to put these, she chirps, to a series of rolled eyes and groans. Arius.
Gods above, Parrish.
He scoots a seat away from her. You can't keep telling auditionees this is a requirement for Playhouse entry. I'm going to be sick. Parrish. They aren't from an auditionee. She pouts at her cast. But imagine how lovely they'll look with the rest of my collection in my rooms. Titus.
Don't take this the wrong way, Parrish, but I wouldn't enter your rooms if my own fate were trapped inside.
My mind grazes briefly over what I've read of Parrish. In the arena, she made her opponent's death slow, pulling them apart in pieces and threatening to give them to spectators in the audience. She laughs like a crow, anklets tinkling as she plops down next to Arius, who busies himself with combing his fingers through that golden mane of hair. They're from the imposter. Syl said I could keep them. Imposter. I straighten, remembering Jude's comment about Dorian's sheep being slaughtered. Spies sent in under the guise of auditioning. My blood runs cold. I'm marked, the daughter of the dead peacemaker. What will they do to me if they find out? When they find out. A hand pinches my sleeve, ushers me away from my mess.
Now,
Jude growls.
What will it take to get you to quit destroying things and act like a civilized person?
I return a lethal glare. Release me from the bargain. Perish. Have I missed anything exciting? She scrunches her nose, smattered with freckles that shimmer like stardust. Titus.
Yes, indeed.
He studies his nails.
Jude's little hyena in the corner has been the most entertaining part of the night. We think she might try and kill him next.
All the players turn to me, and I clutch the railing.
Speaking of,
Titus prompts with a wolfish grin.
What have we here, Jude?
Does he recognize me? I wonder, and immediately regret calling attention to myself. Can he see my father's face in mine? Can he have been the one who killed?
Were none of the breathing auditionees good enough for you?
Titus's tone turns cruel.
Whose grave did you rob to drag that into the playhouse?
I grind my teeth. Like the others, Titus is devastatingly handsome, and the comment strikes a chord.
Watch your mouth, Titus.
Jude marches forward, shoes squelching with the wine I spilled. He points at me.
Sweetest girl I met in my whole life. On my honor.
Titus snorts.
What honor? This way, Alistair.
Jude motions me forward, a warning in his eyes. I make no movement and spit in his direction. Arius chokes on his wine.
Gods, what have you done to the girl, Jude? Anger in that one.
Anger is an actor's best asset, Jude defends, flashing a smile.
Indeed.
The steady voice comes from Mattia. The oldest player watches me with interest now, which I gather is a bad thing. Resentment bolsters in my chest. Paranoid, I look away, more and more certain she knows who I am. Her cutting tone, the searching way of her eyes.
Allow me to prove she's the gentlest little fawn you've ever laid eyes on,
Jude announces, then turns to me.
Be nice,
he utters, seething.
Act normal.
I pinch my eyes at him. No. My! You are ghostly, aren't you? Parrish calls, as Jude throws me a biting smile that clearly reads, walk. I return one I hope conveys, you too. Off a cliff. Titus.
Is one ghost in the playhouse not enough for you, Jude?
Jude stops cold beside me. Ghost? I ask stiffly, defying Jude's order not to speak. Parrish. Jean Hunt's ghost. You have her old dressing room. She makes a tisk sound when my jaw drops. You haven't told her, Jude. Ghost? She can't be serious.
You can have that portrait removed if you like,
offers Arius, while I pin a new look of shock and betrayal on Jude. Behind him, Parrish volunteers to keep the dead player's portrait in her rooms instead.
There isn't actually a ghost,
Jude says before I can ask.
Just a myth. Jean is dead.
Titus.
They say your name is Hunt as well? Why? What are the odds?
Arius.
Jude, feed this girl before she passes out.
Riven. I don't want...
Mattia, why are you here?
Her voice slices through the flurry of conversation. The group falls silent at her accusing tone. Mattia keeps one eye on me, her maroon-painted lips pressed together, sending a shiver through my blood. She knows, and she's daring me to acknowledge it. I search for something to say, a lie, but nothing surfaces, my tongue bound to truth. Titus stands to a full, terrifying height that rivals Jude's. He cocks his head, and a few strands of dark hair fall loose across his face.
Well, Alistair?
Arius.
Leave her, Titus.
Titus.
I'm feeling rambunctious, Arius. I want to play.
Jude leans onto the back of one of the couches, crosses his arms.
Play with an audience. She isn't an option. The world is my audience, and I'll not settle for less,
Titus says through his teeth, then turns to me.
Tell me, Alistair, why are you here? Because it certainly isn't to win.
My heart hammers furiously as Titus saunters closer, until I'm enmeshed in the cloud of rich perfume he must have bathed in. Jude is throwing me wide-eyed looks that scream, "Answer the damn question." How did my father do this? Walk into a cage with these monsters and negotiate peace with them? I can barely keep my legs steady. Craning my neck up, I meet the sparkle in Titus's gaze, sizing me up with the curiosity of a cat that's just spotted an injured mouse. Don't look a player in the eye, I remember with startling clarity, and drop my gaze. Titus laughs.
What? Do I not hold enough interest for you?
He clicks his tongue, offended.
Impolite, I say. Sour expression, too. Won't you smile, at least?
Fuck off, I growl, then immediately panic. What the hell possessed me to say that? Jude's eyes widen as he quickly pushes off the couch. Titus's narrow. Gods, Galen's right. My temper is going to get me killed. Titus's fingers play at the blade at his belt. Jude's posture suggests he's about to pounce between us.
I could force you to cut yourself a whole new smile if I wished.
The disturbing images of my attackers outside, who did exactly that, flash through my head. Well, this is it, isn't it? Then it all seems to happen at once. A splinter of gold, like a shooting star, zips through the night behind Titus with a whoosh. Titus's smirk goes blank, his face full of shock, then rage, then agony, as a scream erupts from his throat, the sound gut-wrenching and visceral as he crumples. Confused, I stumble back as my eyes fall to the ankle he's clutching, to the shaft of an arrow sunken into the flesh above his heel, like a needle in a pincushion. Chaos fractures the stillness. I yelp as something collides with my back, knocking me to the ground, before registering Jude has pulled us both to the floor and is shouting at the other players to follow suit. Gold pours from Titus's ankle like sunlight as he shouts every curse known to man. I frantically scoot away to carve space between the injured player and me as Arius dashes across the terrace, kneeling. In soft tones, Arius instructs him to stay still, but Titus only howls louder when he wrenches the arrow out. In the corner of my eye, auditionees rush messily for the stairs. Escape, while Jude's distracted. Hastily, I crawl for the stairs, the ice in my ribs feeling like splintered tree bark from the fall.
Alistair.
I peer over my shoulder at the sound of Jude's voice, where he helps Arius tend to Titus.
Are you all right?
Jude? Arius interrupts, face white with worry as he extends the arrow in a clutched fist. I study the golden tip. Eleutherian gold, based on Titus's reaction. Whoever shot that arrow shot to kill. For a moment, the players don't seem nearly so invincible. Jude unravels a crude note looped around the arrow and scans it with annoyance. Arius.
Would you hold still? You'll make it worse.
Titus.
Get off me! I'll hold still when the bastard who shot this is... Dorian. One of his followers, probably.
Jude concludes, crumbling the note in a fist. A smug smile tugs at my lips. Apparently, not all of Dorian's hunters came inside.
Take this to the prop master and get Syl to kill the lights.
He hands the offending arrow to Mattia, who throws a concerned look at Titus before vanishing downstairs. I watch her. With my knife gone, that arrow could be very useful for coaxing Jude out of this bargain and going home.
I'll cover us.
Jude's tone sours.
Get Titus inside, and everyone meet me at the gates.
He spares me a glance before adding,
We're departing a little early.
The smile falls off my face as the players file for the stairs, Arius and Parrish carrying Titus between them. No. The playhouse can't leave until I get out. I turn to plead my case once more, but Jude is on the move, irises glowing, as if someone has struck a match in each pupil. Gold pulses through the veins in his neck, through the hands he raises, crossing the terrace. Then it begins. A great fog, too thick to find the stars above. It smothers the night, the entire playhouse, in a vaporous wall. One by one, torches flicker out. Then nothing. Just the wailing of dismissed auditionees clutching onto the gates below in mist and darkness.
"Come now,"
a voice says, and I startled to find Jude has reappeared behind me, his face back to normal.
"Those arrows aren't known to miss more than once."
For my sake, I decide he's exactly right. Once I get my hands on that arrow, I won't miss. Act 1, Scene 14. Jude.
"Frankly, Alistair, I don't know what's riskier at the moment. Moving the playhouse while someone's out shooting Eleutherian arrows at our heads, or leaving you here to brood by yourself. Unfortunately, I must take both risks. Please, be good."
He narrowly slams the dressing room door in time to avoid being hit by the vase I've hurled at his head. It shatters and falls to the ground in pieces. On the other side, the lock slides shut. Of course this place would have locks on the outside of the doors. I'm left with little more company than Jean Hunt's portrait. She just stares and stares like she knows something I don't. "I'm not signing that contract," I shout through the locked door. "Do you understand? The deal is off. I'm leaving. Tonight." But his steps are already gone. I turn to the empty oval room, breathing hard. My plan was to be out of the playhouse before midnight, script in hand. Instead, I'm locked inside while the players move us to God's nowhere. It strikes me that lifting this curse won't matter if I'm trapped in here for good. How did this all go wrong so fast? First, I go for the dresser, yanking open the chestnut drawers and throwing them to the floor. No key of any kind. There isn't one hiding under the mantel or sewn into the delicate silk throw pillows either, which I didn't necessarily need to tear apart, but I'm in a mood. I go for the purple curtains next, flinging them from their hangings. I'm on my way down the corridor to shred the bedroom next, when I pass that long mirror off to the side. With a huff of anger, I storm up to my own feral reflection. "Home," I growl at the glass, keeping my eyes on the floor. "Do you hear me? Take me home." Nothing happens. I heave a breath, panic whirring in my chest as a crack alerts me to the playhouse doors opening and sends my feet hurrying to the window. Outside, the players gracefully file around the playhouse, aside from Titus, who limps furiously from his injury and seems to be cursing every other step. Jude's wall of black smoke billows at the gates, his illusion blocking the cast from anyone's vision or weapons. Impossible. Buildings cannot be moved. But as my nails dig into the windowsill and flecks of gold fall from it like stardust, I feel less certain the playhouse is a proper building at all. I watch helplessly from my window as all 5 players seem to ready themselves to move the theater and take me with it. Then the floor sways beneath me, the window glass starting to rattle. Jude's eyes flicker up to my window, locking with mine. He grins, and the playhouse slowly sinks into the ground.
"You know, I find myself asking," begins Jude, leaning in my doorway.
His hands are closed around an ornate silver box.
"My, doesn't she have a lovely profile from all the way outside? And I can see it so well because, oh yes, of course, she's torn the curtains to shreds."
Ignoring him, I slice the letter opener I unearthed in one of the drawers through the last of my bedsheets. That makes 27 strips between them and the curtains I wrestled from the rods, plus the towels I gathered from the closet. I glance up at Jude. Your room is next. Then I go back to tying 2 ragged pieces together, silk fraying in my hands. Jude.
You are remarkably destructive for someone with the frame of an injured hummingbird.
He stalks after me, but startles several steps back when I swing my letter opener at him. Riven. This little bird is on her way out. Fluttering my fingers at him in a wave, I throw the room's glass doors open and skitter out onto the balcony I discovered beyond them.
Jude, God, stop! They'll see you!
Outside is a city that is not the district. Not that I can glean much of it in the dark, only mountains in the distance and the crash of nearby waves. And hundreds of faces smothering the glowing playhouse gates below. They shriek a greeting at the sight of Jude chasing me onto the balcony, but the screams quiet into confused whispers when I loop the end of a silk sheet over the marble railing and start tying what used to be towels around my torso. I'm ready to launch myself over the ledge when a strong hand grips my makeshift halter and throws me back onto steady ground.
You will be a pile of bones if you try that.
I swear and catch my balance on the railing, pondering how hard it might be to push Jude over it. Jude.
I sincerely thought keeping you alive would be a matter of protecting you from the other players. But clearly we have to add you to the list.
He turns to the crowds.
Leave!
His voice travels with the warmth of the wind. A glassiness drapes over the faces below, and without another word, they disperse. We've most certainly moved deep into South Theatron, then. No one is marked to resist his compulsion. Those below belong to the cult that worships these monsters. Where are we? I demand, certain I don't want the answer.
Coilin, the coast.
My heart sinks. We're hundreds of miles from the district. A marked is less likely to get executed here, and more liable to be hunted for sport until they find their way to the unfortunate place of a Dionysian altar. But I shake my head. But how? I wave my arms at the crowd as they dazedly scatter, wondering if any of them have a clear thought in their heads. How can a building move?
The playhouse is not a building,
Jude protests, like this is common knowledge.
It's a set piece, and the world our stage. Set pieces can be moved wherever I wish to perform.
He shrugs.
The playhouse is more illusion than material. The moving of it all is mostly just for spectacle.
I glare at him, still confused. Jude gestures to the doors.
Why don't we talk about this inside?
I'd like to see you Hey! I shout, as Jude plucks my makeshift rope off the floor like a leash and prowls inside, dragging me with him. Below, the ground shakes with the gong of an old clock striking midnight. I picture the one I spotted in the playhouse foyer, encased in white marble. Overhead, the lights dim. Jude throws a nervous glance at the candles as they flicker.
We don't have much time, so I'll make this quick. First, you're meant to sign that.
He points to a slip of parchment on the vanity, and my eyes widen. I know I shredded that contract into tiny pieces 15 minutes ago. I pause to look around. The remnants of bedsheets I destroyed no longer clutter the floor. The curtains are fastened cleanly back in place over the window. No, I breathe, running to the closet and throwing it open. There, folded and stacked neatly where I'd found them, are the towels. A frustrated, strangled sound escapes my throat as I rush back into the room, only to find my makeshift rope has disappeared too. Jude shrugs.
The set doesn't like being messed with.
A strange, soft murmuring emanates from the vanity mirror behind Jude. I jump, pointing an accusing finger at the glass. And what is that? Why is it making that noise? Jude.
Prayers. Not everyone is as unwelcoming as you vile creatures beyond the cut.
I stare at Jude, then the glass, unsure which I trust less. I shouldn't be surprised by this, but it's hard. horrifying to see in action. You can actually hear those? Through mirrors? Harris will be thrilled.
Jude, one thing at a time, yes?
He sets that thin box on a chaise between us, popping it open to reveal an arrangement of silvery gauze and tinctures, half of them encrusted with jewels. It doesn't look like any healer's kit I've ever seen.
I stole this from Arius while he's off mending Titus. It won't be long before he misses it. Sit down.
Riven, why?
Jude, because you've been holding your ribs like they're trying to escape you since you got here. Clearly something is broken. I need you alive, and at this rate, a medium-sized wind might turn you to dust.
Stubbornly, I stomp over and sit, mostly because my body is begging for rest. Jude kneels and fiddles through the case, his rings producing a series of delicate metallic clinks as he squints at the various handwritten labels, distinctly giving me the impression he does not know what he's doing. Especially when he pops the lid off one bottle, sniffs it, and gags. Hopefully, Arius doesn't keep his poisons with the rest of his supplies.
So, he says, I don't suppose you've considered my extremely generous offer.
No more than climbing the catwalk and plunging to my death.
That would be merciful in comparison to what they'll do to you.
I watch his hands with distrust as he unfolds a flat cloth and tips a glittering salve that smells like spring flowers onto it. He looks at me pleadingly.
If I put this near your ribs, is it going to cost me a finger?
I'm not some rabid animal, I hiss.
Well, I'd hardly call you domesticated.
I scowl and pull away on instinct, but the jerk of movement deploys a searing ache down my side. The pain wins. Pinching my shoulders together, I swallow my pride and peel all 3 tattered layers halfway up the left side of my torso. The mirror tells me my ribs are nauseatingly visible beneath a sheen of ungodly bluish skin. I scrunch my eyes shut to avoid my reflection and brace myself. Something warm presses against my ribs, and I startle, expecting the salve to be cold, for the hand holding it to be too forceful. Instead, it's light, feathery, like the flicker of a candle. I blink my eyes open, and Jude is watching my expression, probably worried I'm going to try and claw his eyes out. He's less intimidating when kneeling at eye level, his features softer in the dimming light. This close, I guess it's easy to see what the world obsesses over, a devastating sort of beauty that puts his statue in the district to shame. One of those faces built for the stage, all sharp and dramatic angles, curved lips that seem permanently tilted up in a grin, a long, straight nose offset by a delicate ring. It's no wonder they warn us not to look players in the eyes, gilded and brilliant and ready to hypnotize an audience. I've noticed they all seem to come in different shades, though. Parrish's, sparkling like a jewelry box of rare amber. A terrifyingly close look at Titus's reminded me of a volcano, burning and roiling. Jude's, though, glint like sunlight through storm clouds. Realizing I'm staring, I throw my gaze to study the floor. It feels absurd admiring Jude, maybe wrong. He'd probably laugh, say something cruel and pitying.
I know you don't believe me.
His voice cuts through my thoughts.
But I don't plan to hurt you. I need your help, Alistair. The other players are going to spend the next 3 weeks training their champions to be lethal and gifting them much of their craft to do so. If you let me, I'll give you mine.
He lets out a breath.
I never wanted to be lead player. It's a death sentence.
A death sentence. In spite of myself, my resolve softens. I know how that feels, for death to hang over your shadow. The salve prickles along my skin, and the soreness dwindles. It's probably some sort of pain sedative. But this isn't what startles me. It's that, as he ties the bandage taut, The sharp, cold splintering in my lungs dissipates. That mysterious ice dislodging from my ribcage. I gasp a deep breath and warmth fills my lungs. Stunned, I lift my chin, savoring the strange, comfortable feeling that weaves between my ribs. The rest of me now... I don't mean the words to come out so ragged, but I don't care. I mean, thank you, but I need you to fix the rest of me. In the wake of some of the ice relenting, my resistance is magically forgotten. You wanted a deal, didn't you? Then reverse this. Whatever it is. Now. The candles sputter again. Several go out entirely. Jude swears and goes for the matches on the mantel.
We're past curfew.
He lights one of the candelabras that hover over the hearth. It goes out again just as fast. He gives up, looks at me. As the last candle dims, all I see is the golden hue of his irises, which are more frightening in the dark.
In your time here, keep away from the shadows. You'll notice the lights in your bedroom are always on, even when you sleep. Out!
He grasps the last candle, rushing its light to a corner where a thick shadow emerges from the darkness in the shape of a long, taloned hand, like a monster waking.
Patience, love. Will just be a moment.
He isn't talking to me. I move away until my back meets the wall. What is that? Sill's warning comes to mind. All players and auditionees alike are to stay out of the dark.
Nick Seen, the Playhouse's stage manager, he says, and I realize I asked my question out loud. She is one of many reasons to not break the rules. There are things that move in the Playhouse after dark that mean you harm.
What is she? A guard for players?
Players hardly need guards, he says, indignant. Alistair, because you, I think I need to state this bluntly, and hear me when I do. Nick Seen protects Sill above all else. Do not, ever, lay a hand on Sill. She will rip the marrow from your very bones.
I return a look of reasonable confusion and utter horror until he elaborates.
She's here to keep things in order, but she's goddamned violent about it.
Any wild ideas I had about getting that script away from Sill slip further out of reach. Jude may be an actor, but I don't get the sense he's lying about this. I inhale sharply as the darkness shirks away from the light. Satisfied, Jude sets down the candle and straightens as if nothing odd has happened. Jude.
Do you mean it, Alistair? I'll help you and you'll keep our deal. You'll see the casting call through to the end?
Yes. I feel the word on my tongue. Yes, I will. And then I'll go to school. I'll get a job. I'll have a home and friends, and I'll find a place in this world just for me. Okay, I whisper. If you can fix me, I swallow, taking in the cage around me. I'll see it through. A chill rolls down my spine at the slow grin working its way across Jude's features.
Lovely, he says in a smooth tone, one that gives me the impression Jude is used to getting what he wants.
Then, strangely, he goes for the fireplace. Confused, I watch as he plucks an iron from the mantel and pushes the hot coals around.
This may hurt, by the way.
This may. I lower my brow, tasting unspoken context in the air. What? He straightens from where he's crouched by the fire, iron in hand.
You'll never make it through the competition, Marked.
He wants to destroy my mark. My vow to truth and protection against the Playhouse. The mark that keeps me from becoming like the revelers who spend their days worshipping the players. The mark that keeps me from bowing to Jude. The thought sickens me, and I press my back to the wall, pointing at the door. Get out! Jude.
Now, Alistair. Let's not be rash.
Riven, now! Go! My next words turn into a shout. Don't ever suggest that again! Jude.
There's stage combat tomorrow. You cannot use our craft or suspend your reality with that mark. You'll die.
Riven, you do realize. I lower my voice to a hiss. My freedom means nothing outside these walls with a ruined mark. I'd be more ostracized than I am now. Jude,
there must be something you want.
Riven, something more than my life? I grit my teeth. Even my curse isn't worth that. What do you want? What will it take to let me out of this? Jude's smile is paper-thin now as he stands slowly.
The gods themselves could plead your case at my gates, and I would not open them. You will not leave this playhouse as long as I live.
The words set a chill in the air. Riven, leave. The word comes out as a whisper, but fills the room as if I'd yelled. Jude.
Perhaps sleep on it.
Riven. Gods, I said leave. I snatch the letter opener and turn to chase him away this time, though Jude is already halfway out the door and barely manages to save his toes when I slam it after him. I press my back to it, breathing until my vision adjusts to the dying light, though it's still easy to see my problems doubling tenfold in front of me. So long as he lives. I won't just have to escape Jude. I'm going to have to kill him. But Jude has underestimated me, too. I've spent my entire life studying the players. My father gave his life to ensure they stay caged inside this theater. And Jude has no idea who he's let into the playhouse. Act 1, Scene 15. Show me Galen, Hesper. I beg the hand mirror I discover on my nightstand. Jude was right about the lanterns in my bedroom. They stay on. Oddly enough, I can't seem to control any of the lights, but there's just enough to find my shadowy reflection in the small mirror, a reflection I will never get used to. The mirror darkens and swirls, murky. Nothing happens. Any chance of making a deal with Jude vanishes from my mind as I realize something else. If he finds out who I am, whose daughter I am, I won't be the only one in danger. I need to warn Galen. Galen, I try again, but still nothing. If players can hear prayers through the mirrors, there must be a way to speak to the outside world. As I slam the mirror back down, swearing, it occurs to me, Galen hates mirrors even more than I do. Growing up, he shattered every last one we owned and threw out the pieces. My brother won't be anywhere near one. Another stroke of bad luck. I grit my teeth, about to fling the damn thing across the room when a murmuring stirs at the edges of the glass. It hums around my hands as I grip the mirror, like secrets shared between old friends. A new idea takes shape in my head, along with the image of a small, cracked mirror, one I've seen 100 times, never in the hands of a family member, but in the hands of Harris, I whisper to the mirror, moving forward, picturing his face. Show me Harris. The glass brightens and shifts cheerily this time, as if welcoming a request it can grant. Then it goes black. Through the mirror, I hear the muffled sounds of weeping, the whoosh of theatron wind, a distant horn of the Dialkos Railway, the sounds of the district. Harris? I call into the darkness. The weeping on the other side stops. Harris, it's me. It's Riven. Nothing. Then, quietly,
Riven?
Yes, I call with relief. Yes, it's me. Silence pulls between us. Then light washes across my mirror, and Harris's weathered face fills it, his eyes wide as dinner plates. I'm not sure how much time I have. The words fall out of my mouth at record speed. Harris, I need you to listen to me. I'm in the playhouse, and...
The playhouse?
You'd think I just told him I stumbled across a lifetime of riches. Awe fills his face, his scream drowning out my frantic explanation. It's gone, Riven. He rakes his fingers down the glass, as if trying to claw his way through it.
The playhouse is gone, vanished.
Harris, I hiss, desperate to shut him up before someone hears. Stop it. Quiet down.
Show me the players, he shrieks. Show them to me, Riven. Show them, show them, show.
Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I'll make you a trade. I'll make you a trade, Harris, I call over his wailing. Gods, I'm making all sorts of deals tonight. I'll bring you something. I'll bring you, I dip my hand into my pocket, fishing out Jude's finder's keeper's ring. I pinch it between my fingers and show it to him. This belongs to player Jude. It's yours if...
Jude!
Delirious joy fills his voice, his eyes widening, his gaze turning hungry as he watches the ring in my fingers. This is yours, on one condition. I try to keep my voice steady, but it's shaking now. It may be paranoia, but I can't escape the feeling that Jude could be listening in on every word of this. Harris, I need your help. Act 1, Scene 16. By morning, I have the beginnings of a plan. A bad one, but a plan, nevertheless. It begins with tracking down that rogue, gold-tipped arrow from last night. As the sun rises through stained glass windows, I discover a pair of scarlet pants about 100 times nicer than the ones I wandered in with, along with a silk blouse that laces at the sides. Both look like they might have been neatly folded before being tossed through my mirror and landing in a heap on the floor, along with a note. I borrowed these from Mattia until we get you to the costume wing, so for both our sakes, please do not cut them up. And ditch that shabby jacket. You're embarrassing both of us. After proudly donning my jacket over the blouse, I head for the door, but I catch myself sticking my legs out in front of me a few times. I've never worn color before, and can't seem to stop looking at the vivid hues of red. Something about it makes me feel guilty, so I pull my gaze upward, awkwardly ignoring the unsigned contract on my vanity on my way out. I discover the other auditionees already in the common room, at last putting names to their faces and wishing they'd stop looking at mine like it scares the daylights out of them. The siblings, who I learn are twins, are called Thyone and Phileas, championing players Parrish and Arius, respectively. According to both, their reveler uncle turned them out and warned them not to return unless one of them was dead and the other had acquired a role in the cast. Titus's chosen champion introduces herself as Tig, a strikingly tall, willowy girl with umber-brown skin and curly hair. She makes it known several times over that Syl himself spotted her from the crowd and insisted Titus audition her last night. Then there's Mattia's champion, Linus, a boy with a quiet, commanding presence and tanned broad shoulders. He shrugs when asked about his upbringing, mentions he has siblings, and something about players' salaries. Guess I'm not the only one who showed up out of desperation last night. We're all about the same age, and that's where the similarities end. But I am far more concerned about what they all share in common, since at some point between last night and this morning, their eyes brightened, gleaming almost gold. I'm certain the twins shared the same cold black eyes just yesterday. This morning, both glitter in a way that unsettles me. Linus rarely looks up, but I caught a flicker of it in his, too. You're all... I stammer. They startle, and I realize it's the first time I've spoken to them. Your... eyes? That isn't the question I meant to ask, or a question at all. I'm not used to being included in conversations. One of the twins cocks her head, confused. Thyone. Of course. Didn't you do a craft binding last night? Gods above, do I even want to know? Riven. A craft binding? Thyone. With your mentor. I'm going to kill Jude. What? Phileas.
An exchange. Borrowed power during the casting call.
Tig. You didn't think they'd make us compete as mere mortals, did you? Wait. Jude did say something about that last night. that the other players would gift portions of their power to their chosen champions. If you let me, I'll give you mine. There's the smallest, tiniest chance I should have asked for clarification before screaming at him to get out. The doors open, and the other auditionees file out. I follow them through. The dining hall welcomes us with a clatter of silverware, the scent of fresh fruit, and a dozen ornate tables perched alongside a wall of glass that looks out to a beach. Immediately, there are two things I don't like about the scene outside. One, the water. Jude was right. We've moved so far away from the district, we're on the damned coast. The tide is coming in, dark waves slapping against high, sharp rocks in the distance. The clouds are just as foreboding here as they are in the north, an ominous haze rolling over the Black Sea. This is not what fogs the enormous glass panes, though. It's the second thing I hate about the dining hall. Hundreds of thin, desperate faces surround us from the outside, their eager breaths clouding the glass. Revelers. The playhouse must leave its gates open more freely south of the cut. Clammy hands push against the windows, reaching for us. Some of them stumble over one another just to get a look. Most of them don't even seem to blink, their eyes hollow. Is this what life is like in South Theatron? A frenzy of obsessive playhouse fanatics, wasting their every thought and breath on the players? Is that what I'd become without my mark? Titus.
Well, if it isn't Alistair. We were just talking about you.
I jump at the sound of my alias and almost drop the fruit I was spearing onto my plate. Titus leans back in his chair at the players' table, where they all cluster like a gathering of overdressed swans. He points a fork at the windows.
Get used to it. I know it feels like being in a fishbowl, but truth is, they're the ones who can't help it.
He smirks wickedly.
How'd you sleep? See any ghosts?
Riven. No ghosts. I answer the second question instead of the first, because the truth is I think I slept better than I've ever slept in my life. No thanks to Titus, whose groans and declarations of vengeance toward whoever shot that arrow could be heard anywhere in the playhouse. This morning, though, the only sign of his injury is the slightly bulging heel of his left boot, probably bound in gauze beneath the leather. Titus.
Disappointing.
His smile falls.
If you see her, tell Jean I still have her earrings and that I won't be returning them.
Without awaiting a response, Titus goes back to warning his castmates he'll be making up most of his lines tonight, as he's not bothered to review the script. My eyes narrow. There are only 4 players in the dining room. Where is Jude? I ask Arius a little too urgently as he passes. And what the hell is a craft binding? I almost scream. His fair brows draw together.
Heard him arguing with Syl this morning.
Perhaps, noticing the unabated terror I failed to prevent from crossing my face, he offers a reassuring smile.
I'm certain he'll be back soon. He argues a lot. I'm sure you've noticed.
My hands clutch the plate I'm holding so hard I'm surprised it doesn't crack. He's gone to turn me in. I refused his deal, and now... I try the dining hall door and find it locked. The hell? I just came through here. Arius.
Is everything all right, Alistair?
He tilts his head as I yank on the handle with all my might, his mane of golden hair falling to one side.
Here, why don't you find somewhere to sit, and I'll go check if...
I ignore him and storm over to the empty table in the corner, where I can at least keep one eye on the door. Worst comes to worst, I bet one of these table legs could break the glass panes. The revelers outside will panic, causing a distraction and giving me a chance to... Titus.
Watch the council go and blame us for it. It's a casting call. This is just what happens.
He crumbles the newspaper on the table in a fist and tosses it, just close enough for me to subtly kick it under my table and snatch it up. As I flatten the article out beside a plate I no longer have the stomach for, I listen to the players. Arius.
One of their temples burned to the ground, Titus.
The legs of his chair scrape the marble as he seats himself at their table.
Their council was taken underground.
What? I stare at the crashing waves beyond the crowds outside, wishing I could see home. Parrish. All this drama isn't going to help Jude's case for opening the cut. She drags a fork over her plate, a line forming between her brows. Their rulers will take one look at the damage to the district and refuse treaty negotiations with him. Mattia.
Pretty sure Jude already refused negotiations with them.
She spears a strawberry.
Not diplomatic like Jean was, that one. I bet you my best jewels this ends in blood.
Titus.
Why wait for them to open their wall? I say we just go. Perform in the north for those who will have us and bury those who won't.
My eyes widen at their words, and I keep one ear out while turning my attention to the report. 12 dead, declares the headline. Hundreds injured after casting call mayhem. Players fled. Below the words, an image that vaguely resembles the district is printed in black and white. Fallen columns, tufts of smoke, ash, and ruin. Is this what all those dismissed auditionees got up to in the district after we left? My teeth clamp together. If the district fell under attack after our departure, there's a chance my brother was called in to help manage the destruction. I wonder if Harris got my message to Cassia, if help is already on the way. Never in my life have I had to rely on a reveler. Now I'm at the mercy of one. And a player, the lead player. Arius.
You think Syl will let you sacrifice half our audience, Titus?
He shakes his head in answer to his own question.
You must be kidding.
Why are they talking so casually about crossing into the north? They can't. They can't cross the cut. We're safe from players in the north. We have to be. Titus.
The north is full of self-righteous zealots who've publicly shamed us with their marks. They're practically immune to our craft. Killed how many of our own? Tell me how you expect to win them over.
Mattia.
We won't.
Her voice is bold and resolute.
We won't win the north. Not while territories like Serene still stand. It's time to give up that fantasy. Their so-called resistance threatened our caste yesterday.
She looks pointedly at Titus, who grimaces. My gaze flickers up at the mention of Serene. Its people have a long and bloody history with the players, beginning with the forging of the treaty and ending with a nasty dispute over the placement of the cut. Titus scowls.
So what would you have us do?
Mattia.
We take them by surprise, before they dip their blades in Eleutherian gold and come here. Give me 6 days, and I'll bring you the north on a platter.
I fight to hold still as the horror of Mattia's words settles in. I've always been taught that players kill for 3 reasons: a threat to their caste, a blow to their ego, and, on rare occasion, for pure spectacle. It occurs to me the North as a whole could fall into all 3 of those categories if they refuse the Playhouse entry now that the treaty is up. Arius.
So long as there's a chance of you getting skewered with an Eleutherian spear, Mattia, I wouldn't count on Syl letting you out.
Some of the tightness in my chest releases. North Theatron isn't defenseless. We have Eleutherian gold. Parrish. Or any of us. She sets her chalice on the tablecloth. I almost think she looks sad. Ever. Titus.
I say we just cross and tour. The threat is mild. Our schedule isn't public, and their armies will never move fast enough.
Tour? Schedule? They can't possibly mean to perform in the north before...
Good morning,
calls a rich voice, muting the conversation as Syl sidles through the double doors. Outside, the revelers break into hollers and applause.
I hope everyone is well rested.
The director's eyes hover on me just a second too long before he continues.
Pardon the interruption, but it's a full day ahead. Everyone is dismissed to costume fittings, and will report to the auditorium immediately after for an assessment in stage combat and reality suspension.
The deathless arts. I assume that's what Jude meant when he said he could help me. I pressed gently at my ribs, which somehow healed miraculously during the night. But it's that single warm breath that filled my chest, the way that ice seemed to melt and dislodge from my lungs that I can't seem to shake. My mind fixes on it, on the moment I step out of this playhouse and leave the lingering consequences of my curse at its gilded doors. With another pleasant smile, Syl turns and vanishes the way he came.
I've never died before,
chimes Phileas at a neighboring table, a peculiar sparkle in his eye. Died? Wait, isn't the whole point not to? Can't be much worse than living, jokes Tig, though I notice she set her fork down rather quickly. The dining hall begins to clear out, and the queasiness in my stomach starts to feel like a ball of lead as my mind flips through everything I've read on craft over the years. Maybe the deathless arts can help me, but I would do well not to forget their main purpose. Death. Act 1, Scene 17. They must have every piece ever worn in here, says Thyone, moving between costume racks ahead of me. Her brother, Phileas, pinches expensive suits and elaborate dresses as we go.
Do you think we'll get to wear these?
Phileas asks with wonder in his voice. I hope not, I think, eyeing a particularly gaudy contraption with a train the size of my bedroom at home. The costume wing is a yawning golden chamber, 2 stories up from the dining hall, jam-packed with thousands of opulent fabrics and colors hanging upon long mahogany rods. One wall is stacked high with bolts of silk, gossamer, leather, and velvet. The opposite is lined with mirrors and pedestals. In between, a frightening display of mannequins dressed in costumes. Even the mannequins are built to the players' muscular statures. My mind wanders once more to the test ahead, one Jude is certain I won't survive.
When do you think we'll see the prop room?
Phileas wonders aloud. I'm wondering the same thing. I need to get my hands on that Eleutherian arrow. Touch someone else's prop, costume, or otherwise, and you'll have to answer to me, replies an elegant, humorless voice. I look up from the red coat I've been pocketing a gold button from to see a tall man with a broad chest and large-framed glasses. Or the prop master. And I promise you, Marigold is scarier. Noted. Cicero. You can call me Cicero. I'm one of your costume designers. He eyes the 3 of us. They're sending you in groups. Oddly considerate for the players. All right, come along. I cough, lowering my voice as I follow the costumer. If one of the players... I pause, choosing my words carefully, sidestepping a lie. Jude sent that arrow down to the prop master last night. Marigold. If one of the players asked me to retrieve something from the prop master, how would I do that? Cicero stops short, turns. The pure and utter alarm etched into his expression is decidedly not comforting. Marigold. Now, which of the players did you anger so badly to deserve that fate? So the stories are true. She's real? Thyone pipes up. Is she really more beautiful than the players? If you value your life, you won't let the players hear you say that, Cicero says with a harsh laugh and continues down the aisle. She was human once, I'm told. The most beautiful woman in Theatron, according to most books. Or she was a few hundred years ago. What is she now? I try to ask casually, though the nervous, high pitch the question comes out in doesn't do me any favors. Cicero turns and raises an eyebrow at me. I promise you don't want to find out. Before I can push for answers, he ushers us onto the pedestals, his lips immediately returning to their pressed expression whenever he stops speaking.
You're going to be a problem.
He pinches one of my shoulders buried under Galen's jacket, and I cringe.
What is this supposed to be?
He flicks my collar.
Take it off. How do you expect me to measure you?
He waves a finger between the twins.
You too, as well? You think I have all the time in the world? Dionysus, have mercy.
I fold my arms protectively over my chest. My mark itches in warning under the top button of my jacket. If anyone sees my mark, I'm done for. Cora.
Give them a break, Cicero.
A woman with a low bun of perfectly silver hair and a long, pointed nose appears at his side.
He's right, though. We might as well fit you for a potato sack measuring you in this.
Another costume designer, then. I start, as Cicero brushes by to wrap a measuring tape around Phileas's neck. Shy, Alistair? Teases Thyone, already halfway undressed.
The silver-haired woman laughs. There are no secrets in the theater, especially when it comes to costume changes.
I take a defensive step away from her. Cora's head tilts.
Dear, there are plenty of things to be afraid of in the playhouse. I'm not one of them, she adds more pressingly. At least this coat, it's very large on you.
Cora, sings a familiar voice. Emerging from a row of sapphire-beaded costumes is Jude.
I hate to be a bother, but have you seen the atrocious stitching on my combat uniform? I refuse to be seen in it.
Exhaustion falls across her face.
Again?
She asks.
Yes, that was my thought as well,
Jude says primly, as the woman throws down her measuring tape and hurries off through the maze of costumes, muttering about players and vanity. For some reason, I expect Jude to stay and tell me how to get out of this before someone sees my mark. But when he sweeps back through the costume wing after the silver-haired woman, I guess I shouldn't be surprised he exclusively came to complain. On my own, then. Though I'm not plotting my grand escape for more than 30 seconds before the silver-haired woman returns.
Heron is on it,
Cora calls to Cicero, who rolls his eyes and mutters something about tearing all the stitches out of Jude's uniforms so he can't complain about them anymore. Without pretense, the woman tugs at my jacket. She doesn't look surprised when I pull away from her with a scowl, and to my shock says,
"It's me, Alistair."
Her eyes flash gold, then dull back to gray just as quickly. My mouth falls open. Jude? The silver-haired woman, Jude, apparently, nods. Before I can ask questions, he turns my shoulders back toward the looking glass, and I'm not sure if I cringe more at the touch or at my reflection. Jude.
Arius tells me you're desperately missing me. I'm so sorry to deny you my presence this morning, but I've been out bargaining for your life.
I whirl around, horrified. You told Syl.
Not to be morbid, Alistair, but if I told him, you wouldn't be here in one piece right now. Say, I risk my neck borrowing one of Matthia's costumes for you, and you insist on covering it up with this?
I hug my arms over my jacket. It's too big anyway, I say, and kick a leg out to emphasize where the scarlet fabric bundles at my knees. Though maybe I've grown a little fond of the color.
Well, your new costumes will be too big as well if I can't measure you.
He reaches past the mirror and snags what I can only describe as a glorified nightgown hanging behind it.
It's a slip, same as they're wearing.
He nods to the other auditionees.
Be quick about it.
I snatch the flimsy excuse for fabric out of his hands as Jude steps away. But taking off Galen's jacket feels like discarding my armor. Somewhere, a few costume racks away while I change, Jude complains loudly in the costume woman's voice to Cicero about how poor Arius's performance was in last week's show, and that Syl really should have given that role to the far more talented lead player. By the time he returns, I'm making pitiful attempts to arrange my hair to cover the mark at my neck and pondering what the hell the point of a slip even is.
Jude, stop wincing away from the mirror. They only do that north of the cut.
I reluctantly shift back to the glass, palm angled over my mark, while Jude plucks a measuring tape from a sewing box and cinches it around my shoulders, calling measurements to Cicero.
I can get you out of this part, but I won't be able to help you in stage combat. Turn this way.
The tape wraps around my ribs next, and Jude stills, looking a little sick. His eyes flash up to mine, down again, and then, gritting his teeth, he calls more numbers out to Cicero, who swears loudly at the measurement. I shrug off the strange reaction, focusing on what must be a perfect imitation of the costume woman. Everything down to the beauty mark above Cora's lip is intact. Did you... I'm not sure how to ask this. Hurt her? Cora? Jude blinks up at me with Cora's face.
Are you asking if I've skinned a woman in less than 30 seconds? That would take me at least 10 minutes to do.
Finding no humor in my face, he rolls his eyes in a distinctly Jude expression.
No, Alistair. I did not skin anyone. It's called mimicry. You'll learn it too if you survive today, which you won't at this rate.
I've read of mimicry, but like reality suspension, the North doesn't have an inkling of what it entails. From the stories, I was inclined to believe the worst. Riven, Jude, what is... I throw a suspicious glance at Thyone, paranoid someone will hear. What is craft binding? Jude raises an eyebrow.
Something you cannot do with that mark of yours. Oh, that reminds me.
He reaches into his back pocket and places an item in my palm.
A gift?
I examine the small silver blade between my fingers as he goes on.
I asked Syl to shift the assessments. You don't stand a chance if reality suspension is first, which it is, since he refused me. So, when you slash the seal of your mark, do so with that. It's prop metal. Shouldn't hurt as badly, and certainly better than that atrocious gold blade you were waving around.
He snatches his foot away from my aim, barely in time as the blade comes down hard, spearing through the wooden pedestal. I straighten, lean forward, and whisper, "Make another mention of slashing my mark, and I'm taking one of those pretty golden eyes."
So you think they're pretty?
Jude asks wryly. I frown.
If you get yourself killed, it's on you then. If not only for your sake, but for...
Riven, for what? Yours? I restrain the laughter catching in my throat. Let me be clear, Jude. We might have a bargain, but I don't care what happens to you. I startle, confused by the twinge in my throat. Jude.
You know, I'm starting to think you don't like me much. And everyone likes me. I'm delightful.
Riven, I hate you. Jude's costume slips, gold bleeding through the gray eyes. Abruptly, he goes back to measuring, and a brush of skin draws a yelp from both of us.
Why does your skin always feel as though it's been dunked in ice chips?
Why does yours always feel like hellfire? I spit back. He stares hard at me for a moment, then at my mark.
You don't hate me.
Gods above. He's so used to being adored, he can't handle this. Riven, Jude, I'm not sure how many times we have to go through this, but I can't lie to you. I do hate you. I hate this place. I hate all of it. There again, that strange twinge. Jude shakes his head at me, smile recovering, with too many teeth this time.
What is the difference between love and hate? Just that one is the sweeter of passions. It's a fine line in the theater.
He allows me no time to respond before vanishing back into the tunnels of clothing racks, leaving me to gather my jacket. But when he's gone and my anger cools, I peer at the blade and press a hand to my mark, starting to suspect only one of us will make it through the day. Act 1, Scene 18. Already, I know this will end badly. Unbearable layers of leather cling to my skin, laced up my back. I blame Jude for the clumsy measurements as the buckles on my gloves catch again. We march to the tune of Arius's heavy boots as my eyes search for an exit that doesn't exist, on our way to a challenge that Jude insists I won't survive. They usher all 5 of us auditionees down a dimly lit hall, through a narrow door and up some steps. "This is the right wing of the stage," explains Arius ahead. I can see the stage clearly from here, a massive white platter that rounds in front of the audience, melding into a secondary rectangular platform near the back. A brilliant red curtain is held at bay by golden rings on either side. Beyond the stage, a sea of empty velvet seats stretches farther than my eyes can see. There must be thousands. Titus.
"Welcome."
His voice booms throughout the auditorium as he and Parrish enter from the opposite wing, met with a thunderous greeting from the other auditionees. Titus looks excited, which I decide is not a good thing. Titus.
"Come now. Gather round."
My foot hits the stage, and a shock like lightning cuts through my ankle. It isn't necessarily unpleasant, rather an almost effervescent feeling shivering up my calf. I shake my ankle until it goes away. Mattia charges across the platform, a merciless double-ended blade in her grip. She tosses it to Titus as if it weighs nothing. Titus.
"Stage combat often ends in reality suspension. You won't use it for all combat on the stage, but when you need it..."
He swings the blade over his head, the sound slicing through the air and raking along my nerves.
"You'll want to know what the hell you're doing."
Think of this as a trust exercise, Parrish says. You've all had the chance to do a craft binding now, so follow the rules and you'll be just fine. Well, that doesn't bode well for me. Parrish's gloved hands reach for the leather belt strapped at her torso, retrieving 2 thin silver knives about the length of her arms. She moves across the stage, having exchanged her skirts for a flare of black gauze that flutters cape-like behind legs that move with the sharp speed and precision of a spider. Titus.
"You'll need to know reality suspension for certain types of performances, mostly tragedies. Remember, comedy is not the antithesis to tragedy. Everyone endures suffering, hardship, loss. Everyone dies."
Parrish. Some of us just know how to have a good laugh about it. She winks. Hold on. What does that...
Titus. "First, a demonstration. Watch closely."
Uncertain, I take a few steps away and collide with someone at my back. Whirling, I find Jude, his olive skin looking rather pale. Jude.
"This."
He nods at Titus and Parrish, who have begun to walk cool, calculated circles around each other, the former adapting to a noticeable limp on his left side. Jude lowers his voice.
"Is why that mark is going to kill you."
My heart starts to thud in my ears. Titus.
"What is tragedy? Why does it exist?"
His voice reverberates off each slat of marble, coming back tenfold.
"Mortals are simple creatures. Fewer things grip hold of an audience, like the inescapable reminder of their own shared fate. Their eternal quest to understand what the journey toward the end means."
He's speaking to us, but his eyes never leave Parrish, apparently his opponent now.
"Reality suspension is not something you learn to do. It's something you learn not to do."
Parrish. You make us sound lazy. Her head tilts, childlike. Stalling. Without warning, Titus brings the blade down in a swift blow, scarcely missing Parrish's head. She ducks, striking for his torso with one of her blades, laughing at his attempt. Riven. Jude. My voice comes out in a whisper as Titus runs at Parrish. Those are real weapons. What is happening? He doesn't answer, his eyes following the fight unfolding before us. This doesn't look like mere stage combat. They're trying to kill each other. Titus.
Don't turn your back on your opponent. Reality suspension requires at least 2 bodies. If one of you dies on stage, your life has to temporarily go somewhere living. So for Dionysus's sake, hold eye contact.
He dodges one of Parrish's strikes.
This is why we do craft binding. We're all connected on the stage, and one life will depend on the next. If you can't trust your partner, you're as good as dead.
I glance up at Jude. I am extra dead. Titus jabs Parrish with the center hilt of his weapon, forcing her back. Showing little reaction to what looked like a hard blow to her hip, she rolls onto her feet. One of her blades goes flying as their shadows waltz across the stage, Parrish's anklets jingling with each step. The blade clatters on the ground beside the curtain as she shifts, wielding the other cleanly like a sword, her expression one of mere annoyance. Titus.
And if the script says you're done for...
Titus corners Parrish to the edge, the orchestra pit looming at her back. He swings again, and everyone gasps, excited. This time Parrish doesn't block. Her feet are a smidge too slow. Titus lunges and swipes his good foot behind her ankle. She lands on her back with a huff, her second knife sliding away from her grasp. He wastes no time springing over her. There's an unmistakable, intimate second of shared silence between them, their eyes meeting, fusing. Parrish doesn't look frightened. In fact, I think I catch her sticking her tongue out at him mockingly. Titus.
Then you calculate the moment you fail exactly.
His gaze narrows.
And you don't fight it.
Titus utters a word under his breath that I think only Parrish can hear. Then, without hesitating, slices the blade clean across her throat. Act 1, Scene 19.
That,
declares Titus, pointing the wet blade at each of our stunned faces. My heart hammers against my chest as my eyes drift to where Parrish's throat used to be, gold spilling out on the marble. Her eyes are turned toward the spotlights, glassy and distant. No, this is wrong. Titus.
That is what you want. Shock your audience. No matter how many times they see it, they will never be immune to death. Which is why you must be.
She isn't dead. Certainly not. I swallow, suddenly unable to feel my feet as I grip hold of the red curtain to steady myself. This cannot be reality suspension. It can't be. This is just death, murder. Lost for words, I look to Jude, waiting for an explanation, something, anything. He doesn't look back. Titus throws his weapon to Mattia.
We'll return shortly.
With that, Titus scoops up Parrish, her corpse, and saunters for the wings.
You're in good hands. And if this is your mentor...
He lifts Parrish's limp body up, and she looks so light, so vulnerable. There and gone in an instant.
I promise to return her shortly.
But there's something different to his walk now. What had been a lazy, cat-like stride shifts into a stagger, like he's carrying an invisible weight draped over every inch of his being. Meanwhile, Mattia looks right at me and moves. I tense, not even having time to react when she swings the blade at Jude's neck. In a breath, he catches her arm and forces the blade back on her so hard the silver slices into her bicep. Mattia pulls back, an easy laugh parting her maroon-painted lips as she clasps a hand to the slit in her arm where gold has begun to bleed.
Don't ever underestimate your opponent, she announces to the group.
Jude flashes her a grin.
Ruin this shirt, Mattia, and you won't get the chance to. You'll all be dismissed to rehearsal rooms to train with your mentor,
Mattia announces, gold seeping between her fingers.
We hope to see you alive at dinner tonight, unless anyone is eager to try now.
She means it jokingly, I think.
Your first death is the hardest. Don't worry,
Arius says, as if it's comforting.
This way, Alistair.
Jude says quietly, nodding to the wings, which lead back into halls of rehearsal rooms. I frown. I thought you weren't going to help me.
I'm not. I can't if you're going to be stubborn about it.
He lowers his voice.
But at least I can make it quick.
Make it quick. I can't think straight. Panic paints little dots across my vision until it numbs, turns red as rage. There's blood on the stage, a body carried away, and what I thought might be my saving grace, reality suspension. It isn't some deathless curse breaker. It's a sick, disgusting stage trick, one that I can't even perform. When I look around, all I see are arrogant, ego-driven players, just like the monster who ruined my life. One of them, or maybe all of them, is responsible for killing my father. But he didn't back down from the challenge of these monsters, even though it cost him everything. Rage boils under my skin at the thought. I will not be quietly executed by a player, especially not by Jude. That anger will be the death of you, Galen's voice repeats once more. But that anger is curling hot and quick beneath my skin, throttling the fear in my bones. Bottle it up and keep your mouth shut, all right? Use your head. Never open your mouth when you're angry. As auditionees prepare to disperse, I open my mouth. I volunteer. Act 1, Scene 20. I regret the words as soon as they leave my mouth, but I'm committed now. Jude.
No, she doesn't. She does not volunteer.
He's still yelling after me as I storm to the prop armory I saw them pull weapons from. My audience breaks into conspiratorial chatter, and Mattia tracks my movements as if only now noticing I'm here. Jude's voice pitches higher as he chases me backstage.
She's just being silly. Natural comedian, this one.
Actually, I am not a natural anything. I don't know shit about fighting a player. In fact, a couple of years back, before the worst of the slow poison took hold, I got my ass royally handed to me by a couple of revelers after wandering too close to the southern border in the district. They entertained themselves by trying to force a lie from my mouth. Galen came to my rescue with the scolding of a lifetime on his lips. After that, Galen refused to let me enter the district at all, even by his side, unless I could beat him in a fair fight. Unwilling to give up my freedom, I spent the next 3 months trying, more bruise than skin, and increasingly pissed about it. But I did. I broke 4 fingers that never healed correctly, but I beat him in a fight. Once. This is, apparently, enough to fuel the unhinged confidence that has my hands running over the selection of blades and axes hanging in the wings. Now that I think about it, though, I'm pretty sure Galen let me win. Oh, gods. He definitely let me win. Jude speeds up, hot on my heels, whispering,
Alistair, you've made your wish for death abundantly clear, but let me speak plainly. Parrish's body is dead, but she will be fine. You can't do that. To suspend your reality, you have to be able to leave yourself. He reaches for my wrist before I can grab the dory spear, and I jerk it away, offering him a scathing look instead. He goes on. That mark is like a lock. On you. You can't escape. Your body will die, and so will you. My stomach turns, and I force a shrug. Riven. You heard them. This is practice for stage combat as much as it is your atrocious player magic, reality suspension, whatever it is. I select a dagger from the armory, my voice shaking. What makes you think Mattia'll win? What makes me think she'll... He repeats, as if unsure he's heard correctly, staring at me with a sort of beseeching horror. My knees snap as I charge back onto the stage. A dagger? He scream whispers after me. Grab a damn sword at least, Alistair. I don't announce that my arms aren't strong enough to swing a player's sword. This will have to do. Mattia's brow falls as she takes in my dagger.
She levels a look at Jude that seems to read, "Really?" while I head for the center of the circular platform and turn, silent, waiting. The whispers of auditionees hush as Mattia approaches me the way one might approach a gravely injured animal that needs to be put down, cautious but pitying. The realization of my mistake arrows through me. Up close, it's easy to tell how much bigger Mattia is. Her shoulders are corded with lean muscle from years of training, and that cut on her arm already seems to be healing rapidly. A tooth the size of my palm dangles at her neck. Legend claims Mattia ripped that tooth from a beast sent by Artemis herself. I look to her blade, wet with blood. This player wrangled a beast sent by the gods with her bare hands. A mortal with a dagger and a big mouth must be an insult of a challenge by comparison. Mattia closes the remaining space with a rudimentary swing, as if testing to see if I'll move or if I really am suicidal. She looks mildly surprised when I dodge her blade and mimic the counterstrike I've watched Galen do about 1,000 times. But I miss her entirely, clumsily swinging at her torso. Turning, Mattia slashes the blade down toward my armed hand. I throw the dagger up, just barely shifting to catch it before it can clatter to the ground. That singular movement leaves me exhausted, cold gripping at my bones.
"You've taught her well in a short time, Jude,"
Mattia remarks. I glance in Jude's direction, out of breath and annoyed that he should get any credit. But he isn't watching the fight at all. His eyes are focused above. I track his gaze past the golden box seats and over the highest balconies, where a spindly series of bridges crisscrosses along the theater in a maze. Then I see what he sees, a wisp of white, racing over us on the catwalk at otherworldly speed, like a ghost. When I look back down, Jude is on the move, sprinting backstage. Something strikes the back of my knee, sends me toppling forward with a shout of pain. "Allie, get up!" shouts an auditionee, who seems to think we're on a nickname basis. I vaguely register that the sole of Mattia's boot has granted me this surprise trip to the floor. My vision spins. She's advancing on me, clearly bored with pretense. Pain pinches the bones in my fingers as I grip the dagger for dear life. I can't do this. "Get up, Alistair!" someone shouts. I don't know who. "Do you want to die?" Anger beats in my pulse. Do I? I won't survive this stage trick, this reality suspension, if I lose this fight. Not with this mark. Not without whatever craft binding is. The others will. No, I decide. I don't. I don't want to die. My eyes flash up at Mattia advancing on me. I certainly don't want to die at the hands of a player. Galen's voice shouts in my head. "No big movements. When someone comes at you, it doesn't matter how strong they are." I shoot an ankle out and snag her shin, swearing at the pressure on my knees. My defenses aren't impressive by any stretch, just quick and clumsily unpredictable. Maybe because I don't know what my next move will be either. All that matters is how smart you are, and God's riven, you are smart. I don't want to die. In fact, I really want to live. Jude shouts something from above, and it draws Mattia's eyes. She peers up to the catwalk just long enough for me to lunge onto my feet and slice my blade across the muscles of her stomach. The player doubles over and swears, gold bleeding through the leather where I've cut her. But her eyes are ablaze, burning through me. With no warning, she pivots, pushing and swinging and cornering me to the edge of the platform, finally unleashing her true skill. Skill I am in no way, shape, or form prepared to combat. Jude shouts something again. Galen's voice is yelling at me to strike, but I don't know how to strike, how to fight. I skitter backward like a cornered dog. In a frantic last-ditch effort, I aim my dagger for Mattia's neck and throw it as hard as I can. She moves, and it clatters pathetically to the floor, leaving me open and defenseless. This isn't how I die. The words slam into me like a tidal wave as Mattia raises her weapon. Jude screams again, and I hear it this time.
Exodus!
The world flashes black, then white. Then there is no color, no sound, no nothing, like reality has drained itself from my world, like time has stopped. I raise my eyes to the catwalk and have only enough time to see a wisp of white disappearing on the other side of it, the ghostly figure vanishing. Jude stares down at us from the bridge, his expression frantic. Right before, the chandelier overhead falls toward the stage, Mattia and me in its path. Act 1, Scene 21. 10 years ago. "She's having a strange reaction to the gold," says a woman's voice. "It's eating away at the flesh." I wake, thinking I must have gone my entire life with this awful throbbing sensation at my throat. It hurts too much to think of anything else. Whispers of memory nudge at my mind. My classroom, Professor Aridi. I was supposed to answer a question when the room went dark. Now I'm on some sort of cot. Shadows talk by the door, hardening into the shapes of people. The second voice belongs to my brother. "I'll take her home. Please don't tell our mother."
"How are you feeling, Riven?"
says a third voice. I shift my gaze to a pair of bright hazel eyes at the end of my cot. He appears a few years older than Galen's 12, and he's neatly packing what might be healer supplies into a bag, the clasp of it catching on a wad of cotton wrapped around his hand. "Bad," I answer without thinking, my new mark diluting any untruths that might have softened the word. "Who are you?"
"Sometimes marks don't take cleanly. I'm the person who gets called in when they don't."
He offers me a wink.
"Take care, Riven."
With that, he pats my hand and stands to leave. My attention stirs back to my brother and the school nurse in the doorway.
"Has she?"
the nurse says, voice unsteady.
"Was she exposed to that? Whatever you're insinuating."
Galen's answer is too hushed to catch the rest, but my mind fills it in. A player. The nurse shakes her head.
"If any sort of craft may have entered her blood."
I think back. The player's golden blood all over my hands, sinking into my skin.
"Nothing to worry about here,"
interrupts the hazel-eyed healer.
"Just a bad reaction. Let her rest and send word if it gets worse."
With that, he leaves before the nurse can object. My fingers twist at the bandage secured tightly around my neck. The pressure is uncomfortable, so I pull at it.
"Riven?"
Galen calls, pushing past the nurse.
"Riv, don't touch it!"
He bats away my prying hands and clumsily adjusts the bandage. Squinting at the lights, I recognize Galen's silver eyes hovering over me. My throat hurts. My mind is unable to focus on anything else, and I'm cold.
"It's an allergy."
Galen blows a lock of chestnut hair out of his face, throwing an anxious look at the door.
"We're going home."
No. My mind spins. We're supposed to practice the 3 compliments rule today in class. I've already thought of 4 for Noah, and a few insults for other classmates.
"Can you stand?"
asks Galen. A strange feeling builds hotly in my chest. I pin my lips shut, looking to the door, where the nurse watches me like an escaped animal. Galen reaches for my shoulders and pulls me upright, startling when I violently pull away.
"Riven?"
His eyes cloud.
"What's wrong?"
I know the things I am supposed to say. I'm scared. I'm hurt. I'm hungry. Things that would make Galen nod and say, "Let's get you home." But I can't tell lies anymore, and the feeling is bubbling up my throat.
"Riv, what is it?"
Galen presses. I blink. I'm angry. Act 1, Scene 22. At first, I think I must be floating, until someone sets me down.
"Move that table out of the way, will you?"
Jude's voice, echoing somewhere in the darkness. It occurs to me I cannot breathe.
"Gods,"
says another voice. Titus?
Do you really think an auditionee could have gotten up there and cut the... It wasn't an auditionee, answers Jude. Something worse. Thanks, Titus. You can go. You sure? I can stick around. First death's the hardest.
A pause.
Bit of a fighter, isn't she? You have no idea. Don't waste your time. It'll be a while. She's stubborn as a bull.
Boots pad across the floor, followed by the click of a door shutting. There's a dip beside me on whatever cushiony thing I'm on, too cushiony to be an altar. And so far, no one is leaning over me with a blade to cut my heart out. This is good news. Something cool presses to my collarbone, and I gasp, stars piercing my vision. Pain, too all-consuming to be real, explodes in my lungs and zips through my shoulder. I try to reach for it and wince.
Stop. You're making it worse,
says Jude. But the pressure eases slightly. I drag my eyelids open and make out his blurry silhouette. The dimming lights form a halo around him. There's a cloth in his hand covered in blood. Mine, I think. That's unfortunate. Don't touch me, I rasp, squirming away. He pauses.
Are you serious, Alistair?
He throws the cloth down.
I've seen a lot of people die and a lot of people pull through, but none so determined to hang in the balance. I am trying my best, but it's rude to push away someone trying to help you.
It's rude to drop a chandelier on someone, I seethe. But the words turn into a cough that feels like blades raking across my lungs.
I didn't drop a chandelier on anyone.
He drags a hand through his hair.
Someone else did, though.
All the auditionees were on stage. Titus was off somewhere in the wings with Parrish. The rest of the players were on the platform. Who, then? I narrow my eyes. I don't believe you.
I don't believe what I saw either, so that makes two of us.
I try to lift my head to stare at what I imagine is a large, gaping hole around my shoulder by the amount of blood on the cloth. But I can't. Something jerks in my chest, sudden and instinctual, like a bird fluttering around inside the cage of my ribs, searching frantically for a way out. Jude must notice something is wrong, because he nods and almost rests a hand on mine before thinking better of it. He sits back, shaking his head.
That's you. Your life is trying to escape, to wait out the worst of the physical damage.
I narrow my eyes at him.
It wants to escape someplace safe, so your body can die,
he clarifies.
That is reality suspension. To fool death long enough for it to pass over, to suspend your reality before it comes. We're players, not healers.
This isn't how I'm supposed to die. The thought pounds through my head with a vengeance. I did not make it this far to give up now, injured at the hands of a player, dying under the eyes of another. Riven, show me how to do it. Now. My demand ends in another vicious cough. He gives me a pitying look. Jude.
You can't suspend your reality. That mark, it works like a seal. It keeps us out, but...
Riven, it keeps me in. I choke on the tinny taste of blood. What's happening? Jude sighs. I must have asked out loud.
It pierced you. I think your lungs might be collapsing. I'm not sure.
It? Mattia? I remember her running at me, lifting her blade. Mattia? I cough again, a rage even deeper than the pain filling my head.
What the... Lie down,
Jude orders, as I try to haul myself up, finding it also a very bad idea, and collapsing onto what I realize is the chaise in my dressing room.
And no,
he says,
not Mattia. Not exactly. The edge of the chandelier hit you. Mattia took the brunt of it.
She's dead? I blurt, hopeful.
For the meantime,
he says with a shrug.
We're actors. We live 1,000 lives, but we still die at the end of each one of them.
I remember the world flashing, color draining. Jude had called out a strange word. The bird in my chest makes another breakout attempt, and I gasp. What did you do? Jude.
I suspended Mattia's reality.
and did my best to suspend yours, but
I try to muster the energy to look confused, but truthfully, I just want him to keep talking to distract me.
Think of it as a pause in the show. A moment backstage.
He shrugs.
It's time that doesn't exist.
So, even if Mattia is dead for now, the moment she died doesn't exist. A moment to fool death. My heart sinks. She's alive then. Or will be when the magic wears off. The bird throws itself against the wall of my chest again, weaker this time. Dying. I'm dying. The wrongness is overwhelming. Then my hand is grasping furiously at my throat, at the high collar of my shirt concealing the mark beneath. Get rid of it, I wheeze. Get rid of the mark. I am not dying here. I'll live out of sheer spite if I have to. Jude's eyes fix on mine, uncertain as I reveal the swirls of gold. They seem to squirm, burning hot and ice cold at once, like they know something bad is coming.
You're sure?
He asks, eyes flickering between mine and the mark at my throat. No, says Galen's voice in my head, fainter now. I nod, startled as the bird in my chest shudders, no longer trying to escape. Then Jude isn't there anymore, though I hear him shuffling around somewhere a few feet away.
One condition,
he says, reappearing and setting something down just beneath my right hand. It feels like paper. He wrestles my palm open and presses a pen into it.
Sign it.
The contract. Every curse I can think of rolls through my mind. You're unbelievable.
Come now, Alistair. You have the only thing an actor really needs anyway.
I scoff, glaring at him. And what is that? He offers what I think is an attempt at a comforting smile.
Not a thing to lose.
I groan, but another scorch of pain sends my hand writing my fake name wherever he's settled it on the page. Then the paper is gone, and so is Jude. I hear what sounds like coals being pushed around. My vision fades in and out. I can't seem to properly move my other hand, and vaguely recall the not-too-pleasant feeling of it smacking onto the marble stage.
Let me be clear, Alistair.
When Jude returns, there's an iron in his hand, the edge of it burning orange. His words seem a great deal more dangerous while holding it.
Turn on me, or try to hurt my cast, and I will kill you myself.
I don't need to be fully coherent right now to know he means that.
Don't look away, all right?
I nod, numb, and focus on the sinister gold of Jude's eyes against every instinct I have. I almost think they soften, but quickly dismiss the thought. I'm delusional from pain.
Right, good. Focus on me.
Never look a player in the eye, warns Galen's voice.
When your mark is gone, and the craft takes hold.
Player magic, I hiss with disgust, one eye on the iron sizzling too close to my neck. He clears his throat.
Don't think of your body as dying, yes? Just, sleeping. Think of this as a very intense nap.
You are the least comforting person I have ever met, I mutter. He breathes.
First death's the worst. I promise.
The scalding heat of the rod presses into my skin. I'm not sure if I scream. I'm not sure of anything. My world narrows to a boiling warmth flooding my every muscle, to the heat of Jude's palm curving around the back of my neck, to those bright golden eyes that seem more like stars as everything darkens. Something is wrong. I try to gasp, but the next breath doesn't come. The air is not reaching my lungs. The space between my heartbeats stretches wider, quieter, and it hits me that I'm too late. Too late for this reality suspension trick. That unsealing my mark didn't work. That bird in my chest makes one final retreat as Jude speaks a strange word. And finally, it breaks free. Act 2. Act 2, Scene 1. Someone is singing, soft and quiet. It's a familiar, melancholy melody my mind itches to recognize. No, that can't be right. I don't know any songs. Singing is banned in the North. I feel breath in my ear.
He's on stage. Hurry.
My eyes snap open. Whoever whispered the words isn't there when I turn my head. Maybe I imagined it. Slowly, my vision clears, tracing intricate patterns of gold leaf across the ceiling. If I'm dead, the underworld looks suspiciously like the playhouse. Confused, I search for the edges of the chaise I remember being laid on. My hands grasp cool layers of silk instead beneath a thick duvet. The firmness of the chaise has been replaced by a soft mattress. I bolt upright, taking in the sleeping quarters of my dressing room, the four-poster bed. Embroidered throw pillows are piled around the dark wood bed frame beside a nightstand presenting a full glass of water. A footstool has been left to the side of my bed. It's empty. Did I drag myself in here, delirious from pain, after... Somehow my feet find the ground. A blistering sensation brings my attention to the bandage pressed between my collarbones. It doesn't take more than a moment to remember why. What I've done. A second cast is wrapped over the wrist that snapped when I fell, though it doesn't hurt at all. How could that have healed so quickly? There's a line of ink scrawled across the cast. Go back to bed. I nearly catch myself laughing before the seriousness of the situation takes hold. But the thought of my betrayal to the North is unbearable. So I focus on the second most crucial issue at hand. I need a weapon. And if I can't get to that arrow yet, I need to find my father's knife. In an instant, I'm across the room and out the door, skidding into the vacant hall, buttoning my jacket up to the neck like hiding my ruined mark will somehow undo what I've done. There's a surge of applause somewhere in the distance. A performance tonight. Jude will be on stage, away from his dressing room, which is next to mine and unlocked, apparently. Awfully trusting of him. Or at least, that's what I think, until I swing open the door and a thin slip of parchment lodged behind the Player Jude nameplate floats to the ground. Suspicious, I pick it up and read, I said go back to bed, Alistair. You won't find it. Nosy. Chaining the door shut behind me, I quickly discover he's right. My knife isn't in any of his suits or the sleeves I rip off them. It isn't underneath the floorboards I pull up and toss into the fireplace. It certainly isn't in any of the little makeup bottles I spill all over his vanity. I'm writing a few choice words in eyeliner over his mirror when my eye catches an old playbill hanging on the wall behind me. There, beside it, I see something, framed by fan letters signed with crimson lips. Jude is overly sentimental, I decide, examining the wall of memorabilia. But between a tattered playbill and a dated call sheet, a tour schedule is nailed to the wall. It's old and out of date by years. But if he has this one, he would have the current one, right? I dive for his dresser and then the vanity drawers, rifling through them as I replay Titus's comment this morning. Our schedule isn't public, and their armies will never move fast enough. But if the North did have their tour schedule? My hands grip a newer page, printed delicately with cities and tour dates for this season. This is it. With a little aha, I pull it from the drawer, and my attention snags on the newspaper clipping hiding beneath. I should run. I have the tour schedule. But something about the angry way the newspaper clipping has been frayed at the corners, with several words viciously underlined, piques my curiosity. Council rules. Children not exempt from markings in the North. Extends to district walls. It's dated 10 years ago, when marks widely took root in the North, a preventative measure as the expiration of the treaty grew closer. The article includes comments from key council members, talk of extinguishing deception in the North and protecting our youngest members of society from trained liars, and preventing them from being lured in by the temptations of the playhouse. Thunderous applause echoes from the auditorium again. Curtain call. a thought occurs to me, and I shove away the newspaper clipping. My eyes flicker to the mirror, only long enough to press my palm to it and whisper, "Galen Hesper." "Please, Harris," I think, desperate as my palm meets the cool glass. What are the odds he actually delivered my message? It happens faster this time, the glass swirling. "Galen?" I ask the glass limply as it darkens. While I wait, my eyes flicker to the top of the mirror, to a message written in a line of crusted brown lipstick that I didn't notice before. "If not in this one, then in the next," it reads. A prickle walks down my spine as I compare it to Jude's message on my bandage. A sharp and vicious cursive. Then I glance back at the writing on the mirror. I'll bet a fan wrote it. Maybe one of the dalliances he mentioned. The thought of a fan being in this room sends a pinch of annoyance between my shoulders. Jealousy? No, definitely not. I have no reason to. "Cassia!" My brother's voice hollers in the distance, hard and frantic, and pulling me from the distraction. "Cassia, it's her!" The darkness on the other side gives way to dim, flickering light, as what looks like a curtain is pulled away from the other side. Wisely, they keep the mirror partially covered. My brother's quicksilver eyes peer back at mine through the glass as the curtain falls. "Thank you, Harris," I think, relief blanketing my panic for just a moment. Galen doesn't look himself. Dark rings line his normally bright eyes. He's wearing the same pressed shirt as yesterday, only now it's wrinkled and battered. He looks like he hasn't slept since I last saw him, which feels like ages ago now. "Galen," I say in a whisper, throwing a look over my shoulder. "It's me." "Prove it." I startle. His voice is colder than steel. He doesn't sound like my brother at all. Behind him, Cassia materializes in what I recognize as the old study in her home. I can tell by the carved shelves lining the walls, thick with books I begged to borrow growing up. I look to Cassia, shocked. "You heard him," my aunt prompts, a little softer, but her face has paled white. They don't trust that I'm me. My eyes dart around. I'm standing in the dressing room of a player, one who specializes in mimicry. I look down at my clothes, covered in blood. My own, but they don't know that. Why should they trust me? I swallow. "I'm your sister." His expression is unchanged. I hate it when people touch me." Galen's face softens just slightly. My mind scrambles for something convincing. "For my 12th birthday, you wrote and mailed letters from my entire class wishing me well." He'd have gotten away with it, too, if I hadn't recognized the slanted T's of his handwriting and asked him directly. Unable to lie to me, he'd confessed on the spot. That does it. His expression breaks, his lips parting in disbelief. Aunt Cassia lets out what sounds like a small cry on the other side. "The reveler wasn't lying," she says, more to herself than me. I definitely owe Harris that ring. "We thought you went missing in the riots." Cassia's voice shakes when she talks. "The district went to hell after last night, when the playhouse vanished early. And Galen, we—" "Do they know?" Galen's tone slashes through Cassia's, sharp and angry. I don't need to ask what he means. My mark. Do the players know I'm marked? Resisting the urge to press a hand to the collar of my jacket to show them what's happened, I clear my throat. My oath is broken. I'm no better than a common liar now. They'll never trust me again. I pull in a breath. Just one. One of them knows.
"Which one?"
Galen presses.
"Tell me who took you. Which player?"
I flinch. None of them are good answers, but I have a feeling some names are worse than others in this case.
"Riven?"
He begins again. Their lead player, I admit quietly. I've been put in their casting call. Finally, the reaction I expect. A mask of unabated disbelief. I track Galen's vision from the dried blood flecked on my cheek to the cast that reaches my hand, like he can somehow see through the jacket concealing scars that should have been fatal. By the laws of nature, I should be dead.
What's he done?
He says. If he tortured— No, I interrupt, the dark possibility humming in the silence between us. I remember the year Galen went through that part of his training after graduating, taught to endure player interrogation methods in the devastating case of capture. It's required of anyone of his rank, of anyone who bears information the North would not want the players getting their hands on, especially when he can't lie about what he knows. Galen refused to speak of it when he returned home. This is from something else, I stutter, omitting the "I got hit with a chandelier" of it all. He promised he could reverse what happened to me if—
He's lying,
Galen says flatly before I can explain.
They lie, Riven. They aren't like us.
I hide a wince. I'm not like us either now. But he's right. I made a bargain with a liar. Jude probably has no intention of holding up his end of the deal, if he even can. Your Eleutherian blade, Cassia urges. You have it? I shake my head, swallowing my frustration. It's gone. Galen swears under his breath.
I'll get you out, Riven. I will,
he says.
But first, I need you to listen to—
No, I need you to listen, I interrupt, speaking quickly. I'm not sure how much time I have until Jude returns and notices his tour schedule is missing. I think the players are going to cross the cut, or try to, at least. He told you that? Cassia questions sharply, her face blanching white. I'm holding their tour schedule. I skim the list in my hands. They intend to cross the cut in 2 weeks' time, I say, reading off the order of cities before stopping myself short and picturing the arrow that sliced through Titus's ankle. I don't understand. Why risk it? Most of the North is marked. There's no audience for them there. The conversation in the dining hall this morning comes back to me. Tell me how you expect to win them over. We won't. And why a great Dionysia? Why now, when they're years early? My heart drops as I look back to the tour schedule. They're planning to cross the cut right before the festival starts. The Great Dionysia Festival lasts 5 days. 5 days, during which all the players are released from the playhouse and allowed to roam freely. They're just biding their time until the treaty is up and the Great Dionysia begins. And if the players are after revenge, it'll be slaughter. Something in me counters the thought. Players don't inherently desire bloodshed. If they did, they'd have killed everyone by now. Every mortal loss is one less patron in their velvet seats. They're after something else. I'm missing part of this picture. I'm certain I am. But until I know what it is, take their schedule to the council. Maybe they can use it so that the North will know where to place their forces and be ready to defend the cut if the players try to.
We'll fight, but we won't win.
Galen speaks up, breaking his silence. His voice is devoid of emotion, resigned.
None of this is news, Riven. We know what they mean to do.
My jaw tightens. The North succeeded in barring the playhouse from entry once. Why shouldn't we do it again? What do you— My brow falls. What do you mean? If you send word now, the North can begin pooling its resources of Eleutherian gold.
Riven, the North doesn't have Eleutherian gold.
Galen looks me in the eye, and the grim certainty there rattles me to my core.
We haven't for years.
Act 2, Scene 2. What? I whisper into the mirror. In the distance, I hear applause. We're running out of time.
Our access point to the well has been drying up for years.
No mortal can reach the heights of Mount Eleuthere or the Eleutherian golds that pools at its top. But beneath the mountain, it runs deep underground throughout the North. Or it did. Galen is staring like I'm as good as dead.
The miners began reporting diminishing lines of Eleutherian gold ages ago.
The acquiescence of his tone only startles me further. I stare back in disbelief. Eleutherian gold is our only defense against the players. It's always been a part of my world, used for marks, for dipping weapons. It's a bluff, I say, shocked. Our defense is a bluff. The North is built on truth, yet our greatest protection hinges on the players believing a lie. A half-truth so thin, we wouldn't even be able to deny it if asked. I heard the players say it just this morning. Our Eleutherian gold is all that stands between them and taking the North for themselves.
Not entirely,
Galen whispers.
The North has continued markings, but what's being sold on the market is diluted at best. New markings aren't done with pure Eleutherian gold anymore. A half-truth. Technically, Eleutherian gold is being sold. It's just watered down. I don't know how effective it is,
Galen admits.
Even parts of the cut aren't pure.
Our infallible wall is flawed. Cassia doesn't look even mildly surprised, her eyes low, head down. She knew too then. The players may be able to cross the cut, and we can't fight them off. My escaping the playhouse will mean nothing. There will be nothing left to go home to. There may be no one left if they have their way.
That player who has you has refused any talks of peace until the great Dionysia.
Galen shakes his head.
If the wall falls, there's little to stop them.
He locks his gaze on mine.
We may not see the light of a new treaty. We have no leverage to bargain with.
And the North will be back at the mercy of the players all over again. Even today, Serene's streets are said to be red from the original players, drenching their land in so much blood the rain couldn't wash it away. Leverage, I whisper to myself. Leverage. Wait, but we do. I lock eyes with Galen, a horrible idea materializing before my eyes. Me. Cassia looks up, her eyes flashing to Galen.
No,
he says, resolute.
What matters is getting you out of...
But I can help, I press, trying to sound more certain than I feel. I can get leverage. Galen, Cassia tries again. Her face is meek, but I see the calculation behind her eyes. The things she could learn may be invaluable to...
And risk the player realizing whose family she comes from?
Galen raises his voice. She is a child, Cassia. I am not a child, I grind out. Dear gods, Galen. I am only 4 years younger than you're 22. Besides, I've survived this long. I fought a player and lived to see another day. Clearly, I am capable. In fact, this may be the best chance I have to prove it. How could the council not pardon my ruined mark if I deliver them everything they need to stop the playhouse? The possibility gleams like a shiny trophy in my mind. I wouldn't be Riven cursed by a player. I wouldn't even be Riven the dead peacemaker's daughter anymore. I would just be Riven. I could finish what my father started. I could do what he couldn't. People won't be afraid of that Riven. There'll be a place for that Riven. A stinging sensation brings my attention to the place my mark used to be. I have a score to settle with Jude now. Maybe I can do both at once. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My ear has grown familiar with Jude's deliberate, quick steps. He's closing in on the hall. I'm out of time. And my mind is made up. Get a message to the council for me, I say, snapping my gaze up to Galen. Tell them to ready a new contract for the playhouse to sign, one that details every ban on the North and the cut imaginable. The playhouse is to surrender their every right to perform in the North. Cassia stares at me like I've grown a second head. Their director will never sign. Would he trade one of his players' lives for it? I ask urgently. If the North had one of the players as collateral. Would Salinas make a trade? Peace in exchange for the life of his player. That's how the first treaty was forged. Even Cassia steps back at this. Riven, to capture a player would mean...
Do not entertain this, Cassia,
Galen says firmly, anger falling across his expression as he turns to scold me.
Whatever you're thinking is not worth...
But it worked once. My grade school memory cards flicker through my mind. A player was captured and traded in exchange for peace. It kept the playhouse out for 500 years. Why couldn't it keep them out for 500 more? The door, which I've chained shut, shakes. I hear Jude on the other side, along with furious mutterings that sound suspiciously like,
"My kingdom for a moment's peace from that woman."
I swallow, lowering my voice to a whisper, studying their tour schedule, calculating the dates. Riven, tell the council to prepare to make a trade with the playhouse in Serene. I'll meet them there. I breathe, glancing toward the door. And I'm bringing their lead player. I push away from the mirror, banishing the connection before Galen can respond. For the first time, the roar of rage in my head sounds more like applause. I've just barely stuffed the tour schedule back in the drawer and slammed it shut when the chain on the lock snaps. The door awkwardly creaks open, Jude waiting on the other side, arms crossed. His eyes take in my destruction with a single bored glance.
"Jude, you know, I was about to do the silliest thing and look for you in your room." His eyes land pointedly on me. "And then I asked myself, where, oh where would Alistair be?"
Riven, I was just leaving. My eyes stall on the quiver of arrows secured to his back, and the uniform stitched carefully across his broad shoulders. Jude.
"My, Alistair, don't look so scared. This is just a costume from tonight's show. I haven't come to personally execute you."
There's a cut below his eye, bleeding but healing rapidly.
"We almost lost that girl, by the way. The boy's sister."
I picture the twins.
No true knack for reality suspension, that one. They're cleaning up the stage now.
Nausea rises in my throat at the casual declaration, and I wonder what horrors the auditionee might have been subjected to on stage. Jude strolls into his room and begins loosening the golden armlets from his forearms. I unintentionally let my gaze flicker to the drawer, then to the mirror, paranoid. Jude.
Speaking of reality suspension, you're all here, yes?
I narrow my eyes, ignoring the scorching pain at the base of my throat. Most of me made it.
Well, that part couldn't be helped. I meant up here.
He taps a finger at his temple and drops his weapons in a pile on the floor.
Memories and all, you know? Reality suspension can be messy. And your mind was so...
What? I ask, suddenly at attention. What about my mind? Jude's eyes widen, like he said something he didn't mean to. For once, he struggles to find words.
Reality suspension. It can offer a glimpse of sorts into your...
A glimpse? I ask, barely tamping down my rage. Inside my head?
It's not like looking at a finished portrait, Alistair. Just small corners of one, loose pieces of a larger puzzle. People's minds are complicated places. You feel it more than anything.
Does he know about Galen? Who my father was? Does he know my name? What did you see? I demand. Or feel, I add, accusing. And he called me a snoop. But for once, Jude doesn't quit back. Doesn't hurl my own mocking tone back at me. I glare daggers at him, but his own gaze is unreadable. No pity there, not even judgment.
I'm sorry, Alistair,
he says, tone too controlled in contrast to my outburst.
Truly.
For what, he doesn't say. And I don't ask. I'm skilled at matching anger for anger, insult for insult. I don't know what to do with apologies, though. My shoulders drop a little, the embers of my rage burning out.
Anyway,
he clears his throat, recovering.
I only meant to tell you, Syl is sorely disappointed over you missing tonight's performance.
Just wait until he hears I won't be at any of the other ones either, I dodge, diverting my attention to the bookshelf at my back. Anything to avoid looking Jude in the eye will suffice. I pluck a trinket off the shelf, examining. A frustrated exhale.
Syl wants you tested across crafts, under his eye.
I've kindly volunteered to do the honors. Your little stunt with Mattia earlier today caught his attention.
My mood darkens. I don't want it.
Jude, well, you have it. And worse, you have Mattia's. Honestly, Alistair, you should know by now never to go for an actor's most vital organ.
I hesitate, trying to remember where I aimed my knife. Heart?
Jude frowns. Ego. But we'll worry about that later.
He wanders to a cream-colored settee, throwing his long legs over the coffee table. His boots have blood on them.
And I'd put that down if I were you.
I ignore him and pop open the wooden case I've plucked off the shelf. Inside, between folds of purple silk, lies a small vial filled with a substance the color of rosewater, its silver cap twisted into the shape of a serpent. What is this?
Poison of echidna,
he explains, taking his rings off one by one and placing them on a side table.
Rarer than Persephone's flowers in the winter. Incapacitates you so quickly, you don't have the breath to suspend your reality. Even Titus won't go near it.
My hands freeze around the box. Why do you have it?
Jude. It was a gift. From Serene's ruler to yours truly. A promise of sorts, you might say.
He chuckles under his breath.
Would have been outright rude if I hadn't sent him something back.
Riven, what did you... Serene is perhaps the North's most hostile territory to the Playhouse. 3 players were executed there before the cut was completed. Send. Jude.
My regards. And my knife in the hands of his mistress.
He smirks.
You'd think those in such high rank would bother checking where their loved ones spend their time. She was a fan.
I close my jaw, which had fallen open. I remember learning of the sudden death of Serene's ruler in school not too long ago. He was succeeded by his daughter under suspicious circumstances. You convinced his mistress to kill him?
I asked nicely.
Jude's eyes glow, as if to emphasize how he managed that.
Anyway, we have a deal, Alistair. You've garnered Syl's attention now, and we need to talk.
I stare at the poison. Too bad Jude is no use as a bargaining chip if he's dead. Otherwise, it might be handy. I don't want to talk, and I'm definitely not going to train with you. Whatever endless supply of patience that runs in Jude has apparently at last been exhausted. His boots hit the floor in quick succession as he stalks toward me, and with each step I'm almost certain the room shrinks. I whirl, steeling myself and whatever nerves haven't been fried by the past 24 hours, as Jude swiftly closes the distance between us, a look on his face that makes me think my cooperation is no longer a cute optional bonus. The box is plucked out of my hand. Hey! I snap, temper flaring as Jude reaches over my head. I glance up in time to see him place the poison on a ledge out of my reach. My back digs into the hard edge of the bookshelf, but there's no more room to move as Jude braces his free hands on either side of me, close enough to notice the warmth that radiates through his costume.
Syl's attention is a good thing, he says.
My gaze darts away from his, focusing instead on the green jewel hanging from his ear.
Syl may let us choose our contenders, but he's the one who chooses who stays. If he dislikes you, or worse, gets bored with you, your stay here will end.
Warnings shout through my mind, but I press my shoulders back. I've despised being so tall most of my life, feeling like my existence takes up too much space in any given room. But craning my neck to meet Jude's eyes, I find myself wishing I were taller. What? That old man will kill me? I challenge.
He'll make me do it,
he returns bluntly. I grind my teeth together before opening my mouth, about to snap that I'd like to see him try, when he adds,
and I fear I may even begin to miss your vicious mouth and incomprehensible need to reorganize my room.
My brow pinches, my mind scrambling to analyze whatever I misheard. That almost sounded like a compliment? No, not quite. But my mouth opens and nothing comes out. A slow, knowing grin widens on Jude's mouth.
Alistair, love. I don't think I've ever seen so much color in your face.
The entire room is suddenly deprived of air, and what's left of it is scented with whatever citrus and hyacinth perfume Jude probably dunks his clothes in. What are you— No, don't ask that. You aren't mad? He glances down at the carcass of what used to be a silk throw pillow and the scattered feathers trailing across the floor. Lightly kicks at the ones between us.
I've learned not to get attached to things,
he says dully, then turns that gaze, which is starting to feel like one of the stage lights, back on mine. What are you— Apparently there are no clever words to be found in the shrinking space between us. What are you staring at?
I was trying to work out if a creature like you has ever admired someone in her entire life.
Jude tilts his head, amused, studying me with an intensity that makes me want to vanish into walls.
Do you fancy me, Alistair? Go on. Answer. We need to make sure you can lie.
My defenses shoot high, right hand going protectively to my throat. To my horror, no words find my tongue. My mark is long gone, and still, the simple deception of no feels like pushing a boulder uphill. I think you're heartless, and spoiled, and violent, and have far too much power for one person. Jude's smile stays perfectly in place, widens even.
That isn't the question I asked.
He's mocking me. This must be entertaining to him.
Lie to me,
he presses. My lips glue themselves shut while I wish him a slow, painful death with my eyes. Not until you tell me where my knife is.
Long gone,
he sneers, his voice barely more than a whisper.
Fine. Something easy. How about we start with something true?
There will be nothing left when I am through with you. The words come so fast they startle me. Jude straightens, even takes a step back. In the candlelight, something that almost looks like hurt flickers behind his eyes. It's gone too quickly to tell.
And now,
he says, the words strained.
A lie.
I open my mouth. My name is Alistair Hunt. Jude's eyes light up with relief as he shouts, "Ha!" and claps. I choke on the deception. My blood feels like it's on fire. The room opens up, cooler as more space carves between us. I'm going now, I say weakly and head for the door.
Alistair,
Jude says. I turn.
You got the reality suspension you were so curious about, and a taste of the craft you so love to loathe. How do you feel?
My mouth drops open, and I clamp it shut before I can tell him the honest truth, because I feel better. Like some of the weight has lifted off my shoulders. But it's not enough. Not nearly. Not while that familiar ice still seeps into my bones. It hits me with a devastating note of finality. Reality suspension, a tentative death or not, failed to banish the poison from my veins. I turn to leave.
Wait,
he calls, and I pause again.
If you hear anything strange tonight, stay inside, all right? Don't leave your room.
I don't bother asking why. I doubt he'll tell me. Good night, Jude, I say warily.
We can make it through this, Alistair,
he says. Like we're allies. This competition may pit me against the other auditionees, but I'm certain we both know who the real battle is between. My eyes lock onto the quiver of arrows he laid on the floor. Props. Normal arrows. Useless against a player. I hide my grin and the plan forming behind it. That Eleutherian arrow that was shot at the playhouse is still here somewhere. And suddenly, I know exactly how I will deliver Jude to the council and how I will escape the playhouse. Act 2, Scene 3. The screams begin 30 minutes before curfew, ricocheting through the halls like shattering glass. "Don't leave your room," Jude said, as if I'd listen. I'm not sure why I thought the candelabra over the hearth was my best weapon of choice, but there wasn't much time to think on it. Tearing the door open, I burst out of my dressing room, brandishing the heavy fixture. And I'm not the only one. Outside, my fellow auditionees, Phileas, Tig, and Linus, peer nervously from their doors that pocket the hall, dressed in expensive silk nightclothes for bed. Except one of us is missing. Thyone, Phileas's twin sister. Barefoot, but still fully clothed due to the other plans I had tonight, I ease into the hall. Jude flings his door open, hair tousled, jewelry gone, shirt half-buttoned, like he'd been readying for bed when the commotion began. I don't have time to register much else before he catches my elbow.
Alistair, wait.
His eyes aren't on me. They're searching the hall.
You don't want to see what's about to.
Thyone's door soars open, crashes against the wall. Through it, player Arius hauls the auditionee's thrashing body out by the elbows. Behind him, Salinas. The director pauses, taking in the mixture of curious and terrified faces. Syl.
Good night, everyone,
he says pleasantly over Thyone's cries, and carries after Arius, who is now pulling the girl toward the common room. Why is Arius dragging her like that? She is his contender. Wait! Wait! The girl shouts. Her screams shatter into wailing. At the cry, I break from Jude and bolt down the hall, wishing I had my Eleutherian knife. But by the time I peer behind me, the other auditionees have vanished to hide in their rooms. Except Phileas. He looks after his sister with a sort of anguished indecision, his knuckles gripping the doorframe so hard they've gone white. Then his gaze flickers to mine, reaching a decision.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
He shakes his head and shuts the door. What the hell? What is happening? The other players haven't bothered to leave their rooms at all, except for Jude, who catches up to me.
Alistair, don't watch.
But I've already reached the end of the hall, where Syl is standing casually by the fireplace, cleaning his glasses. Meanwhile, Arius is holding Thione's arms down to prevent her from escaping. The player's expression tells a different story, though. The pains of his face constricted and grieved, like he can't bear what he's doing. Syl barely takes notice of my presence or Jude's as he pulls that strange book from his pocket, the script. He flips it open, runs his pen down the page like he's looking for something to cross out.
I do apologize for the inconvenience, he says to Thyone, whose indiscernible cries echo from the amber walls to the marble floors. My playhouse only has room for one new actor, and cuts are necessary. You understand.
Cuts? Gods, no. Wait. She bolts, almost breaking free from Arius, and lunging at Syl, the tips of her fingers barely brushing the script as he sharply jerks it from her reach. Her cry vanishes mid-shout like a light flickering off the moment her hand makes contact with the book. She falls to her knees and blinks several times, her eyes blank, confused. Syl shakes his head, mere disappointment crossing his face. Jude's warning plays through my mind. If you value your life, you'll leave that cursed book alone. Before I can register what's happened, Arius's strong hands close around Thione's head, his fingers digging into her white blonde hair. Her eyes, still gleaming with gold, find mine, her mouth open in a plea, but nothing comes out. She doesn't quite look scared. She looks confused. She's a reveler, I try to remind myself. A playhouse worshiper from the South. She signed up for this on purpose, right? At the moment, though, she just looks like a person. I run forward, my heart dropping through the floor as I bolt at Arius. He snaps her neck. One swift, violent motion. Then it's over. I stand, cold and still and shaken, as Arius scoops the girl's body into his arms and follows Syl to the stairs, like nothing at all has happened. Syl smiles politely in passing, tucking that book back into his pocket.
Good evening, Alistair. Jude.
I turn to Jude as they leave, my body numb. My vision swims, drifting over the walls as if they'll have answers. That was reality suspension, right? My breaths are coming too quick. My head feels light. He was testing her skills in... Jude is already shaking his head.
It's how eliminations are carried out in the playhouse. Like I told you.
His voice, usually so steady, sounds like a thread stretched too tight.
It's a casting call. Whoever the director thinks is right for the cast.
He trails off.
We choose our contenders, but Syl chooses who stays.
I can't breathe. It's common knowledge that auditionees don't leave the playhouse, but I never imagined seeing it in action, that it would be so... And Jude wasn't lying about the script then. I don't know what happened to Thyone when her hand brushed that book, but I know I don't want it to happen to me. But why? I stare at a scuff mark on the marble where the heel of Thione's shoe had dragged. Why not just let her go? Send her away from the playhouse. Why this? I look up as if I'm going to find comfort in the eyes of a player. They probably revel in this horror. At the moment, though, Jude doesn't look like he's reveling in anything. His jaw tightens, that blithely aloof expression of his almost cracking at the edges, and I realize I asked my questions out loud.
Don't look for meaning in everything, Alistair.
He turns to leave.
You might find it.
A moment later, he's vanished down the hall. Fine. He can go to bed. I have work to do. And it starts tonight. Act 2, Scene 4. A second night in the playhouse is 2 nights too many. Luckily, I won't be trapped much longer, provided I survive this, well, and provided I can find it, or her, I suppose. The prop master of the playhouse, Marigold. The first shadow comes 5 minutes to midnight, fast and delicate, just like the one Jude chased away yesterday. Nixine, a ghostly stage manager checking that her actors have properly gone to their beds. A finger of shadow reaches under my dressing room door, as if to scold me for being awake. I hold my breath, watching, my feet at the threshold of my sleeping quarters.
There are things that move in the playhouse after dark that mean you harm,
Jude warned. But I imagine they can't mean me any more harm than he does, so... My eyes track the last of the dying candlelight on the mantel beyond my bedroom, waiting. Somewhere below, the great playhouse clock resounds its midnight call, thrumming beneath the floorboards. Curfew. The hot coals in the fireplace are dimming. Gone. Dark. Satisfied that I'm in my bedroom, the stage manager at last retreats, presumably to check on everyone else, which should keep her busy for a few minutes. I bolt through the short hall, across my dressing room, and for the door, slipping through and shooting down the corridor in the dark. Then, pressing a guiding hand to one wall of the common room, I run. My memory has always been sharp. Entire chapters I glimpsed in history books sometimes stay lodged in my brain for ages. But tonight, there's a specific section I mentally mull over in my head. The Playhouse. A Captivating History of Craft and Horrors, Volume 2. Chapter 16. All items belonging to the Playhouse either come from or are to be examined by the prop master. That Eleutherian arrowhead that was shot at the players. Jude told Mattia to give it to the prop master, probably to be dismantled. And I need it to get out of here. I'm leaving, and I'm taking Jude with me. By the time I reach the first floor, the cold is eating me alive. The playhouse, normally bursting with warmth during the day, is colder than the bottom of the ocean at night. My breaths form little ghosts at my chapped lips. The prop master resides in the deepest crevice of the playhouse. Most sources suggest the monster dwells at the bottom of the labyrinth steps. I glimpse the stage as I pass through the wings, an eerie yellow light hanging over it, a ghost light. I've heard they leave them on to keep away the spirits, an old legend. My mind briefly flutters to Gene Hunt before pressing on. Shivering, I set my jaw an inch into the murkiness of the twisting backstage maze until discovering the South Tower. After what feels like an eternity searching, the tightness in my chest eases as I finally reach a door that reads, Prop Room, barely legible by moonlight. It opens to a stairwell and a set of narrow steps that spirals down. Moonlight skirts through slats overhead, illuminating the labyrinth steps. Well, down I go. The stairway seems to wind on endlessly. I'm not sure how much time passes, but at some point I pass a landing with an ornate sign indicating a corridor that leads to the arena, which sits under the stage. I ignore it and continue down. Desperate to distract myself, or maybe to prepare myself, I sift through the pages of my mind until coming across the words of the prop master's tale. They called Marigold the most beautiful woman in Theatron, I read mentally. But fearful that she would grow old and her beauty would fade, vain Marigold climbed Mount Eleuthere before the first players emerged. I descend lower into the dark, my ankles sore from the cold, but the farther I go, the more unbearably icy it gets. The beauty players possess still belonged to the well back then. When Marigold stared into the well of Dionysus's blood, it reflected the most magnificent version of herself, twisted with craft. Stumbling over an uneven step, I curse. It's even frostier now, and my shoulders ache. My body begs me to turn around. I ease my mind back to the story before the cold wins, picturing the words. But the deeper I go, the more certain I am that the quiet humming emanating below is not in my head. I breathe heavily, force myself to keep going. Greedy, Marigold stayed there for months, unable to look away from her own beauty until one day she fell into the well. I gulp a breath of cold air. Marigold felt less threatening when she was a page in my textbook and not dwelling at the bottom of these steps. She emerged monstrous, gold clinging to her skin, her eyes, her hair. She has not aged a day since. I pause as I hear the lilting notes of an eerie lullaby echo through the stairwell. A chill skitters down my spine, and it's an effort to keep myself going. 1, 2, 3 more steps, and my ankle hits the final one. I walk across the small landing to the outline of a door, a quiet rustling on the other side. I hold my breath and lower my grip to the golden handle, continuing the story. When the first players emerged from the well, Marigold's obsession shifted to them instead. She searched down the mountain for the players, dragging away unlucky passers-by to check their eyes for gold, and tearing them out if they were not. Praying the hinges won't creak, I inch open the door, and the scents of cinder, beeswax, and paint rush out. Inside, the warmth of blessed light kisses my skin. I might be inside an underground cage with a monster, but at least I can feel my toes again. The brilliance of the well left Marigold's vision poor and damaged, but seeing her devotion to the players, Salinas took her into the playhouse. My surroundings quickly overshadow my relief. I'm being watched, not by a person or even a monster, but by the walls, painted with thousands of detailed golden eyes. Some a pale yellowy shade, others burning with deep hues of orange. A few are almond-shaped, others hooded. Still others are round as coins with spider-like lashes. One pair, oddly enough, emerald green. The flickering oil lamps cast the illusion that they're blinking at me. It's so warm in here I find myself unbuttoning my jacket. Since then, Marigold has crafted every prop on stage, asking nothing in return, only that she can reside in the same quarters as the players. The next thing I notice is an easel and the striking oil painting of Jude staring back at me. It sits below a set of glass wind chimes, which seems odd in a place with no wind. I avert my gaze to a golden statue in the corner, then to a silver lyre leaning against a delicately painted tree. Lastly, to a shelf of skulls, which I hope are props, flanking a music box that plays merrily along. My shoulders sag. I'm not sure why I expected the Eleutherian arrow to be neatly stored in a glass case at the center of the room or something. This place is a mess. A furnace blazes in one corner, where several long broadswords hang over a workbench of blacksmithing tools. Thick webs enmesh the ceiling. I make a face at the rather large spider spinning down to my right. Then the golden statue moves. It's not a statue. I duck behind the canvas of Jude. "Player?" the prop master asks sharply. No, not sharply. Desperately. She may have spotted me, but then I spot something too when I peek around the easel. There, hanging at her hip, is the dismantled arrowhead. I am not leaving without it. The arrowhead swings as she rushes forward. Gathering my courage, I ease out from behind the canvas but stay in its shadow. Marigold is smaller than I thought she would be, shorter than me, with skin the same gold as her lips. Tight coils of thick hair are dried stiff around her shoulder, shimmering with craft. A carefully tailored dress, patched with dozens of different patterns, materials, and colors, clings to her waist. Her eyes fix on mine, or at least, I think they do. A haze of gold hangs over her pupils, too, but there's a warm brown color peeking out at the edges of her irises. There's no denying she's striking, almost devastatingly so. "Player," she breathes. Thank the gods, her vision really is poor. "Yes," I whisper and wince. That's my second lie tonight. "I've come to collect my arrowhead. Thank you for holding it for me." Her hands grip the arrowhead at her hip. "A gift. From Mattia," she hisses, revealing a golden tongue and teeth. "Dangerous for you players. For me to keep you safe." Well, she does have a point. "Syl has sent for it," I lie. That makes 3. I'd hate to tell him you've disobeyed a player. Are you so ungrateful for your position here? Her eyes widen, and she snatches the arrowhead from her hip, thrusting it toward me. Take it! Don't mind if I do, I think, stepping forward and reaching my hand out to clasp the object. We both seem to notice my mistake at the same time. Me, when I glimpse the mirror leaning on the wall behind her and notice the jacket I stupidly unbuttoned. And Marigold, when those cold eyes land on the blistering remains of my scorched mark peeking out from under the bandage at my throat. Her hands tighten around the arrowhead just as I grasp it. Marked, she whispers with disgust. Well, I guess her vision isn't that bad. My eyes flicker to the painting of Jude as the naivete of the legend hits me. She paints. She makes the props. She can see just fine. Marigold tugs the arrowhead back with alarming strength, but I'm stubborn, and so I go with it, flying forward and finding myself closer to a mythical monster than I ever wanted to be. Oh, this? Just stage makeup? I squeak. 4 lies. Marigold stares at me the way one would expect an ancient monster you're trying to gaslight would stare. Definitely not blind. Her eyes examine me, narrowing as she opens her mouth. I've been so focused on her teeth being gold that I hadn't noticed they're also sharpened into little points. This is easier to observe when they're 2 inches from my face. Something bites into my side, and I shriek as she extracts what I can only describe as tiny daggers for fingernails. Mortal, she sneers. The crisis council in my head panics and starts tearing open old files for any helpful information. Weaknesses, bargaining tools, something. Her dagger hand aims for my heart now, and all I can think is the little reality suspension trick Jude did earlier would be handy right about now. Jude. My eyes swivel past her, where the striking painting of him rests on the easel. Jude sent me! I shout in a panic. Something softens in her eyes at the name, so I run with my 5th lie. With a message. I can prove it. Jude, she repeats, her grip on me loosening just a little, and I free a hand. Another passage from the text comes back to me, and I grab hold of it. As prop master, Marigold is known to hoard beautiful things. I dip my hand into my jacket pocket, extracting the golden finder's keeper's ring Jude gave me when we first met. Here, I rasp, holding it between us as light bounces off its surface. Sorry, Harris. I mentally make a note to swipe more jewelry from Jude at my earliest convenience. It can't be too hard to snatch one of those rings he leaves on his vanity. Marigold covers a gasp with her hand, but doesn't reach to grab the ring. I push my hand out farther. He told me to give you this, as a token of his love. 6 lies now. It feels easier. Her eyes flicker down to the ring again as she lowers her hand, a gleeful smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. Jude, she repeats, giddy this time. Or as giddy as a monster can be, I guess. He wishes to wed, I add for extra sparkle. He'll send for you soon. I'm not sure she hears me, but she drops the arrowhead, which I catch as she tugs the ring from my fingers and examines it carefully between her sharp fingernails. Meanwhile, I take my cue to leave. I'm backing toward the door when my eyes catch on something heavy and golden strapped at her ankle, secured to the wall. A chain. A golden chain. The Eleutherian gold still in my blood sings to its neighbor. No wonder she never leaves this cave. She can't. As I make a hasty exit for the stairs, I decide I'll be paying Marigold another visit. Don't tell anyone about this, and I might even bring you the finger that ring came from. I call over my shoulder as I shut the door behind me, this time not lying. Because if that chain can hold Marigold, I'll bet it can hold Jude. Act 2, Scene 5. No one mentions Thione's absence in the dining hall the next morning. I glance more than once in the direction of her brother, wondering at the relaxed way he eats his breakfast, like his sister wasn't brutally murdered a mere 12 hours ago. Huddled at my private table in the corner, I fight to keep my eyes open. I'm not even sure how I dressed myself this morning. After discovering a myriad of costumes miraculously sized to me in my closet, I ripped the least offensive one from the rack, a white chiffon contraption with a high collar that I personally think is more ribbon than dress. But at least it covers the bandage at the base of my throat. Cicero apparently works fast. I'd say the dress feels a bit much for breakfast, but Mattia is draped across a wing chair in a floor-length ball gown embroidered with rubies. A jeweled diadem is pinned into her blue-black hair. Her bright eyes fly across the heavy book in her hands, her skin gleaming more luminous with golden light when she reads, red lips mouthing the words silently. She plops the play on the table, resigned. Mattia.
Syl is going to kill me. I can never remember my lines for this one.
Titus.
Don't worry over it. I don't even remember yesterday's rehearsal.
Mattia.
That's because you were roaring drunk.
She emphasizes the point with a disapproving frown.
Titus. Better roaring drunk than murderously sober.
He blows her a mocking kiss. I yawn again from my lonely table, reaching for my cup of tea. I may be dead on my feet, but I have the first piece I need for my plan. The arrowhead is stashed behind the old clock in my dressing room. Once I figure out how to retrieve that golden chain, I'm out of here the moment the playhouse lands in Serene. And so is Jude, whether he likes it or not. I have a trade to make. Exhausted from my little excursion last night, I rest my head on my palm and twist my waist to gaze out the windows in the dining hall. The playhouse is hedged on a cliffside, overlooking crumbling sandstone buildings overgrown with ivy and cracked gray streets below, which means we must have moved again. I heard an auditionee say we're in Diazoma now, which is yet another area of the map I did not have on my bucket list. A shock of copper hair flutters in the corner of my vision. I pull my gaze from the window as two overly full plates are set on the table. I don't bother to lift my head from my palm. Jude.
Alistair, do you know the most peculiar thing happened this morning when I went to pick up my prop box for this evening's show from Darling Marigold?
Jude slides the food I didn't ask for in my direction with 2 fingers and invites himself to sit down across from me, dressed head to toe in black today, several thin gold necklaces layered across his collarbone. I pluck a grape from the fruit on the plate and pop it into my mouth. Oh? I inquire, innocent.
Jude. It would seem I am to be wed. She's understandably very excited about the whole thing, but as I'm sure you can imagine, breaking off an engagement with one of Theatron's most feared creatures was not first on my list this morning.
He leans forward, burnished hair falling into his eyes.
You wouldn't know where she got my ring, now would you?
Ring? Oh, I don't know, I say virtuously, plucking a pastry from my plate. Maybe I dropped it somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't you worry. I've explained to her that you and I are madly in love, and that I shall never love another, unless, say, something terrible were to happen to you.
He gives me a deadpan look and weaves his fingers together on the table. It would appear the signet ring has in fact found its way back to his own hand.
I don't recommend venturing down there again. I can't imagine she'll take so kindly to you twice.
I mutter a curse and mentally cross out tonight's plan to use a lock of his hair as a bargaining chip. Not that I had a plan on how I was to acquire that either.
Have you slept since yesterday, Alistair?
He asks the question like he already knows the answer. Ever since reality suspension, since death tore that bird-like thing from my chest, I haven't dared to sleep. The pastry turns bitter in my mouth, and I place the rest back on my plate. Jude reaches over, shaking his head at me and placing it back in my hand. We both seem to notice it at once. The touching doesn't hurt anymore. That shock my mark sent through both of us at the slightest brush feels more like a faint skitter of electricity, new and strange, but not unpleasant. I pull back and drop the pastry on the plate again. The sleeplessness must be written under my eyes, because Jude clears his throat and says,
"Your life isn't going to escape you while you sleep. Reality suspension doesn't happen by accident."
I lift my tea, which has gone cold. Reality suspension, it's... I search for words but come up empty-handed. Wrong.
I agree. But some of us would rather be wrong than dead.
I roll my eyes and he goes on.
Anyway, eat. We don't have much time.
Oh, gods, what now? For what? Jude tilts one corner of his mouth up and says,
"For me to train you. You're on stage this week."
Act 2, Scene 6. A spotlight claps on overhead as we cross the stage. The auditorium is empty, our steps echoing into the abyss of scarlet seats as I follow Jude to the center platform.
"Watch your step," he says. "There's a trapdoor there at the center of the stage. I've fallen through it twice by accident."
Riven, I'm not performing in one of your wretched shows. He turns to face me. Jude,
I can't put you on stage at all until you do a craft binding.
Riven, whatever that means, I'm not interested.
Jude, you're tethered to reality. That mark may be gone, but there's still enough Eleutherian gold in your blood to give you away on stage.
He shakes his head, and a cuff of silver peeks out at the top of his ear, between tousled locks of dark hair that fall into his eyes. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have been able to knife one of those hairs for Marigold, no matter how subtle I was. I bet he counts them before he goes to sleep.
Jude, craft binding is a loan of power, a link between your life and mine. I'm going to teach you how to create a bridge to that craft, between you and what you will become.
Become? He takes a few long steps back, until there's a wide berth between us. He gestures at the emptiness.
This is the gap. Imagine it as a bottomless abyss, and that you, as you always do, desperately want to reach me. More than anything in the world.
Riven, I think I'd rather fall into the bottomless abyss.
Jude, this gap is what you face when going into character. But we can't reach across such a gap now, can we? You need a bridge between actor and character. The tie between reality and story. It makes everything else possible. Mimicry, compulsion. Without a bridge to summon those things across to you, what are your options? Your craft would have to jump back and forth over the gap, and you're already exhausted as it is.
I frown. I'm not playing a character right now. Jude grins.
Alistair, we are all of us playing characters, even when the character is ourselves.
He gestures between us again.
But without a bridge to close this gap between reality and story, or the energy to jump across it.
He looks down at me and arches an eyebrow as if to say, go on, guess. I don't.
Jude, you fall.
The words echo off the stage, striking a nervous, hollow feeling in my stomach. Maybe breakfast wasn't a good idea. Riven. And if I simply don't create a bridge across this imaginary gap?
Jude, not imaginary, Alistair. If the playhouse identifies something that doesn't fit in a scene on stage, reality, for instance, it eliminates it. Craft.
I balk at the word. Player magic.
Craft is the thing that cloaks you. A lifeline that connects us on stage. So if your craft cannot reach you and something unplanned happens...
He carelessly slides a finger across his neck to indicate lights out. I roll my eyes. I seem to have survived your reality suspension just fine without it.
And you can consider yourself lucky I managed it, he says, frowning. That's the difference between carrying someone across a bridge and jumping over a cliff with their weight on your back. That wiped me out for the rest of the day, so for my sake, let's try, yes?
Well, if he's going to make me feel guilty about it.
Jude, repeat after me.
The air grows warmer, the ground thrumming beneath us.
Methexis.
There's a rising warmth beneath my feet, the marble heating as if the stage has just woken up. It brightens around me, shimmering gold and white. With little fight left in my tired bones, I shut my eyes, bite my tongue. The word tastes strange, though I can't place why. Methexis, I repeat. The center of the stage feels like it's sinking beneath me, and I tense.
Jude, good. Now open your eyes.
When my eyes flicker open, I swallow a scream. I'm still standing in the auditorium. Everything is the same, except the stage itself. Beneath my feet, the marble now looks like glass, sleek and translucent. Under the clear floor is a tumultuous sea of shadows, dark and wild. I tear my gaze from the darkness beneath, looking to Jude across from me. The glass is different where he stands. Amid the roiling shadows beneath him, a luminous tendril of gold rises upward. Its glow cuts through the darkness like the line of an anchor thrown into the ocean, and Jude is the ship. The light ends at his heels, a thread that sews his flesh to the stage. He steps forward, and the tendrils of gold follow him beneath like strings on a marionette. Riven. What is this? My voice echoes back 100 times over. I clap a hand to my mouth.
Jude, a place the audience cannot see. Just outside the bounds of reality.
In its departure from reality's restrictions, Jude's voice takes on a thunderous edge, reverberating off every non-existent slat of marble. He gestures to the roaring sea of darkness churning under the glassy stage. Then I see it. Through the darkness, what seems like miles below. Light. Brilliant and gold like the sun, like the threads holding on to Jude. It can't reach me, and I can't reach it. Craft, I say to myself. My eyes shoot up. This is yours?
I'm its keeper. Craft is what connects the cast. We channel it from one another. It's why a player can't be brought back if they fail to suspend their reality during an onstage death. Your life has to go to another player through the binding.
Craft binding.
Craft isn't a matter of quantity, he says, curling his hand into a fist.
Below, threads of gold respond, drawing closer to the surface, humming with power.
You can think of it as a weapon. A blade is only as lethal as the hands that wield it.
I'm probably going to regret asking this, but I say, how do you wield it? I can't seem to take my eyes off the gold swirling below the stage. It almost seems to be alive, breathing.
All players have a driving force, a motivation that binds them.
Jude's steps stop short.
What is it that drives you, Alistair? Picture a desire. Follow that thread.
Something tugs in my chest. I'm pretty sure I desire to reach those coils of gold at the bottom. Cautiously, I lean down to press my palm to the stage. Just as quickly, a sizzling pain of warning grabs at my throat, seems to choke the air from it. Below, the gold dives deeper into the shadows. I flinch and skitter back, ready to bolt into the wings. Jude utters something, and the real world solidifies again, the white of the marble flooding back over the stage and disguising what lies beneath it. My blood freezes cold, pulses that awful ice through my entire body. Jude studies me with pressed lips.
You'll endanger both yourself and me if you let that happen on stage. Reality is slippery. You'll fall right back in if you lose your focus like that.
Oh? I'll suspiciously die on stage then, like Jean Hunt. I pant, fuming. The convenience of her death has prickled my mind since the players brought it up. I gesture broadly at the stage. She was lead player and just forgot to suspend her reality for her own death scene, conveniently leaving her role open for you? Jude looks at me like I've slapped him.
She didn't forget, Alistair.
Riven. Then why did she die?
Syl. Did it on purpose. Haven't you heard the stories?
We both startle as Syl wanders down the center aisle.
Drank a glass holding as much poison as it did wine. Right on stage, too.
Syl shrugs, climbing the steps of the stage.
Her death wasn't even scripted. She didn't suspend her reality. Wildly unprofessional of her.
Talented girl, incredibly. Too dedicated for anything to be done, though.
There it is, that cold politeness again, the same that accompanied his visit to Thyone last night. Like death itself is little more than an inconvenience to his theater. Wariness overcomes Jude like a shroud as he sets his eyes on Syl. Syl.
It has, of course, given birth to endless rumors. The ghost of the playhouse. Spirits and nonsense. Many now believe a player must be killed in the arena to die a true death, or else haunt the halls of my theater.
He sighs.
But Jean, disappointingly, didn't die in the arena. She died right where you're standing.
I shudder, unconsciously taking a step back. I've heard the story, everyone has at some point, but never much thought about it. I was always more concerned with what followed Jean's final performance. My father, standing from the audience as she died and running like mad for the exit. His body being found on the playhouse steps only moments later. Then, as if Syl had just finished commenting on the weather, he turns to Jude.
You're approaching Alistair's craft binding all wrong.
The director's gaze turns on me, assessing.
I hate to hear how much trouble you're having after such a bold performance in stage combat yesterday.
I casually tuck my hand over my shoulder, covering my throat in a way I hope doesn't look like an injured bird. Syl.
What Jude often forgets is that not all actors are in want of something, nor will they do anything to get it, and therefore build a bridge to it. Some actors, you see.
He claps a hand on my shoulder that nearly sends my fist into his face,
are not building a bridge in pursuit at all. Alistair, what is the common thread among all actors?
Jude's face grows apprehensive, like he doesn't want Syl to answer the question.
Syl, you are all running from something, and it is almost always the same thing you are made of. So tell me, what are you running from?
Cold indignation courses through my expression until Syl chuckles. Syl.
Close your eyes, Alistair.
No. Syl's gaze widens in surprise, and Jude's in warning. I'm left to wonder again why Jude seems so scared of him. The pivot of Syl's heels sets my nerves on edge as he walks circles around me, studying me through those silver spectacles as he taps his shin. Syl.
Has anyone ever told you you're angry, Alistair?
My brother's warning returns the question. That anger will be the death of you. Riven. What is that to you?
Syl. I'm not going to ask you why.
Disgust pulses beneath my skin as Syl pauses before me, raises his hands, and presses his thumbs over my eyelids, closing them. Syl.
I want you to use that thing you are made of. Use that anger.
He removes his thumbs from my closed eyelids.
Methexis,
he prompts, and reluctantly I follow suit. I open my eyes as the marble washes away and find myself staring back into the glassy abyss of the stage. Riven. I still don't see a bridge. Just those roiling shadows below. Syl.
Of course you don't. You can't see something that hasn't been built. So tell me, what are you running from? What angers you?
Craft. Players. The playhouse, I think urgently. Jude. Nothing happens, save for an odd twinge at my throat.
So reluctant, he clucks. Tell me, Alistair, why do you so love your sorrow?
I present a detached, ignorant smile, though ice has begun to grip me at my core. What is that supposed to mean? Syl.
You aren't just angry. That's surface level.
He gestures to the stage, where that raging sea crashes beneath the glass.
You'll need to go a little deeper than that.
Suddenly, I wish Jude was not here. I wish more that Syl wasn't staring at me like he knows my mind inside and out. My mask of indifference slips as Syl's relaxes into a sort of aha.
You love it,
he concludes.
You don't lack emotion. You're obsessed with it. You let it fester.
He's grinning like a fox now.
Someone has taught you to suppress quite well, I think.
Galen's voice passes through my mind.
Too much, Riv.
Syl.
Your bridge is not made of pursuit, nor escape, but of both.
He walks another circle around me, faster now, heels clapping against the glass.
The source of all you dwell on, it's completely on this side, isn't it? Above the surface, in reality. Because reality is painful, and pain is familiar.
Riven, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't owe him truth. Of course, reality hurts. Of course it's familiar. Reality is unfair. If it weren't, I never would have encountered that player all those years ago. Syl.
Then prove me wrong.
Jude.
Syl.
The director cuts him off with a dismissive wave. Syl.
Look below.
There's a smile in his voice.
You can run from this anger you harbor. You can lock it away. Or you can use it. Leash it and make it do your bidding.
Riven. I'm not angry. My voice shakes. I am angry. Syl.
All my players are angry. But more importantly, they are all something. Often, not what you would expect. Titus, for instance. He lives and speaks and moves out of fear. My darling Parrish's bones are racked with envy. Arius, always seeking to mend the world around him because he cannot mend himself. And Jude, here.
Jude.
Enough, Syl. She understands.
I am angry. I am angry. Syl.
Do you want to know a secret, Alistair?
His voice rises, echoing.
That anger you feel, that bitter thing wrapped around your heart, it may not be directed at what you think.
A dam I didn't realize existed rumbles in my head. For a moment, I think I know what's coursing on the other side of it. The thought vanishes, but the anger doesn't. I am angry. I am angry. I am angry.
Stop pushing back,
Syl roars, his voice now pounding in my ears.
You're angry, Alistair. Be angry.
I am angry. The thought ceases, and something else fills the space. I am alone. The dam in my head breaks. It floods my senses, washes over my skin until it feels like it's on fire. The feeling spreads, sinks into my heels. But Syl was wrong. It's too much to leash or contain. It fills me with the urge to run, to bolt from the stage. But when I try to move, the weight in my heels is too much, and I fall. The palms of my hands crash into the glass stage so violently that it cracks, and I brace my body to plummet into the watery sea of darkness below. But the fall never comes. Instead, my palms sense something warm. I crane my chin up, and the glass doesn't look so dark anymore. Instead, a multitude of golden tendrils crawls out from beneath the stage, like a sea beast with 1,000 tentacles.
Bind it, Alistair.
Jude's voice.
Now.
I draw on the feeling, and the tendrils reach up, summoned, wrapping around me, weaving and locking together. Gold seeps into my hands, my clothes, my feet. Craft rises fiercely to the surface everywhere, seeking a way in. Before I can stop it, before I can think to, I let it. Craft washes over the platform, brilliant and warm and gold, the gap of darkness closed. Every beat of fury locked away for years pulses through me, reaching up my wrists, my calves.
Extraordinary,
Syl marvels from somewhere behind me. For a moment, it feels like I've been traveling 1,000 nights only to catch a sunrise. A bridge, I hear myself utter, feeling those threads of gold pulse with power. A thread not just to me. Those same tendrils connect to the place Jude stands. Elsewhere in the playhouse, the same craft must follow the other players, a shared web that sews their cast together. The players. Right. This is a loan of power. This is something to not get used to. A hand lowers into my vision as I try to pick myself up. I stare at it for a moment, follow the arm up to Jude, and then grasp it, my legs shaky as he pulls me to my feet.
On 3, yes?
Jude says and counts down. Methexis, I say with him. The golden stage, the craft below, it vanishes, disguised beneath reality once more. I blink dazedly at the spotlight, feeling the hot press of craft all over. The world has changed in a short time. It's brighter now. Every sound echoes and chimes, every step and movement holding new intention and meaning. Everything is amplified and beautiful, exposed. And color. There's so much color. Something has changed, something that feels like it can't be undone. Worse, I'm not sure I want it to be. Syl.
How do you feel, Alistair?
Warm? The word comes to mind unsolicited, some of the coldness in my veins dissipating. And something else, too. The frosty ache in my limbs eases just slightly, like someone's reached inside and spread a salve over the worst points. I still at the unfamiliar sound of my own voice in my ears. The pitch isn't different, it's just more. For a moment, the player's curse feels less like an impossible glacier and more like a sheet of ice that I'm holding a candle to. I take a step forward, but my legs feel strange, stronger. Things I never paid mind to, like where I pause for breath when speaking, how many steps I take in any given direction, feel oddly relevant now. I think that... I struggle again to wrangle my voice. What is happening? Why am I so loud?
Alistair.
At the sound of Syl's voice, I turn to face him. He looks surprised. And Jude is no longer there. I turn to see Jude's hurried steps toward the wings, his back to us. Syl.
Well, would you look at that? You were right, Jude.
At Syl's words, Jude makes a brief look back, and he's crying. Then, as fast as he left, Jude is gone. Syl claps a hand on my shoulder, and I catch my reflection in his eyes. My heart stutters at the image. Syl.
You're a natural, Alistair.
Act 2, Scene 7.
That's my fucking line,
shouts Titus, storming out of the wings half-dressed and pointing a long finger at Parrish. In his other hand, he waves a script. Parrish. Well, you weren't here to say it. She smiles snidely, while Arius releases the illusion around us with a tired sigh, the set melting back into the stage. Honestly, I'm shocked you know which lines are yours anyhow. You can read?
Titus. I was trying to find a new costume.
He glowers.
Mine looks like it just went through several performances of God's War. I'll bet you Cicero ravaged it with a blade on purpose. He never liked me.
Damn it. I thought that costume belonged to Jude. It's been 3 days since the craft binding, all of which have been crammed with rehearsals and brutal stage combat lessons with Jude that have left me too exhausted and sore to think straight, which is new, strange. My muscles are sore, not numb and not cold. I can feel them again. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. I'll be out of here as soon as the playhouse lands in Serene, and so will Jude. I just need to figure out how to wrestle that Eleutherian chain away from Marigold. So long as I can stop the great Dionysia. Stop the bloodbath they're plotting. Parrish. I think I'll sing my lines instead, Syl.
Syl. You will not. He cleans his glasses. Alistair, from your entrance, we'll go from the top.
Indeed, my little bridge demonstration awarded me not 1 but 4 speaking scenes. But since I refused to read their cursed scripts, learning my lines devolved into several repeat-after-me sessions with Jude that rendered us both frustrated and storming out of rehearsal.
Did you do something to your face, Alistair? Titus mutters, passing close behind me. It looks different. Nicer, though, so there's that. I suggest that he do something about his face, too, and he barks a laugh on his way out. Syl. Let's run it from the beginning. Where is Jude? Primping in the green room, probably, Mattia mutters, and goes back to picking at her nails with a prop dagger. This is a stumble through at best, Syl. The green room. Another part of the playhouse I've read about and have yet to discover. Syl. The worse the dress rehearsal, the better the show. He flashes a forced, encouraging smile. Someone fetch Jude, please. The sharp scent of hyacinth warns me first. Whatever you're plotting, I hope it doesn't involve that axe you keep staring at. Jude appears at my side with a look of patient suffering and calls out, Here, Syl. He's changed into a finely tailored black jacket, trousers, and a shirt he's unnecessarily left half unbuttoned to show off gold markings he no doubt made some poor stagehand paint on. I count that 4 costume changes in one rehearsal, I mutter at him as the lights go down. Oh, do you have a favorite? He asks, adjusting the cuffs of his jacket. Do any of them come with a gag? Didn't know you were into that. Hold for lights, calls Syl, running a hand through his white hair and leaving a few raised at odd angles. If he's stressed over this, I wonder how he'll react to his lead player going mysteriously missing in a week's time. Above us, a stagehand adjusts the glaring limelight. I squint, trying to catch a glimpse of who aims it. I know they're there. I've spotted half a dozen stagehands setting the banquet tables, moving props, adjusting the curtain, but I can never seem to get a square look at their faces. Syl. And go! I brace myself, brushing my fingers across the fabric that hides my mark. It burns each time I set foot on stage, worse since the craft binding. How's that healing, by the way? Jude asks while we wait for our cue. Healing is a stretch. Last I peeked under the bandage, an alarming gold film had begun forming over the wound, festering in the shape of the iron Jude used to burn through it. I'm not going out there tonight, I say, ignoring the question. Rehearsals are as far as I go. It's bad enough my mark is gone. I'm no better than a common liar now, but I will not be worse than one. Performance is unnatural, one strung out and outrageously public lie. It's wrong. Jude, life is a performance. Our cue is called, and he moves for the platform, whispering over his shoulder, You might as well be applauded for it. Between hasty rehearsal breaks, I scavenge the dining hall for anything I can get my hands on. Somehow, I'm still starving when Parrish comes to retrieve me. She promises to have a stagehand deliver more food to the dressing rooms, or else cook me her very favorite snack if she can catch the ingredients. I gently decline the offer. Get dressed, Jude calls as I enter the wings, throwing a linen garment bag zipped over an elaborate costume in my direction. He's dressed much the same, loose white shirt, tailored black pants, black boots. Stitches of gold leaf thread his neckline, and scarlet stones hang from his ears. The rest are already backstage. You're going to be late as it is. I'll get you back for this, I grumble, dread churning in my stomach at the sound of audience chatter just beyond the curtain. I reassure myself no one from the South will recognize my face, its similarity to my father's, from so far away on stage. Jude. Yes, I'm sure you will. The walls of my dressing room tremble with fear at the sound of your step. I slip behind the screen used for quick changes and make a point of raising my middle finger over it before donning the costume, an ensemble of white, accented by notes of gold and crimson. I'm sure any of the 3 auditionees you haven't slaughtered would be proud to take my place. I pull the blouse over my head and fiddle with the thick belt that goes with it. Then I jam my feet into the knee-high leather boots that have about 1,000 laces. They'll each have their shot on stage, just as What's-Her-Name did the other night. The dead one? I offer helpfully,
then stomp around the divider, trying and failing to button the tiny wrist cuffs on my sleeves. Jude looks me up and down, pausing at the boots and the cords I opted to wrap across my knees.
Did you even try to lace them? You'll trip over your feet on stage.
His own, properly laced boots clack sharply across the floor. With a shake of his head, Jude sweeps one foot back and swiftly kneels. I yelp and nearly fall over when he tugs my leg up and sets my boot on his knee, undoing what I thought was a very nice bow. I ignore the way my pulse trips as he steadies my calf with one hand to undo my clumsy lacework with the other. I'm nervous about going on stage, that's all. And half shocked he isn't complaining about dirtying his costume with the heel of my boot.
Jude, I should leave these untied. Maybe it would slow your scheming.
Riven, are you trying to get kicked in the face? I have a great angle here. Jude smirks up at me and mouths, "Dare you," while pulling the bootlaces taut. My heart stumbles over itself again as Syl calls out,
10 minutes!
from somewhere in the hall.
You'll be fine out there,
Jude says, mistaking my nervousness for stage fright.
3 deep breaths, right?
He peers over his shoulder before continuing, lowering his voice.
Rehearsals are different. Those are done cold without much craft. It's too demanding on us to cast those sorts of illusions without an audience during run-throughs.
I cringe. I forget this is what they feed off of.
The auditorium may seem larger, too.
What? It's grown since rehearsal? I ask with an incredulous laugh.
The playhouse draws its strength from its audience. A theater grows weak without them,
he says, avoiding the question.
It's going to feel more intense out there.
If I didn't know you any better, I'd say you were worried. I try to sound careless, but I don't believe me either. He snaps the buckle in place at my knee and sets my foot back on solid ground.
You should be. This is a hell of a role for Syl to throw you into.
Jude reaches for the other boot and looks up at me.
My character will take the brunt of what happens out there, but it isn't going to be pleasant. Hold close to your bridge, yes? Just in case.
Fine. I cross my arms. Wouldn't want to make you burst into tears again. I never did learn what made him so upset the other day. For someone determined I learn all this craft, he seemed awfully emotional over my making progress with it. He stills, pausing his work, breathes once, then quips.
Not all of us are terrified of emotions, Alistair.
He buckles the other boot and sets it down before standing and heading for his place in the wings, calling over his shoulder,
"And cover up those purple circles under your eyes before going out. You'll frighten the children."
I ignore him as he stalks off, but still grapple with a pot of creamy pale liquid on one of the vanities, making awkward attempts to smear it under my eyes without the help of a mirror. No, not like that, Parrish's young voice calls, accompanied by the jingle of anklets as she passes through with perfectly lined eyes and carefully painted lips. Don't smear it. You'll get streaks all over your face. You dab the color on. Like this, see? Parrish taps below her eye and gestures for me to imitate, hiding her chuckle when I poke myself in the eye instead and reconsider suffering a look in the mirror. Didn't anyone teach you how to do this? I stammer as she picks up a pinkish powder and begins swiping it over my cheekbones. With so few mirrors north of the cut, cosmetics require a second set of eyes to apply. The idea of asking my mother for help, of asking her to look directly at me, was out of the question. Besides that, there isn't much pigment in such things outside the playhouse anyway. No, not really. Well then, I'll have to do. Jude's no use at this. Lines his eyes like a sailor, she mutters. There. Beautiful. Parrish offers an encouraging smile before vanishing down the corridor, leaving me to puzzle out the idea of beautiful and my face in the same thought. I turn the slightest glance to the mirror to examine her work and gasp. Not at the makeup, but at the scrawl of amber gold that crawls beneath the ochre of my irises, there and gone in an instant. The makeup palette in my grip clatters to the floor, and I clap a hand over my mouth. Craft. Player magic. Not only that, but my reflection. For a moment, I don't recognize it. There's color in my face. My shoulder bones aren't sticking out like my skin is a sheer curtain anymore. And something looks different. I can't put my finger on why. Something has changed. The craft binding is responsible, no doubt.
5 minutes!
Sill's voice. Don't worry yourself, Alistair, Arius calls, interpreting my panic for stage fright. A funny expression falls across his face as he pulls that throat spray from his pocket on his way to the wings. You look different. Parrish helped me. I gesture vaguely at the makeup, but don't dare look at myself in the mirror again. He shakes his head once. No, not that, I think.
Places!
Sill shouts. Moments later, I'm sipping shallow breaths of dread as Arius leads me backstage, where murmurs from the audience stir on the other side of the curtain. Thousands of revelers, I think nervously. How did I end up here? Sill.
Welcome, welcome. Dear patrons, we are honored to present you a tale of old, in celebration of our most beloved treaty's impending end. Let us not forget how it was formed. Tonight, we perform for you Act 1 of The Cast Trade.
I tune out the uproarious applause as Salinas introduces the show, a brutal reenactment of the trade between the Playhouse and mortals that started the treaty 500 years ago, when Salinas traded peace for the life of his captured player. No doubt this performance is designed to evoke pity for the players. But all I can think about is how warm the stage feels when I step onto it, how guilty that makes me feel, and that strange inkling of craft squirming around my pupils, warming the place behind my eyes. Methexis, I breathe, feeling my bridge lock into place beneath me, but my mind stays focused on the big picture, on capturing Jude, on delivering him to the council and stopping the Playhouse's terrifying plans for the North, of getting back to Cassia and my brother. I almost have all the pieces. I just need to hold out a little longer. Then the curtain rises, and the world fades away. The boom of applause shifts into the slap of rain and thunder. Smoke fills my sinuses, though I thought I smelled perfume a moment ago. I blink down curiously as the white marble beneath my feet cracks, mud and dirt bleeding through until I can no longer see the floor. It occurs to me I cannot remember my name. Come to think of it, I don't have one. Above, the voice of a god falls from the sky, offers explanation to a vicious conflict unfolding between black and silver uniforms, wielding rudimentary weapons, and the rest, golden-eyed players clad in white and scarlet. I move through the world, the beat of a drum pulsing in my blood. Every word that falls from my lips doesn't feel like a line, but like a part of me. Each movement deliberate, intentional. I gasp as I exit stage left, my entrance finished. My mind grapples for reality. On the platform, Mattia and Arius have broken into a violent argument that I'm only half certain was scripted. Tig, Linus, and Phileas crow lines from the chorus, then disband and pass me as they flee into the wings.
How are you doing?
Jude asks over my shoulder, and I jump. He's drenched from the rain on stage, hair falling over his face in dark tresses. The shoulder of his costume is torn. I'm fine, I say, not sure that I am. This isn't how rehearsals felt. Are you stalling?
Absolutely. I hate this scene,
he whispers.
And between you and me,
he shakes some of the water dripping from his sleeves.
I've never cared for tragedies.
Then he moves for his next entrance. The scene on stage shifts as Jude stumbles onto the platform, throwing furious looks over his shoulder as Titus's character pursues him, wielding a golden blade. I know it's paint, not real Eleutherian gold. But even my heart clenches at the sight as Jude ducks, dodges, and forces the blade back on Titus so hard he nearly slits his throat as they toss carefully rehearsed lines back and forth. Eventually, Titus's character gets the high ground and succeeds in hitting him on the back of the head. Something twists in my chest as Jude's dragged away while the crowd shrieks and wails. This is just a performance. And even if it weren't, I would not care. But I decide I'm with Jude on one thing. I prefer the comedies over this by far. A crack of thunder summons me for my next cue. The world vanishes. Whatever magic blooms on the stage sucks me in as time moves in strange spurts of battle and heated conversation. My name slips my mind again. Then someone knocks me out, too, and everything blackens. The stage lights come up. No. Lightning. Flashes of it illuminate the canvas tent around me. Mud cakes my boots. There's a man on a bench beside me, blonde, brown-eyed, oddly familiar. He repeats questions I won't answer. Where are my other castmates, he asks. What are our weaknesses? I say something he doesn't like, and he answers with a blade aimed at my throat. A shock of pain rolls from my neck to my heart. My mark. My bridge to craft severs, seems to drop right through the floor out of reach. As if awoken from a dream, my consciousness jolts me out of fiction, reality pressing hard on my skin. I'm on stage. This isn't real. The warmth of the stage fades, ice dissolving the bond between the performance and me. I recognize the player beside me, holding a prop knife. He hasn't hurt me with it. It's just Arius. Arius. My heart freezes painfully in my chest. I can't breathe. The fourth wall shatters. Whatever strange shield prevents actors from noticing, realizing an audience is there, is gone. The eyes of the audience are everywhere, blinking, beginning to clear, to realize this is a performance. Downstage, Titus and Micaiah fire lines of dialogue at each other. Between them, Jude is watching me in abject horror. A word falls from his mouth, and warmth presses on my skin once more, clouds my mind. The stage vanishes. I'm in the tent again. I can't remember why I'd thought of the name Jude. It doesn't sound familiar. Exit. It's time for me to leave. Impossibly drawn to a strange passage leading out of the tent, I run. I'm almost out, almost off stage when I freeze. My eyes fix on the arrow trained on my heart, tracking its razor point up to the woman aiming it, a stranger. Her eyes are wild and wet. Gold trickles down her neck from a wound on the side of her head, nestled in tresses of rich brown that fall from her scalp in gnarled tangles. Most disturbingly, the skin of her arms and hands is ripped open, revealing flecks of gold beneath. The woman stands under a curtain of darkness a little ways off. She's in the wings, I think, curious and confused. But the thought is fragmented, colliding with reality. None of this is so frightening as the fact that she looks so familiar. The stranger seems to mouth something to me as she releases the arrow. I don't catch what she says. A hard shove from my right knocks me to the ground. Then I'm coughing, my lungs filled with smoke and the scent of blood in the air as I take in the riggings above. I'm backstage. Embracing the ice-cold arms of reality, I register the shouts of the audience as the principal roles battle across the platform. Vaguely, I remember this is a scene. It ends in a dramatic standoff between the two leads. I roll onto my side, searching for the woman who shot that arrow, the stranger. She's gone. Jude is yelling something that sounds like "stay here" as he runs back onto the stage. I blink up at the ceiling, confused and disoriented. My head hurts. The hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. I'm off stage, but the feeling of being watched hasn't left me. Lifting myself, I steal a glance into the darkness of the wings and go still. 2 bright, menacing eyes watch me. A dirty, torn white dress hangs on a tensed figure. She reaches a hand out to me, hooks a finger in my direction. I do not believe in ghosts, but the woman from the portrait in my room has climbed out. She's cornered me here. Jean Hunt. The dead player brings a finger to her lips as if to say, hush, then flutters back into the dark like a pearl in the ocean. Arius. Alistair! He flies into the wings, casting a bloodied blade into the prop armory. Are you all right? Jude saw, too. Gods, I haven't seen that happen in ages. When I look back to the hall, Jean Hunt is gone. Riven. What? Arius. My friend, you nearly broke our illusion. He scratches the back of his neck anxiously. How did you manage it? Mattia. What the hell was that? Mattia tears backstage, the other players at her shoulders. I can see every single gold vein in her neck. By the thunder of applause outside the curtain, I surmise the show is over. Somehow, according to the clock, 6 hours have flown by. Who did that? She demands again, as Arius peers sidelong at me, concern constricting his soft features. Who broke the illusion? Some quick math brings me to 2 conclusions. 1, no one else noticed the dead player aiming arrows at me from backstage. 2, they most certainly did notice me break the illusion when Arius brushed my ruined mark. Titus. Interesting that you assume it couldn't have been you who made a mistake, Mattia. He works on the straps that bind 2 broadswords to his back. But by all means, accuse one of the auditionees who have been here less than a week of somehow doing so. Before Mattia can question further, Jude strides into the wings. Judging by the blood running from his temples, Titus hit him awful hard on stage. Calm yourself, Mattia. It was my fault. I slipped. He throws a warning look at me. Don't say a word. Mattia watches him, flabbergasted. I pretend not to notice Arius staring between Jude and me, open-mouthed. Mattia. Why did you run off stage? Titus. Run off stage? He tackled poor Alistair to the ground. Didn't you see? Jude. She forgot to exit on time. Very clumsy of her. I turn my eyes toward the skein that stands at the back of the stage. There, ingrained in its side, an arrow. The one Jean Hunt aimed at me. The moment breaks at the clapping of hands. Syl emerges from the dark corridor. Well done, everyone. His mild-tempered smile simmers into something else, a stiffness to it. Jude, a word. A collective dread shrouds the other players at the director's tone. Arius. There was a lot of chaos on stage, Syl, and a long time since we've performed this piece. We all might have slipped a bit. Mattia moves to argue, but the director cuts her off. Syl. Were one of you to slip, it is my lead player's job to preserve the illusion before an audience glimpses anything beyond the curtain. Correct, Jude? And gods above, running off stage like that. Mattia's face tightens. None of us slipped. Something cut through it. And who could have done that? Syl gestures to me. Perhaps a new, inexperienced actor. Come to think of it, I don't see your contender, Mattia. He feigns a glimpse around the wings, and I find myself looking around too, trying to remember what happened to the others on stage. I can barely remember what happened to myself. If I'm not mistaken, it was Linus who fled the wrong side of the stage early and took the whole chorus with him, wasn't it? Mattia says nothing, baring her teeth, but her eyes land on me, and they stay there as Syl turns for the hall, yelling, Curtain call!
over his shoulder. "And would someone please collect the damned chorus?"
I don't know what comes over me. My mouth drops open.
"It was Gene Hunt!"
Syl stills, along with the players. Jude's eyes are pleading with me. Slowly, the director turns.
"Alistair, I do hope you aren't in the habit of blaming deceased players before admitting fault. That was an awfully late exit you made."
He glares at me, waiting. Jude saw her too. She was here. She was backstage and...
"I have no idea what you're talking about,"
Jude says coldly, expressionless.
"I made a mistake. The illusion slipped."
Syl and Jude look to be locked in a silent debate until the director mutters,
"Curtain call, all of you,"
and vanishes down the hall, where I know Gene Hunt stood just moments ago. In my time in the Playhouse, I have gathered that Gene Hunt is a great many things, and none of them is dead. Act 2, Scene 8. The stage door flies open, and the screaming from the revelers begins. Even from where I'm crouched on my balcony, peering between the marble balusters, I have to cover my ears. Fine. Jude is right. I'm a snoop. But it's better than being alone in my dressing room with Gene Hunt's spooky portrait. Syl's head peeks out, then the cast. Mattia and Titus first, with humble words of thanks that don't seem very humble at all. Parrish and Arius next. Finally Jude, with a dramatic bow. Each cast member is greeted with louder screams than the last. I can't help but cringe at the way the spectators reach over the golden barrier. So many revelers, so many hands grasping, touching. One succeeds in grabbing Mattia's hair and is dealt a merciless fist in return. It only seems to egg the offender on, though. Arius scribbles across playbills shoved into his arms, and someone kisses his hand, weeping loudly, when he tosses them back. Syl thanks the crowd for coming. A particularly pretty-looking girl with a thick blonde ponytail and the sort of nose that belongs exclusively on a porcelain doll has fought her way to the front of the barrier and is batting her eyelashes at Jude. Predictably, he's enjoying the attention. Arius must have tended to most of their stage wounds, but the cut on Jude's head is still noticeable when he leans down for the girl to convey in his ear whatever she's trying to shout over the crowd. He nods, feigning humility behind a dazzling smile, a hand to his chest. Her hand has found its way to his arm. Realizing my jaw is clenching, I force my attention to Titus, who is doing God's damned nothing to console the man breaking into hysterical sobs at his knees, declaring eternal devotion. Another reveler tosses what must be her life savings in jewels at Parrish's feet. Parrish gleefully kicks them around on the floor and asks if the reveler brought anything more interesting. When Syl signals it's time to go in, the crowd surges violently forward, jealous fans in the back pushing their way to the front, obsessive moths to the player's golden light. That girl Jude is talking to lets out a high-pitched squeal as someone shoves her back, hurling her into the barrier. Fine. Maybe she'll go find another place to... Jude decides the way to remedy the situation is to pick her up and set her on the other side of the barrier, beside him. My mouth falls open. Not that I care. I don't even notice the way he places a hand on her shoulder and seems to ask if she's all right, or the way she giggles and thanks him. In fact, I care so little that I go inside and only half slam the door behind me. They come for the next audition-y minutes before curfew. The lights in my room have already begun to dim, flickering and dying. They're coming for me this time. I hear the approach of Syl's step, closer to my dressing room with each stride. He knew it was me who messed up on stage. I whirl, search my room, and dive for the Eleutherian arrowhead I stashed behind the old clock. I'm at least taking one of them down with me. The steps freeze right outside my door. 2 polished black shoes. Sill's familiar old sigh. The deadbolt slides into place. The shoes leave. They take Linus instead. Act 2, Scene 9. Something's different about you. Cassia's eyes scrutinize me from the other side of the glass as I sway in front of the mirror, hanging on to the edge of it for balance. I've managed to communicate with her through my mirror every few days, the process a bit easier each time I try it, which is unsettling in and of itself. Well, for starters, I haven't slept in, I count on my fingers, 6-ish days? I try to joke, but my aunt doesn't smile back. I can't sleep. When I do drift off, I'm harassed by dreams full of golden eyes and red curtains, sometimes worse. And your voice... Her brow falls. The distinct crackle of my voice has been sawed down, its rough edges vanishing almost entirely. What's happened? Nothing, I lie. It's wildly easy now. Have you heard from the council? I ask. Your message was delivered. Galen refused to tell them where the information came from, though. Cassia clears her throat. Serene's ruler has agreed to assist in the trade, if they succeed in crossing the cut. And somehow, some way, I will have to turn Jude over myself. I will, though. I have to. I have to stop the great Dionysia. Stop the slaughter the players are planning. I'll bring him, I repeat. The council will have all the leverage they need to strike a new deal with Salinas and force the playhouse back out before the great Dionysia. I just need something to restrain him, like that chain around Marigold's foot. Riven, she begins. I went to the Dionysian records after we spoke. There isn't much information on him. Whoever he was when he was mortal is murky. She takes a breath, looking uneasy. But one source suggests he hails from Thimble. The name immediately rings a bell. I stare silently back at Cass, a picture beginning to paint itself. Oh. Thimble doesn't exist anymore. A small territory at the border swallowed by Serene's army years ago so that the wall could be sealed. Several players were killed during its fall, publicly executed during the ambush. And now, what was once Thimble is just part of Serene. Jude would have been a child at the time, Cassia says, looking down at the tome in her hands as if to confirm. How he managed to escape is anyone's guess. So he has a vendetta against the North, I conclude, blunt. Wouldn't you? She meets my eyes. War is an ugly thing. Our side of the cut is far from innocent. We stare at each other for a moment. A confusing twinge of sympathy clashes with my anger. I shove it away. Jude might not just be on an ego trip, and it only confirms my worst suspicions. He's too proud, too calculated to simply want out of the great Dionysia. He's lying. He's planning something. He's after vengeance. And he's going to make the great Dionysia his stage for it. And somehow this involves me. There's something here I'm not seeing. Have you heard from Galen? I press. You didn't tell him about... No! Of course not. Cassia's voice hushes, and we don't say the rest out loud. That my mark is ruined. Useless. Cassia expected as much, but was nevertheless devastated when I admitted it to her several days ago. Your brother has gone for help, she admits. What do you mean? I whisper sharply into the mirror. I don't want Galen any closer to this impending disaster of a trade than he has to be. He reached out to an old contact your father had to help track down Dorian. Gods, the Playhouse bounty hunter? It's impossible to imagine my brother, an advisor to the council, turning to reckless vigilantes for help. Dorian and his hunters refuse marks, both to easily traverse South Theatron in pursuit of the players, and to outsmart one if caught or captured. Of course he did. Of course, he doesn't trust I can do this on my own. Riven? Cassia cuts me off. He just wants you home, alive. We all do. I'm not sure there will be a home to return to if Jude gets his way. I have the arrowhead, I say, even more determined now to prove Galen wrong. Prove all of them wrong. I just need something to restrain Jude. He's strong, but there's a chain bound around the prop master's ankle. If I can just figure out how to fool her into letting me... Riven, she breathes. If you're going to be downright foolish about this... My aunt shakes her head, debating whether or not to give me this next bit of information. Jude will be most vulnerable in costume. He won't be as alert while in character. It's the best time to catch a player off guard. In costume. Costume. I need a costume. Cass, I say, a smile forming on my lips. Do you know, I've just had the best idea.
I told you I saw her up in the fly tower.
Jude sounds angry.
She cut the chandelier's hangings. You're certain you saw her backstage last night?
Syl's voice responds. I breathe quietly, assuring myself I am no eavesdropper. Jude's voice just has a way of carrying, particularly when my ear is pressed against his dressing room door.
Nearly plunged an arrow right through.
Jude's voice rises, and Syl hushes him.
Do you see this? I don't have much longer. Stop talking about it, snaps Syl. You'll only make it worse. Speed up the casting call. At this rate, I won't be able to move the playhouse past the cut, much less compete in the Great Dionysia. I've been plenty lenient with you, Jude. I'll not have you going off again, and...
The button of Galen's old jacket scrapes against the door when I press too close, and I panic, bolting back to my room with all the subtlety of a frightened horse. Jude's door swings open, and innocent pleasantries trade loudly between Syl and Jude. I make it a whole 4 steps before my own dressing room door swings open behind me. Jude.
Funny thing just now.
I feign surprise at seeing him. Riven. Is the funny thing that you still don't know how to knock? Jude.
I was having a conversation with Syl, and I could have sworn I heard your sneaky little feet scampering away just outside my room.
I stick a foot out and point at it. Actually, they're a very normal size. Jude ignores me and heads for the floor-length mirror.
Come, I want to show you something. It'll give us a leg up for the competition.
Pressing a palm to the glass, he summons a very dark stairway from the looks of it. Awesome. I never grow tired of these. I plant my feet. Is your little blonde friend from last night coming along too? My eyes immediately dart to the window, and I consider throwing myself out of it. Why did I say that out loud? I don't even know if that girl was let into the playhouse after all his flirting at the stage door. Not that I'd be shocked if she were, and not that I'd care. Jude's brows shoot up, but his surprise is subsequently replaced by a slow, widening grin.
My, Alistair.
He crosses his arms, the mirror forgotten as he leans against the wall.
Are you jealous?
A mortifying second of panic passes before I remember I can lie. Nope. Am I? I hope not. Somehow, at some point, Jude has begun to tangle into my thoughts like a gnarled branch, and I think he can tell. His mouth twists in a knowing smirk that I consider tossing a footstool at, until he nods and says,
Guess I'll have to try harder then.
And steps 1 foot through the mirror.
Oh, and if you could avoid letting Syl know about showing you this, I'd appreciate it.
Then Jude's gone. I unclench my teeth, curiosity burning a hole through my resolve. I follow him through the glass.
"Welcome to the Playhouse Archives," announces Jude, descending what feels like the 1,000th step. I throw another nervous look over my shoulder. We passed Marigold's door and the creepy humming beyond it about 10 minutes ago. I cling to the railing and sip shallow breaths, ice snaking through my limbs from the hike down. Still, as I shift my weight from foot to foot and stretch my ankles, I feel a hint of pride at my newfound resilience. Whether or not I care to admit it, I'm stronger now than I was when I first set foot in the playhouse. The white marble railing guiding my hand shifts the deeper we descend, from polished to ancient to bone-like, fissures threading its side and gold filling in the gaps. A cool breeze carries the scent of aged parchment and the soft rustle of pages. Beneath our feet, the stone levels out. A cavernous labyrinth sprawls before us. Marble depictions of players border a path to a series of polished staircases that serves the gap between floors. Every tier stacked with walnut shelves and presenting thousands of books. The rustling and what might be whispering comes to a halt, like the ghosts wandering the library have noticed visitors. "Is someone down here?" I call out, and Jude shakes his head. "It's them," he says. When I return a puzzled look, he goes on. "The books. They only want your attention. They get excited when someone visits." He gestures to the shelves. "Every story ever told is in these rooms." A rush of excitement rises in my chest, my eyes darting from shelf to shelf. The books begin their chorus of rustling again as I hurry forward eagerly to examine their spines. I love studying. I have since I was a child. It's where I feel at home, deep in knowledge and history. Things that are already written and done because they're free of uncertainty. It almost looks like how Galen described the Orchestrion Library, but better, bigger, and filled with thousands and thousands of tomes bound in gold, silver, and bronze. Except the Orchestrion Library is filled with historical texts, sciences and languages and mathematics, and these books are full of Riven. Every story? Anger simmers in my tone. So it's true then. The players stole them from Theatron. Some recreations used to be locked away for historical record, but Cassia says those are liable to vanish too, full with ink one day and empty the next. Writing stories is forbidden anyway, punishable, like singing. It summons players. Jude. They belong to the Playhouse. Riven. What about those? I point past Jude's head to a cavernous alcove of empty shelves, looming eerily vacant by comparison to the rest. Jude tenses. Those aren't available to us anymore. Riven. Why not? Jude. We don't know. There used to be more players. Each death takes a toll on the Playhouse. The stories just vanished? Where do they go? He frowns. Probably back to the mortal world, to be abused and told poorly. That gentle rustling murmurs from the shelves again, like spirits pacing the labyrinth, ghosts. Gene Hunt flutters across my mind, not a ghost, alive, or alive enough to try to kill me, at least. Jude. Here. He plucks a book from the shelf and gestures to a dark mahogany table, but I stay where I am, watching distrustfully. Whatever that question on your lips is, you might as well ask it. Riven. Why did you pretend you didn't see her? Jean. He saw her, too. I heard him tell Syl he saw her. Jude blinks at me, unmoving. I stand my ground, but let my gaze drift to the golden ring pierced through his nose instead. Looking Jude in the eye sometimes feels like staring directly into the sun. Jude. Jean's dead. Died in my arms. I remember it well. He shrugs. I don't know what we saw. Now please, can we sit? I don't believe him, but his apathetic expression tells me I'm not getting any more information.
Stubbornly, I ignore the seat beside him and instead drop into the red velvet chair on the other side of the table, where a fireplace sputters embers at me. Jude.
I'm assuming you haven't held a story before.
Riven. Does your atrocious script from yesterday count? Jude.
The one you refused to read? No, it doesn't.
I roll my eyes.
And that's why we're down here. I can't have you raising Syl's suspicion any further than you already have. We'll start with this.
He leans across the table and presses the book into my hands. It's leather-bound and warm with golden lettering. The Last Spring. He taps the cover.
Do you know this story?
I swallow, glaring at him. I don't know any stories. Most of the myths we have access to are regarding the playhouse, and generally presumed factual, history. We don't live on lies where I come from. I try to thrust a sharp edge into my tone, but it comes out softer than I mean it to. That's what we're taught. Stories are all lies, harmful and ugly and manipulative. But in spite of the angry sting dancing up my throat, I don't put it down. My thumb rolls over the cover. They are lies, aren't they? Stories are just one deception after another. Jude.
None?
Riven. When the first players appeared from the well and took all its craft, the storybooks were wiped clean, too. You players swallowed the words and only passed them on to other players. The question mark unintentionally tacks itself onto the end of my sentence as I take in the shelves around me. Suddenly, I can't help but wonder, if stories belonged to us before the players stole them away, doesn't that mean there was a time when mortals like me held them, read them? Were they bad then, too?
Well, this story is based on history, so maybe it'll be easier for you.
Jude reaches across the table and flips the cover open in my hands.
Go on,
he encourages.
Read.
The book feels warm, alive, good. After nearly a week in the playhouse, I feel good. Better than I have since I can remember. I focus on the first line, hearing it in my head, but it feels heavy on my tongue. Once there was... I stop, frustrated, and start over. By the third time, I slam the book shut and let my chair's legs screech against the floor as I move to leave.
That was good, Alistair. That was good,
Jude calls after me, turning in his seat. The air in my lungs feels heavier, but something stirs inside. Something that wants to read just a little more. I pivot on my heel. Jude hasn't moved, sitting patiently. Curiosity nudges at my mind. Why? I ask. Now he extends a hand heavy with golden rings. I stare but don't take it. There's a deep white scar etched into the top of his palm, running all the way to his wrist. I wonder when he managed to find the wrong side of an Eleutherian blade. Player's skin won't scar by any other means.
Because I have the most interesting theory.
He redirects his hand to the seat beside him, eyes glimmering.
And I'm not often wrong.
I throw one more look at the exit. I know better. Being down here is dangerous. Story is dangerous. Jude is dangerous. Whatever envy I might have harbored over his behavior at the stage door last night was a fluke. Even if I were some beautiful, mindless reveler, I would know better than to fall for Jude's charms. In fact, I'm lucky I'm not. Clearly, she caught Jude's attention, and I wouldn't want that. Furiously reassuring myself of this, and feeling very justified over it, I march back, this time for the chair beside Jude. He flips the book open again, placing one half in my hands, and I start at the crackle of energy that jumps from its pages. Like the book has violently awoken, recognizing the touch of a player. That funny feeling squirms in my chest again when he braces one palm on the back of my chair and leans in to read with me. Jude and Riven. Once, there was a god named Hades, brother to Zeus and ruler of the underworld. I cough, my voice lagging behind Jude's. He was right, though. I know parts of this. Hades would often venture up to the earth to watch Persephone, daughter of Demeter, tending her flowers in a field. Persephone sang a song so irresistible, Hades fell madly in love. Jude taps the lines below.
And of course, you know how the song goes.
My mouth turns dry. No, I don't. Jude.
Then I'll teach you.
Riven, I can't. Jude.
Why not?
Riven, I don't know how to sing. Jude blinks a couple of times as if not believing me.
They don't even allow you to sing?
Riven, it summons players. I once saw someone lose their tongue for it as punishment. Surely you must know some of this. You're from Serene.
Jude, I am not.
His voice lashes the air so suddenly it startles us both. It occurs to me too late that I shouldn't admit I know of Jude's history. He presses his lips together, apologetic, and quietly adds,
I'm from Thimele. When it was still Thimele, not Serene.
It's true then. No wonder he hates us. But you weren't a player back then, I utter uselessly. It's not like you were hunted. The North would never.
Such moral high ground you and the North have.
Jude laughs, a bitter edge to it.
When I was small, this group came to my parents' home one day, begged us to take them in. And we did. They waited until nightfall to make their attack.
He describes the ordeal with little more interest than he'd discuss rehearsal.
I don't remember all of it. They bound us, me, my parents, my little sister. Forced Eleutherian gold down our throats, to cleanse us, they said. Then slit my family's necks.
He shrugs.
Similar attacks across the city heralded the end for Thimele, long before your armies came. But please, tell me more about how much holier the North is than the rest of us.
Silence stretches between us for a moment. How did you escape? I ask quietly.
I don't know.
Jude stares at the table.
It feels like I shouldn't have. But I did. Alone.
Alone. For a strange moment, the word slices through my anger. I hate players, I remind myself. I hate craft. I hate... None of these thoughts are enough to stop my hand from reaching for Jude's before common sense can catch up to me. Jude goes still, eyes flickering to the place where my palm rests over his rings. Probably a breath from laughing and pulling away. So I do it for him, wrench free to tuck my hands into my lap before I can embarrass myself further. He catches my hand instead and tugs it back, as if to argue with the thought, fingers closing firmly around mine. I can't help but notice the sharp pinch of his finder's keeper's ring pressing into my skin, gleaming warmly in the light. Jude might be horrible, violent, a player. But Cassia might have been right, too. There's no winner in war, and the North is far from innocent. I'm sorry, I say, alarmed by my own words, that I mean them. I'm not sure why. I didn't hunt down his family or force Eleutherian gold down his throat. Guilt drapes over my shoulders. I'm going to do something much worse to Jude. Can I? I'm suddenly not as sure. He doesn't look like an evil, emotionless monster in this light. He looks lost. But monsters can look lost, too. I succeed the second time I try to pull my hand away, and Jude clears his throat.
So, no one's taught you how to sing.
I shake my head, desperate to get out of here all of a sudden, somewhere far away from Jude and the heavy guilt building in my chest. Jude.
Mimic this sound.
His eyes shift, simmer to a brighter gold when he casts a soft, entrancing hum from his throat. Reluctantly, I try. The note falls flat, cracks right in half. then turns into a string of curses that sends Jude hollering with laughter.
Well, you might try breathing first. Again, yes?
He takes a dramatic inhale for me to mimic and repeats the note. I follow suit, and the sound feels smooth in my vocal cords, strong and easy. Jude's pitch goes up, and mine shadows, then back down, and I follow again.
There. Good,
he applauds. And in spite of myself, I laugh, the corners of my mouth pulling up for the first time in I'm not sure how long. Something loosens in my chest. I feel ridiculous, in a nice sort of way. A peculiar expression crosses Jude's face.
You know, Alistair,
he says, head tilting.
I'm not sure I've ever seen you smile before.
Just like that, my chest tightens again and I stiffen, defensive. What of it? But Jude just loosely shrugs.
It was worth the wait.
The selection of quips and insults I was preparing to hurl back at him shrivels. That almost sounded like a compliment. I think I'm supposed to say thank you. But Galen's stern warnings to never sing chime through my head instead, and I tense. Plucking the little book off the table, I go to return it to the shelf. That's when I catch a peek at the spine and the words printed finely at the bottom, below the title. Acceptance of change. I look where Jude pulled the story from, a shelf with a large A engraved over it. Below it, more labels on the spines of each book. Admiration, agitation, amazement, amusement. They go on and on. Jude, I say quiet. Say this is not what I think it is. These stories are organized by their intended evils and manipulations. When I turn accusingly back to him, Jude's jaw tightens. He lifts his head proudly.
We're players. We're the keepers of story, and we use them to—
That's not your right, I shout, voice clapping against the stone ceiling. It's true, then. My eyes spin around the library, catching gold plates dotting every inch of it. The audience doesn't stand a chance. You choose what they feel. You manipulate our thoughts and emotions until—
Jude, why do you assume the worst for how we use them?
He makes a sweeping gesture around the shelves.
Don't you think we'd have taken ownership of the entire world by now with access to this many stories, if we wanted to?
Who's to say you haven't tried? I snap, pointing to where my mark used to be. The mark that used to protect me from manipulation, like— My eyes fall back down to the book in my hand. Are you using it on me right now? To make me feel— Jude stands quickly.
No, Alistair.
I wouldn't. Riven, how many of these stories do players know?
Jude, It depends. I think Parrish only knows the ones she likes. Titus rarely follows the scripts anyway.
Riven, and how many do you know? Jude chews his lower lip.
Lead player has to know all of them.
Do you know where the word actor comes from, Riv? The memory of Galen helping me with my coursework as a child comes back with startling clarity. It traces back to the same root as hypocrite. Players costume their words just as much as their faces. I turn my eyes to the shelves. Too tall, too many to count. All of them full with glossy tales, words coated in sugar to soften the manipulation of their magic, the vileness of craft. Jude steps toward me, but I back away. It doesn't matter how you use them, I say. This is power no one should have, least of all creatures like you. With that, I head for the stairs.
You'll be relieved to know that you'll be home soon, Alistair.
The cold shift in his tone freezes my steps on the stairs. I turn. What? I say. Any remorse has vanished from his expression, replaced by that usual bored aloofness.
That treaty your council so loves, that keeps us out.
There's something in his eyes I can't read as he tilts his head, but I don't like it.
They tracked its expiration rather poorly over its 500 years.
How, Wrong. It ends in 4 days, when the playhouse crosses into Serene, and I inhale, measuring my next question carefully. And when does it end, then? Jude raises his chin.
It already has.
Act 2, Scene 10. I know it! I know it! Squeals Parrish, as Titus swaggers elegantly back and forth on top of the long banquet table. You're so... Titus.
And we have a winner!
Arius. Only because you cheated. Arius pins him with a withering glare as Titus slides into the seat and throws an arm over Matthia's shoulders, which she immediately shrugs off. We said no craft in charades. Titus.
Far be it from me to break the rules, Arius.
Arius. Your hair is still white. Titus twists his lips, hair fading back to black.
Oops.
I pick from a bowl of candied plums by the railing, somehow hungry again after storming as far away from the Playhouse archives as possible, which turns out to be the rooftop. Jude lies, I remind myself. He lies all the time. He's lying about the treaty, too. It doesn't change anything. My plan will still work. Titus.
Alistair, get over here. You fight like a player. You might as well drink like one.
Reluctantly, I wander from my corner.
You wouldn't happen to know where our least favorite prima donna is, would you? You two seem awfully close these days.
I return a tight smile before remembering Jude specifically asked me not to tell anyone about bringing me to the archives. So I say, he was showing me the archives, probably still down there. Arius chokes on his wine. The archives? Parrish. Bound to learn the hard way about auditionees, that one. At best, they die. She looks at me. At worst, they don't. Titus.
Won't matter. My girl Tig will see the light of the arena. You should have seen her in rehearsal today.
He gives me an unapologetic nod.
No offense, Alistair.
Then turns back to the group.
Jude can count his days. His crown is mine.
Bored of hearing about my impending doom, I drift back to my candied plums and ignore Titus's boasting.
You're looking, well, Alistair.
I nearly knock the bowl over, spinning around, alarmed, mostly because the words came from Mattia. Gods, how does she move like that? She could give Nixine's shadows a run for their money. My brow knits in suspicion, as I question both why that's been said to me several times now, and if that's Mattia's subtle way of indicating she recognizes something about me, or rather, about my father. Keen on not finding out, I turn my face to the city beyond the ledge and change the subject. Must be strange, moving from one place to the next all the time. To my surprise, she joins me, leans her sculpted brown forearms onto the ledge, and sets a silver chalice between us.
Depressing, more like,
she replies smoothly.
We've been through every inch of this side of the cut, and hardly ever glimpsed any of it.
She brings her chalice to her lips and drinks, leaving an echo of maroon lipstick on the silver.
I came from this city at some point, I think.
At some point, I ask, taken aback by the bitter edge cutting her tone, and still not trusting that Mattia came over here for a mere casual conversation.
I haven't walked those streets in hundreds of years. I had 4 sisters back then. Gone now, of course.
She shrugs, expressionless, blue-black braids falling over her shoulder.
If I could leave, I'm not sure I could even tell you where our old home is, if it still exists.
Why are you telling me this? That was probably rude to say. Her bright eyes flicker in my direction, then back to the city below.
You surprised me the other day. I didn't think you had so much fight in you.
She seems to be speaking to herself as much as me.
Almost reminded me of my first day in the playhouse.
I raise my eyebrows, and she adds,
Don't get it twisted. You're a terrible fighter, but you're excellent at pretending to know what you're doing, and that'll get one far in the theater.
She drinks again.
Awful at pretending you want to be here, though. So I'm guessing Jude has something to do with that.
I tense, searching over my shoulder in case the others heard. I don't know what you mean.
Sure you don't.
She twists her lips, seeming deep in thought for a moment.
Be careful of Jude. All he knows is winning.
Why are you... A vase shatters. Behind us, Parrish has challenged Arius to a duel. Mattia looks out at the city.
I no longer have a stake in this,
she answers, without needing to hear the rest of my question. I fall silent. Her contender, Linus, is gone, eliminated.
All I'm saying is if you do find an out.
Mattia almost winces, like it's difficult to force the words from her lips.
You should take it.
She turns her eyes to her cast, suspicious.
I don't know what he's up to, but I have my eye on you. I suggest you don't do something stupid, or Jude and his drama will be the least of your problems.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say abducting their lead player indeed falls under something stupid. Jude.
You all might have the decency to at least look thrilled by my presence.
Mattia startles, and all of us turn to where Jude is standing at the stairs.
Much as I hate to break up a party, I need everyone to meet me downstairs.
He points at me.
Not you, Alistair.
Why not? I say, insulted.
Because I can move the playhouse, or I can keep you out of trouble, but I cannot be expected to do both at once.
The smile melts off Titus's smug face, and mine.
Move! We just got here, he argues.
Jude.
I've heard stirrings in the mirrors, from the north.
Titus snorts.
You mean for me to believe you stopped staring at your own reflection long enough to listen?
Jude.
They've been tipped off.
His eyes swivel briefly in my direction.
Our tour schedule has been compromised. They know we mean to cross the wall through the district and settle in Serene in 9 days' time. So we're moving across the cut tonight.
Mattia.
The revelers of Diazoma won't appreciate our time with them being cut short for the sake of Serene.
Jude.
We aren't going to Serene. That's where they expect us. We'll go east and move the playhouse through the Paraskinia border.
What? I blurt, panic spilling into my veins. No. Titus blanches.
You can't be serious, Jude.
Jude.
Syl made the call.
My plan crumbles before my eyes. I need more time, and I promised I'd deliver Jude when we crossed into the north, when the playhouse arrived in Serene. Titus sticks one foot out and points at it.
Syl wasn't the one who got lanced by a goddamned Eleutherian arrow. If we're lucky, they'll get your mouth this time,
Jude calls, exiting.
Downstairs, now, Titus.
At night, the playhouse shines like the sun as the doors shriek open. The crowds hovering around the gates cry desperate welcomes to the players filing out. I watch from my dressing room's high window, alone and sick to my stomach, as Jude calls out, "Good people of Diazoma." They fall still at the unmistakable pitch of Jude's Serenian accent, listening carefully.
I am afraid we must take an early bow. You can blame our friends in the north.
The audience dissolves into wails, like each word of Jude's announcement has sliced into their flesh. The sound is so awful, I'm tempted to cup my hands over my ears. As the other players spread out, Jude doesn't move, looking to the distance like he can already see the barrier from here, its limestone strong and towering and running deep into the earth. Strong enough, I pray, though I don't think anyone is listening.
Perhaps you will meet us there when the wall is gone,
he announces, the dark timbre of his voice soaring over their cries. The ground mists, unsteady and unsure of itself. A thick black fog rises around the playhouse, ready to whisk it away, ready to breach the cut. I close my eyes as the playhouse descends into the mist like a sinking ship.
The playhouse is more illusion than material, Jude said. The moving of it all is mostly just for spectacle.
A deceitful illusion, but surely one too enormous to cross a divide built with Eleutherian gold. Galen's admission comes back to me. Parts of the wall were never sealed with pure Eleutherian gold. A horrid, splintering sound fractures the air, like the ground is splitting in half. But I know it's not the ground. The sound came from far, far away, from the cut, pushing back against the players and their magic. The playhouse stills before shaking violently, and when I dare to open my eyes, we aren't in the heart of Diazoma anymore. All I can see is limestone running in both directions, webbed with veins of Eleutherian gold carved into swirling symbols. The wall. The mist thins where it presses up against the threshold of the playhouse, right at the cut's border. The golden gates press into the limestone, emitting a violent screech as dark water from the moat seeps over the playhouse's sparkling terrace. I grip the windowsill, banging my knee and cursing when the playhouse jolts. The wall outside prevails, sturdy and immovable, as if to say, "You will not come through this way." But I see the cracks threading up its face, accompanied by a wretched snapping sound. Squinting through the mist, I make out the line of players down below by the glow of their skin, their hands raised. Matthias swears loudly, while Titus shouts, "It's that damned wall! I told you it's—" I try to listen, unable to make out the rest. But for a moment, I almost relax. The playhouse can't cross after all. I won't need my plan. The North will be safe from... Jude prowls up to the golden gates and throws them open, where they slam into the limestone wall beyond. The playhouse feels slippery beneath my hands as I grasp onto the purple curtains to steady myself, but they tear like tissue paper. The candles around me blow out and relight themselves frantically, unsure of themselves. The players are holding us in limbo, somewhere between what is real and what is not. Below, Jude flattens his palm to the wall, upon those ancient engravings filled with Eleutherian gold. He shrieks so horribly, I have to avert my eyes, but not before catching something. I narrow my gaze. Jude's left foot is inches across the playhouse's border, where the gates meet the outside world, water from the trench washing along his shoe. Past the confines of playhouse grounds. Mattia calls something to Jude, but I can't hear what it is over the screams that have begun to tear through the air, not from the players, from people, though I'm not sure if they're on this side of the cut or on the other, maybe both. And then I realize why. The Eleutherian gold veins in the wall are pulsing with light, heating, melting. A labyrinth of cracks dances up from the place Jude's palm is pressed, like lines on a map. Molten gold bleeds from the crevices, those ancient symbols becoming empty, ugly smears on the limestone. The wall groans loudly. I shut my eyes, cover them with my hands. I don't want to see. I don't want to know. The sound of limestone crumbling crashes through the air, and when the world finally falls still, I blink my eyes open and dare a single glance through the window. But I already know the playhouse has slipped out of one place and into another, into the North. It's over. Behind the players, who all look ready to drop from exhaustion, a violent fissure yawns open at the playhouse stairs like a cracked vase, curling into the foundations of one of the towers, a toll for crossing the cut. As the playhouse settles in unfamiliar territory, and as the black mist begins to clear, I can at last grasp what I saw. Jude's foot sliding past the threshold. Jude is able to leave playhouse grounds. And the realization hits me all at once, with dread, that he has. Act 2, Scene 11.
Let's have a flood, right here in this room.
Syl paces around me, but I'm still panting from the last ridiculous illusion he made me cast, which involved setting all the curtains on the windows ablaze. Sweat beads on my forehead. It's been one day since the playhouse crossed the cut into Paraskenia, and the city outside has been silent as death, hiding, waiting, for me to do what I promised. I have to get Jude to Serene, where the playhouse was supposed to be, and I have to do it today. Riven, no. Casting illusions has become second nature. I've endured learning reality suspension. And compulsion, the art of embedding a thought in someone's mind, comes easily to me, as it turns out, though I've learned it either cannot be used on Syl or it's forbidden. But there's still one skill I need to get out of here. I said mimicry. I want to learn mimicry. The director raises an eyebrow at me. Today marks yet another day Syl has dismissed my attendance from rehearsal to observe me one-on-one. Thankfully, he opted for a rehearsal room over the stage, a big empty space with lattice gold wallpaper and oval windows overlooking a mountainous skyline. I hope I never set foot on that stage again. And I hope at some point, saying that won't feel like a brazen lie. Syl.
Mimicry is an advanced technique, but of course we can give it a...
Jude slips through the mirror behind him with a yawn and a stretch. Jude.
I move the playhouse over their impossible wall, and you give me an early call time? Cruel even for you, Syl.
Syl.
Jude! Just in time. Alistair here would like to have a go at mimicry. Show her the ropes, will you? Green room is probably easiest for it.
With a polite wave and a promise he'll keep an eye on us, Syl vanishes through the door. When he leaves, I ask, what is the green room? The players mention it often in passing, but I haven't spotted any clear doors or signs that might lead to it. Jude is already strolling back toward the mirror, summoning a portal through the glass, stopping only to raise a suspicious eyebrow at me.
You want to learn mimicry?
I search for an excuse. I'd rather practice that than reality suspension. He shrugs as if to say, fair enough, and steps through the mirror. The lights of the rehearsal room shut off as soon as he does. Reluctantly, I follow, and nearly jump out of my skin when I find what's on the other side. The green room is hardly a room at all. It's a funhouse of reflections, walls entirely made of mirrors, red, not green, ceilings, oddly enough, and no door.
This is the safest spot in the playhouse, Jude says, while I try to conjure what could be less safe than being trapped with a player in a room that has no exit. No one can get in or out of here without craft.
I search frantically for somewhere to rest my gaze that doesn't contain myself. There are mirrors everywhere. Riven, why do we have to practice here? Out of places to cast my focus, I look to Jude. We could go back to the stage. I'd even prefer that over this.
You can't put a costume on stage, he taunts. Everyone would see.
Catching the barest glimpse of my reflection beyond his shoulder, I scrunch my eyes shut as he prattles on.
Perception is the heart of mimicry. We're never who we appear to be.
My eyes might be closed, but I can hear the smirk in his voice as his steps move behind me.
Even you, Alistair. Now, look up.
My jaw tenses as I squeeze my eyes shut tighter, shaking my head. Anything to avoid looking at the glass. Warmth flutters at my shoulders. Jude's hands guide me forward, closer to the mirrored wall, no doubt. I dig my heels into the floor, let my back press to his chest. I think maybe I've changed my mind, I say, squirming. There must be another way around my plan, a way to execute it without mimicry. There isn't. I know that. If there was another way, I'd have found it. Jude chuckles, the sound rolling through his chest.
You'll run at Mattia with a dagger, but this frightens you?
I can learn mimicry somewhere else, I argue, letting my eyes fall open, but keeping them trained on the floor. In another room.
If you're going to put on someone else's face, you'll have to get used to your own first.
The cool metal of Jude's rings grazes my neck, where his knuckle hooks under my chin, tugs it upward to face the glass.
And there isn't a thing wrong with this one. Look up.
My eyes dart away from my own in the mirror, focusing instead on the place where my head reaches Jude's shoulder, and then, cautiously, all the way up to his eyes. I expect him to be shaking his head at me in the reflection, to snidely thank me for not biting him or something as he drops his hand away, settles it back on my shoulder. Instead, he offers an encouraging smile in the mirror. I blink a few times, unclenching my teeth. Then, slowly, let my focus fall from Jude to me, but only to my eyes, which don't quite look like mine anymore. The eyes in the mirror widen, larger than they ought to be. 100 shades of gold web around my irises, the dull brown forgotten somewhere beneath. In the center, my pupils glow with a glittering, sinister light. They look like Jude's. Fear coils around my spine at the image, at the evidence of the craft binding gleaming back at me, undeniable proof of my disloyalty to everything I was raised to believe. How will it look to the council when I bring them Jude? One player betraying and handing over another. No, that's not what I am. I'm not like Jude. I'm not like any of them. It's enough to send my eyes slamming shut again. Jude exhales through his nose, probably annoyed and also probably late for rehearsal. When the weight of his palm lifts off my shoulder, I'm certain he's frustrated and on his way out. I listen for the sound of his departing footsteps. Fine. I don't want to learn this stupid stage trick anyway. I jump when Jude's palm closes over my hand instead, guides it upward toward my face. It takes a second to remind myself I loathe it, touch, ever since I can remember. But Jude's is slow, feather-light. I'm not sure I haven't imagined it altogether, and I'm not about to open my eyes to find out. The pads of my fingers flutter across my brow under his hand.
Did you know this eyebrow arches higher than the other when you're angry?
He says. I tamp down the urge to tell him he would know as his hand guides mine down.
And this little line by your jaw. It tightens when you try to lie to me. You're getting better at that, by the way.
Something loosens in my chest, and I startle myself with the small laugh that escapes my throat.
And here, this mouth.
His hand moves, thumb brushing across my lips. The air in my lungs seems to go still.
Absolutely vicious. It's rather lovely when you smile, though.
Our hands glide up again, the movement easier, more familiar. The muscles in my shoulders ease, and my mind wanders, curious about the distance between us, wondering what it might feel like to lean into the warmth.
Your nose wrinkles when you're trying to work out a problem in that frightfully clever mind of yours.
His words are closer now, a murmur that tickles my ear.
And then there are your eyes.
Our hands still at the crease below my lashes. The hollows beneath don't feel as deep as I thought they looked.
They give you away. All your angry little layers, Alistair. And none of them properly reach your eyes. You might try opening them, though.
Slowly, carefully, I do. My eyes flutter open and don't dart helplessly to some corner of the room again. They settle on me, on the hollows of my face that don't look as gaunt as I thought they did before, on the nose that seems to fit better now, long and curved. There's a pinkish hue to my lips that matches the color heating my cheeks where our hands linger. I tell myself it's a trick of the mirror, some devious craft Jude has worked on me in the past moment. The face in the mirror is still mine, just different now. Better. Maybe a trick of the light.
These, by the way.
He clasps my hand a little firmer.
I try to keep an eye on. They're awfully resourceful and destructive.
I consider snatching my wrist away, tempted to interpret it as an insult. But to my own confusion, I don't want to. I almost smile instead. For a moment, I don't feel so out of place standing beside Jude. Reality crashes through my mind at the thought. I am standing far too close to a player, to arms that are capable of unspeakable violence. The very monster I'm supposed to bring to justice, tonight. I wrench away from Jude, and he doesn't try to hold on to me, probably expecting it. He just stares, waiting for me to speak. "This is a trick," I say under my breath. Jude is all mind games. This is to keep me on my toes, keep me confused, keep me fighting. I'm no use to him dead. That's why he's doing this.
A trick?
He looks around like he's searching for the aforementioned trick.
Alistair, are you frightened because you hate me, or frightened because you don't?
That's what this is about. He can't stand not being admired by everyone he encounters. This is just a challenge to his ego. Or, a voice offers in my head. It isn't a familiar one. It comes from some deep, incomprehensible layer of my mind. Or, before I can think through it, before I can talk myself out of it, I hurry a step forward, stopping right in front of him. Jude watches me back, entirely still and relaxed as I reach up. But my hand isn't as steady as his. It shakes uneasily as the tips of my fingers graze over the curve of his cheekbones, along his brow, his dark lashes tickling the side of my hand. I mimic all of his motions. His face seems more familiar now, in a nice way. It isn't hard to see why an audience of thousands would fall in love with him from their velvet seats. I imagine it's hard not to fall for his charms. He's crafted from the same stuff as the playhouse, from beauty, from pride, from that obscure likability some people seem to be born with. My palm glides down the curve of his jaw, stays there, out of places to explore, but not quite ready to let go, unsure why I don't want to. My eyes flicker up to his, which are still watching me, softer than before. A confusing twinge of something pinches in my chest when Jude catches my hand, lingering and frozen in place. My heart downright begins stuttering over its own beats when he guides my open palm to his lips, presses it to his mouth. Alarm bells ring in my head, loudly. I jerk backward. I'm not falling for whatever ploy this is, whatever charms Jude unleashes on anyone who stumbles into his path. It occurs to me I'm out of breath. I drop my arms to my sides, recovering my common sense. I'm ready to learn mimicry now. Jude blinks a few times, like he can't remember what we were talking about. Then, nodding stiffly, gestures at the mirror.
Right, then.
He clears his throat.
First things first. Find your bridge.
I throw him a funny look. But I'm not on stage. He gestures around us.
You don't have to be. The world is your stage.
Gritting my teeth, but remembering Marigold and that chain shackled around her ankle, I relent. I need that chain, and I need this plan to work, tonight. Methexis. A world of glass blooms beneath my feet, and tendrils of gold twist there, reaching for my heels. I tug on my anger, struggling still to banish that funny feeling from a moment ago. It takes a second before I can summon it to the surface, until the warmth of craft floods through my veins. Jude.
Perfect. Now, I want you to picture a face. One deeply familiar, easy to mimic.
I rifle through my mind, searching for faces, except any familiar ones could endanger them. Maybe sensing this, Jude nods.
Yes, mine is an option.
He leans over my shoulder and adds,
No one could blame you.
And I internally vow to mimic him with a big fat nose and crooked teeth once I get the hang of it. Jude.
When you look in the mirror, do not see yourself. Imagine you're looking at me, my eyes, my mouth. Speak and hear my voice. Mimicry is all about intention. Imagine you know me, inside and out. Become me. Let craft take over, envelop you.
He stalls.
The playhouse will want something in return, though.
There it is. Come again?
Jude. Think of it as borrowing a costume. The playhouse expects it to be returned. It will want something of you. A deposit. A promise that you'll return what you've taken.
Riven, what sort of deposit?
Jude. The longer you're in the costume of someone else, the less you'll remember what's beneath it. You may begin to lose pieces of yourself, your memories, your thoughts, if you wear it for too long.
I study the mirror, noticing the strange way the brunette of my hair has started to deepen, darker, redder. You mean me, I say. My memories are the deposit.
The fade won't begin until you've been in costume a while. The distant, older sort of memories go first, then maybe more important details.
Always a catch, isn't there?
Do you know why there are so many mirrors, Alistair?
He asks.
Because theater is itself a reflection. When an audience sits before us, we're not here to tell them about us. We are here to tell them about them. A conduit of catharsis, body and soul. So long as you're in the playhouse, you will always give something.
I have to punch down the bile fighting its way up my throat, biting my tongue. A strange, freeing sensation wraps around my limbs. Then I can't quite remember what I'm doing. From the ground, craft hums, pulses through me. Jude.
You are me.
The words, sudden and spirited, fly from my lips. You are me. I force the intention of it into the mirror, braving the face there. Silence fills my world as I stare deep into my reflection and repeat Jude's voice in my head.
My eyes, my mouth. Speak and hear my voice.
Warmth washes over my skin, and as it does, my features mold and shift, sharpening. The spitting image of Jude stares back at me from the glass. With it, though, I feel a strange sense of emptiness, an urgency to remember my own name. I stare at my hands, at the forest green sleeves that match the ones Jude wears now. The floor is farther away than it was before when I peer down. There's a tickle at my neck from the brush of copper hair, the texture coarser than I'm used to. My arms feel heavier at my sides, woven with muscle. I reach one up to find the pinch in my nose, a golden ring. I'm Jude. And the Jude beside me has lost all sense of dignity.
Look at you,
he yells, clapping his hands and then waving them at the mirror. I'm about to tell him to pipe down, except he's right. I did it. Even if he doesn't know it, this is my ticket out. My mind lays out the pieces, every detail, each part of my plan until it hits me. I'm leaving the playhouse. Tonight. And so is Jude. A peculiar shadow zips behind him in the reflection. What was that? My eyes widen, and I turn to track the figure when Jude steps in the way, blocking my view. Jude.
Incredible, Alistair. Oh, well, almost. There should be a single freckle right here.
He taps the left side of my face below my eye. Riven.
Wait.
My voice has dropped an octave, fuller and glassy.
Something is in here.
Jude.
A near-perfect imitation. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Alistair. The name drives a splintering confusion through my mind. My name is Jude, I think? No, that's not right either. I catch sight of that odd shadow as it flutters by again, closer.
Something is in here.
I try again, more urgent. The shadow darts by once more, gathering in a single mirror at the center of the room, solidifying into something, into a figure, into... Before Jude can react, the figure, sleek and quick, slips through one mirror and disappears into the next.
Hesper,
hisses a voice I'm sure I've heard before. Feminine, soft, familiar. It's so out of place, even Jude momentarily forgets his insistence, venturing up to the glass.
"That's not right,"
is all he says, suspicious. A flash of white solidifies in the mirror again, no longer a shadow, but a woman in the mirror, fashioned in layers of white, torn at the hems and sleeves. She glimmers, her skin chipping like paint from her face to her fingertips, gold gleaming right beneath. Her eyes bleed like the sun. Jean Hunt. Alive, in the flesh, barely. There's a curious, sad smile on her lips, unlike the mask of unceasing shock Jude wears. Her hair runs longer than it does in her portrait, curled into shimmering, brandy-colored locks. Several clumps are missing, leaving bald patches on the side of her head, like a child's doll that's been played with too rough. I can't move. I've never seen anything so maliciously beautiful. Somewhere, Syl is yelling, but it sounds distant, muffled, as if through a window, like he's trying to get into the room, but I can't tell from where. Jude has only the time to incredulously speak the name, Jean, before a vibrant and guttural scream erupts from her lips. The splintering of mirrors runs in circles around us like broken ice as I clap my hands over my ears. What the hell is happening? Half the room shatters, and a sharp, angry storm rains down as we drop for cover on instinct. I shield my eyes, peeking through my fingers at the display of glitter blanketing the ground. Slowly, I look to Jude, then to the broken mirror, empty of any ghosts now as we struggle to our feet. Then I feel it, a suffocating, visceral presence just behind us. A searing silence lingers between Jude and me as we turn. The woman in white is no longer bound by mirrors. She's in the flesh, standing before us. Jean Hunt. Her eyes are shiny, bobbing between Jude, then me, then Jude, before settling on just one. The one who moves to put himself between the ghost and me. With a final shriek that sends my ears ringing, she lunges for Jude. Act 2, Scene 12. What feels like an arrowhead slamming into my chest tears me from my surroundings and whisks me into darkness. I stay there, in the dark, feeling far away, tearing deeper and deeper through layers of nothing until a woman's eyes, kind and thoughtful and promising. This is for the best, I hear as a cup is forced to my lips. I can't feel my hands bound tight, but I feel the burn of Eleutherian gold in my throat. The world blurs again. This time I shrink inward, like a child. I'm in a brick alley, filled so thick with smoke that I worry it may suffocate the stars above. Rolling over, I shake the shoulder of the figure sleeping beside me. "Wake up!" I say. The voice isn't mine. It belongs to Jude, but younger. Naive. "Lucas!" I try again with Jude's childlike voice. The boy sits up, dazed. "What, Jude?" His eyes widen as he takes in the blanket of smoke around us. His voice trembles. "What's happening?" Horns blare in the distance, followed by shouts of alarm and confusion. Someone zips into the alley like a shadow, slight and frantic, and somehow familiar. "Get up!" orders the shadow, a girl. Juliet. Her clothes and hands are damp with ash. My chest tightens as I reach for the tattered pack at my other side. "Leave your things," she urges, pulling Lucas to his feet. "We need to hide." A chorus of clashing metal resounds in the distance. Juliet tugs at her dirty braid, leading us out of the alley into the street. "One of the North's armies, someone said," she explains hurriedly as we run. "From Serene." Smoke stings my eyes. "Why haven't they called in the players to help?" I ask. My boldness shrivels as the ground shakes beneath our feet, what feels like an explosion nearby. A city I know well, suddenly utterly unfamiliar in the red light of slaughter. "They did!" She shouts over the panic. The streets burn hot, chaotic with disorder and fear. As we run, I look over my shoulder, squeezing Juliet's hand when I spot the army, like an endless colony of ants rushing down the hill in the distance. They spill out from the caravans that arrived yesterday. Caravans that rolled in last night, gifted from Serene, filled with costumes and food to celebrate the great Dionysia. Or so we were told.
Dionysus,
Lucas swears, halting to a sharp stop. Look! I do, and the playhouse is gone, vanished, fled. The air still hums where it stood. Then I see what's taken its place, and the breath tears from my lungs. Juliet's scream cuts through the smoke. Several stakes blaze ahead, each crowned with a figure writhing in Eleutherian fire. Players, their skin burning gold, their screams piercing the night. Something shifts in me as I watch their bodies still, their craft burning away, given to the sky. The fear around my heart shrivels, collapses in my chest. It hardens into something else entirely. I mouth a silent vow to the dead players. Then my feet are moving. The world blurs again, and everything speeds up. Suddenly I'm in the playhouse, Jean leaning so close that I can feel her breath in my ear. "Help me stop this, Jude," she whispers, her eyes wide. Then I hear a hushed, sharp argument between myself and Syl that ends in a swift decision. The scene shifts. Jean running downstage, her voice fierce. "It's not real!" she roars at them. "None of this! It's not real!" A tightness in my chest releases when she, at last, collapses on the platform. I hold her under a stage light while she chokes up spots of gold that foam at her lips. The audience watches in awe. They don't remember this part of the show. Her eyes lock on mine, full of hate. She's fighting to suspend her reality. I won't let her. I can't. The world shifts, and Syl stands in front of me now.
"Do you see what you've done, Jude?"
He's upset, on the verge of tears. I am too. I'm terrified. Another blur. This time I see the halls of the playhouse. My feet slow when I notice someone stealing quietly behind a curtain. Alistair. And once again, I feel certain I have seen her face before. And, with even more certainty, that I will never let her leave this playhouse. Somewhere, someone is screaming in the muffled way you hear things underwater.
"The damn mirrors are broken. Try that one."
Titus's voice, I think.
"Get them out, now."
Syl's voice.
"She attacked him, didn't she? I told you there's something off."
Definitely Mattia. My muscles feel rigid. Bits of broken glass bite into my skin where I've fallen. I recall strange dreams of a burning city, of an army hidden in caravans disguised as gifts, players burning upon golden stakes. Finally, I remember the woman, Jean. The ghost in the mirror and the way she lunged at Jude. She didn't look very dead to me. I remember him barely making out the word Exodus before she reached him. Jude suspended his reality, gave it over to me, casting me deep into his mind, his memories. He knew the woman in the mirror meant to kill him. Jean Hunt is not dead, but she wants Jude to be. Carrying 2 lives instead of 1 is much heavier. With what feels like the effort of moving a mountain, I turn my head, broken glass sliding beneath my hair. Jude's eyes are open, empty. Blotchy shades of sickly yellow and purple paint his throat. A large piece of broken glass protrudes from his neck. Gold gushes from it. Titus's heavy steps approach, and I think I see him point a long finger down at Jude's lifeless eyes.
"Tell me that one isn't ours."
It occurs to me in a distant, amusing way how easy it would be to end Jude's life right now. This monster who's destroyed cities and lives and trapped me. To catch hold of that little light full of memory and life fluttering somewhere in my mind and crush it. Are you frightened because you hate me, or frightened because you don't? The thought crashes into my anger, violently derails it.
Alistair!
Syl. The director is on his knees, leaning over me. I don't have the energy to look as disgusted as I feel when he lifts my head from the broken glass with the gentleness of a concerned parent.
Alistair, let him go.
Like he knows what I'm considering.
Please. Let Jude go.
For some strange reason, his plea resonates with a part of me I don't recognize. My eyes flutter open, finding Syl's wide with worry. I let my head roll to the side, where Arius is frantically checking over Jude, extracting the glass from his neck. Parrish sobs just behind him. I tell myself that Jude is lucky he's no use to me dead, that I need my bargaining chip alive. I'm so convincing, I nearly believe that's the reason I meet Jude's open, glassy eyes and mutter, Exodus. Act 2, Scene 13. Taking Jude's place on stage tonight was not part of the plan. But then, neither was Jean Hunt coming back from the dead to try and kill him. My memory swears by the nervous look she gave him, then me, before lunging at Jude with ungodly rage. Jean had been deciding something in that moment. She was confused. She'd been unsure. She didn't know who was who. I catch a glimpse of the face I'm wearing in the mirror now, Jude's face still. He hasn't woken up, and Syl doesn't seem to think that he will anytime soon. Apparently, I am not very good at reality suspension. If I'm not mistaken, the auditorium tripled in size around the time the lobby doors opened. Or at least that's what it looks like through the slit in the curtain. An endless array of winding seats and balconies stacked in rich reds like a layered cake. I glance over Jude's lines one final time. Mattia.
Alistair is a novice.
Her voice booms from the hall as she and Syl rapidly approach. I quickly tuck my script behind a crate before I further prove her point. I think I know his lines. Mattia.
This is a lead role, Syl, and a Playhouse cast performance. No auditionees are permitted on stage.
Syl.
Exactly.
His shout is so loud I startle.
We're over the cut now. I won't have news of our incapacitated lead player making its way to reporters.
Mattia.
Jude can still go on tonight. He's excellent at reality suspension. Syl. Unexpected reality suspension is messy at best. Jude is in no shape to perform, and we will not appear weak during our first performance north of the cut. No auditionee could have done what Alistair did here today,
Mattia accuses.
She's conveniently still doing a perfect imitation.
Syl.
She appears to have an affinity for
Mattia.
None of us can do one this exact, much less for this long. Places, Mattia, now. Alistair.
Syl calls to me while waving off a furious Mattia. She stalks back into the wings, but throws me a look that reminds me of her warning, that she has her eye on me, not to do something stupid. And oh boy, am I about to do something stupid. I clench my jaw at the unfamiliar bite of Jude's teeth and turn to Syl.
Yes?
From his breast pocket, Syl draws a silvery envelope. The Playhouse symbol seals the flap, a single mask cracked in two, one half grinning wide and the other tilted downward in a frown. A single arrow protrudes through both, binding them together.
You take the role of a player tonight. You deserve to be paid as one.
A peek inside the envelope makes my hands go numb. I've never seen so much money in my life.
And
Syl hands me several envelopes, plain and more tattered than the first.
These are for you. The audience often sends well wishes to our final contenders.
Final? It occurs to me I've hardly seen the other auditionees since I arrived. I've often felt like the only auditionee here. Why? I watch Syl's eyes, certain there's something unspoken between us, something I'm not seeing. But before I can open my mouth, he stalks down the hall, calling for places. Parrish hovers at the curtain, peeking through the crimson. Parrish. "Full house tonight?" I grimace. It didn't take long for revelers to follow the playhouse through the cut and fill their velvet seats. I imagine every face in the audience as blissfully numb as Harris's and shudder. Titus.
"I hope you're ready, Jude."
He waves mockingly as he passes.
"A new master of mimicry on our horizon, perhaps. Do me next, won't you?"
"Come now, Titus," teases Parrish. "I wouldn't wish your face on anyone." My hands file through the envelopes Syl handed me. A shocking series of letters from strangers declaring admiration, love, promises of loyalty, and hopes for me in the casting call. But when I tear open the final one, I inhale sharply.
"What is it? A lock of hair?"
asks Titus, pocketing a prop ring that he uses to propose to Parrish's character in the third act of tonight's comedy.
"Don't worry yourself, Alistair. I once received a hand in a box."
Arius whistles from the wings.
"We still don't know whose that was."
But it's not a lock of hair. It's a note. The lights begin to fall. I steady my breath, counting everything I'll need tonight. My Eleutherian arrow, Marigold's chain, about 15 minutes during intermission. Jude. As the curtain rises, I look over the strange note once more, this one different from the others. It's not full of pretty words and delicate scrawls. It's one line, and in a hand I know well. "I'm coming, little sister. G." Time moves in indistinguishable blurs of story and memory and emotion. Whether it's measured in hours, days, years, during a performance, I'm not sure, and I don't care. Then it stops moving altogether as I burst into the wings, back into reality's wintry grip. Someone claps a hand on my shoulder and says something to the effect of, "I'll be damned, Alistair," and the name clears my vision. It takes a moment to remember what's just happened on stage, the way a dream flees from your mind the moment you wake up. We're in intermission. Syl hurries backstage, clapping his hands and raving about the first act, while I quietly excuse myself to get some water. Then I'm bolting as fast as I can down the hall, rounding the corner and tearing through the door to the labyrinth steps. By the time I've scurried halfway down the spiral stairs, I'm still shaking the craft from my fingertips, and that strange dreamlike feeling that I've lived someone else's life in the few hours I was on stage. The farther I go, the dimmer the lights get. By the time I reach the landing, spot the door leading into Marigold's prop room, I can barely see the face of my timepiece. It grimly reminds me I have 9 minutes before the curtain rises for the second act, and everyone notices the lead is nowhere to be found. I check my hands before knocking on the door. Still Jude's hands, still covered in heavy golden rings, with an ugly scar across his palm. I hope to Dionysus I'm right about all of this. I knock. Act 2, Scene 14. The rattle of a chain precedes a set of wild, unfocused eyes peeping through the cracked door. "Jude?" Marigold whispers, hopeful. She moves away from the door to make room. Inside, her music box plays cheerily along. "Yes,
"It's me, Jude,"
I say, correcting my pitch. Gods, I do a bad Serenian accent. I search frantically for things Jude might say.
"Please hold the applause, I know I'm pretty,"
I add awkwardly. Her face is damp with wet trails over the gold of her cheekbones. Curiosity surfaces on my tongue, almost forming the words, "Why are you crying?" And I stop myself long enough to remember Jude has a tendency to make statements and wait to see if someone argues with them. So I clear my throat and rephrase,
"You've been crying."
Marigold huffs, bequeathing me an unsettling glimpse of her razor teeth. I'm a lot bigger than her in this form, but that doesn't make me feel much better when she's got nails like unpolished daggers. The chain at her ankle drags when she moves, though it's hard to see it beneath her dress, which is patched from about 100 different fabrics and patterns. She skulks past the portrait of Jude, still on the easel. Only now, the canvas is absolutely mutilated, like she's dragged those sharp little nails right across the face. The edges are singed. This may not be as easy as I hoped.
"I've come to free you," I say, but the statement comes out like a question.
Marigold turns abruptly. "Leave the playhouse," she hisses in a way that sends alarm bells ringing in my head.
No, of course not. I backpedal but inch forward. Only from this room. You ought to get bored in this room, yes?
He always does that, adds yes at the end of statements like no one could ever refuse him.
I'll take you to the auditorium, where you can see the rest of tonight's performance.
Her expression darkens, but there's a glint in her eye at the mention of a performance. "He said I'm never to leave this room. Not ever. Still, I presume. Not since I—" Marigold begins to weep, loudly. "My dolls." I pause.
Okay, is that a no?
"I have a contract," she whispers, sniffling and annoyed. Then she narrows her eyes at me. "You have a contract." I hadn't thought about that. Jude would have one. I don't know what it entails, but Marigold gives me the impression that leaving the playhouse is a no-no, though clearly he can. "Contracts can be amended," I say with a shrug and a grin, the way I think Jude would.
"Where is yours?"
"With the rest of them. And yours," she says, hesitant. I blink, not saying anything. "The stage," she clarifies, like it's the most obvious thing in the world.
"Right. Forgot where I left that old thing," I reply nervously, tucking away this information.
Her brow lowers. "The freckle below your left eye is missing." Well, damn it. I'm about to say something about makeup when she grabs a goddamned hammer off the table and swings at me. Ducking, I skirt behind the table and push it between us.
"Now, Marigold, I'm sure we can talk about this,"
I say, as if a monster who arose from the ruins of the Eleutherian well is going to reason with me. Marigold freezes, and I realize my mistake. I'd pronounced the first part of her name Mare instead of Mar. "You don't sound like him," she says, showing all her teeth. Well, it was worth trying to do this peacefully. I fly across the table, foot aimed for her chest, knocking Marigold onto her back while I snatch the Eleutherian arrowhead from my bag. I hold it high and bring it down hard on the base of the chain in the wall. It takes Eleutherian gold to break it, and for once in my entire time at the playhouse, it would seem I've lucked out. Because this arrowhead wasn't just dipped in Eleutherian gold, it's outright crafted from it. No wonder Mattia couldn't destroy it herself. The chain loosens but doesn't break. My luck runs out after that because when I look up, I notice two horrifying things at once. One, Marigold's jaw unhinging as she screams and lunges at me. Two, the smell of lavender, and the woman watching by the door. Jean Hunt observes, quiet as death. She looks different. Her eyes, which bled gold before, are overtaken with it now, bright and feverish. A glow radiates over her skin, suggesting she's more apparition than flesh, though the skin she has is peeling right off. It flecks down her neck, torn away entirely at the shoulder. The air surrounding her stirs uneasily, as if struggling to hold on to her form. Then she moves, impossibly fast, as she shoves Marigold away from me. I'd thank Jean, except she whirls around, wielding the striking gold of my own missing knife in her hands. I blink, having only enough time to think, I should move, before she lunges.
"Where did you get that?"
I shout, skittering away. Her blade, my blade, sinks into the wall. and the room shakes from the impact of Eleutherian gold meeting a craft-based foundation. Somewhere upstairs, an orchestra sings to life, summoning me back to the stage. Intermission is over. Seized by panic, the preamble to all good decisions, I grip the workbench and throw it at Jean just as an enraged screech closes in from behind. I whirl, reaching for my arrowhead as Marigold flies at me, shrieking like a vengeful spirit. Her screech cuts off, vanishing behind her golden tongue, but her mouth hangs open. We stare at each other, our eyes slowly turning downward where the jagged point of my arrowhead is lodged into her side. I barely register what I've done by the time Marigold falls back onto the crooked floorboards, dead. A very warm hand grips my wrist from behind. "I'm not him!" I scream, thrashing out of Jean's reach to point my arrowhead at her. The door shutters. Her eyes go as wide as the clock face behind her. She brings a finger to her lips as if to say, "Hush." I start yelling instead. "I'm not Jude. I'm not him. Believe me, I understand the indisputable urge to shut him up for good. I do. But I'm not the one you're looking for." The door shakes in its frame again, only this time, fingers of darkness stretch through the cracks like smoke, bleeding across the walls, and with it, an echoing, staccato clicking that makes the collection of skulls on Marigold's shelf chatter their teeth. Nixine. Jude's warnings of the gruesome stage manager creep out of my memory, sinking into the air, heavy and foreboding. Ice edges into my veins, then into every part of me, like I've been pushed into a cold bath. Darkness unfurls over the room. The shadows are Nixine's first and only warning, Jude once told me. Shadows he said to stay away from by any means necessary. Nixine is coming. My heart lurches. I'm not supposed to be down here. And I've killed the prop master. Jean rushes at me, knife held high. Clearly, she has it out for Jude. But on the bright side, mimicking his form gives me a height advantage. I catch her wrist with one hand and hold my arrowhead to her throat with my other. It catches on a little half-moon necklace at her neck, snapping the silver and sending the pendant clattering to the floor. I gasp, my grip on her wrist slipping as Jean pushes the blade down toward my eye with unholy strength. I'm cold. So cold I can't feel my toes, my fingers, or the hand just barely keeping my own knife from plunging into my skull. In the corner of my vision, Nixine's shadows grow like vines around the room in the shapes of reaching hands, hundreds of them. The door shakes on its hinges once more, Nixine demanding entry. The arrowhead in my other hand drops to the floor as I clutch my heart, gasping against the ice seeking a way in. One of Nixine's shadows stretches far enough to brush Jean, a wraith-like finger of midnight grazing her shoulder. It's the first time I hear Jean make a sound, a cry as the dagger tumbles from her grasp. I twist free, dropping to my knees to wrap my fist around the fallen dagger. I can hardly feel my legs as I straighten and point the tip up at her. "What do you want from me?" Jean shakes her head frantically, begging my silence, as if I'm doing her any favors. But the damage is done. The door bursts open, and darkness floods in. Shadows everywhere stretch wider and higher and colder, and with it, a high-pitched shrieking distorted by low, rasping whispers that send my skin crawling. I fly back into a corner, trying to breathe, but the cold air burns my lungs. Nixine, a silent, lethal monster. The Playhouse's guardian that cleanses magic from the stage after shows, that guides patrons out once the curtain falls, that keeps actors in line, heard, felt, and never seen. But I see her now, and the sight makes my knees shake. A frigid, solid darkness that reeks of peril and melds into the shape of a monstrous stage manager. Somewhere, deep in the midnight mist, I glimpse fierce silver eyes, about 12 of them. Jean pinches her brow, as if gathering concentration. Her lips part, struggling to form words. Frustration dampens her expression, her hands curling into fists. Then her eyes snap open, and a single, strangled word escapes her lips. Riven. I shove my back into the corner again, almost dropping my knife. How do you know my name? I demand. But it's useless. Jean lets out a furious cry that shakes the lanterns hanging above. She looks pleadingly at me and whispers one more word. Script. All at once, Nixine flies at the player, dozens of shadows racing up Jean's legs and cutting clean through the glow of her skin like butter. A guttural warning pounds in my ears as the shadows encase the dead player in mist, otherworldly screams ripping what was Jean into shreds of darkness and gold. It's vicious, visceral. And then it's nothing. A silence rings out like a bell. My mind seizes on her last words, strangled but clear. Riven. Script. Act 2, Scene 15. If I were to guess how long it takes me to get back upstairs for the second half of the show, based on Syl's face when I reach the wings, too long. Syl.
Where in the hells have you been?
I decide not to tell him I was downstairs slaying his prop master, or that I was nearly murdered by a dead player who I assume is now extra dead.